Mic check. Am I coming through? Can you hear me? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, yep, there it is. All right. Wait, am I? I don't know. Yeah, there. It's coming through. We good. We Gucci. We Gucci. Hot mic. Hot mic. Okay. We good. Host is aware. Host is aware. The chat out here. Get all reset up now. Mike is here again. You don't know? What? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I know a few mics. What are you talking about? I don't know. Let's take a look at the pre-market though. We got 40 minutes to that 7 a.m. volume pop. Still not much action going on anywhere that I'm seeing on my charts. So I don't know. Most everything slightly down in the pre-market except Caterpillar. LB morning, nice day for tendy fishing. Yes, absolutely. I'm looking at Caterpillar today. GME pre-market 220.94 looking all right. AMC 58.67 looking all right. Rides at 10.08. That's looking all right. Overall, everything's looking pretty cool out there. So, you know, we chilling. We big chilling. About 36 minutes away from that 7 a.m. volume pop. That's what we're waiting on to set the tone for the day. See what it do. AMC looks like it's actually trying to throw up a little candle right now. A little green candle. Let's see what it do. 58.75 currently. What up, cereal box? Cook the capo. What up? Wushu, Step, Crazy Cat, Dave and Dave, everybody. How y'all doing? Michael McKay says it's tendy time today. We smashed through the 60s and gamma squeeze up from there. I like it. Let's see what happens. 50s were so last decade, 60 all the way. I think I'm about to have me a slice of apple pie, a glass of milk. Go with this coffee. Yep, I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Oh, here y'all go with the biscuits and gravy talk. Get out of here. I guess I kind of started it though, talking about apple pie, so I guess it's my fault. You're right. I think I'm gonna hook Kitty up with a little milk too. She's over here giving me the stink eye. Like, Dad, how could you? Why do we have two milks? And they're both open. What's that about? What is that about? Alright, let's see where we at here. Don't forget about Tilray cereal boxes. Yeah, you're right, man. Tilray is kind of low. Yeah, I know cats aren't supposed to have, but I just give her like the tiniest little bit at the bottom of the Tupperware bowl where she gets a few like licks of it, and that's about it. Uncle Bruce and Rich Greenfield. And Bulldog giving the dogs grapes, so what do they know? Lori putting in the work, doing them surveys. Much love, Lori. You're the best. You're the best. You're the best. Little bit of an update. We'll be airing J Powell, and the talk of inflation this morning could cause a major reaction in the market today. This is said to be the most important moment of Jerome Powell's career. Yeah, we'll be looking for a bit of an overcorrection in the market. Hopefully, pick up some big dips for the long term. That's right. All right. Still not looking at much action here in the pre-market right now. Just hanging out with you guys, waiting on something to jump. Truth be told, he's talking about inflation and stuff. I don't know, man. He's J Powell. He's talking about the market. But I think specifically Has to do with the rising inflation.
Even as the world reopens, the pandemic continues to have a pretty significant impact on individuals and businesses, and the insurance industry is no exception. Since March of 2020, shares of the insurance majors have seen shares plummet, but as the virus started to fade this spring, those shares have bounced back to new highs. Joining us right now to talk about the current state of the insurance business and the reopening is Dan Amos. He's the chairman and CEO of Aflac. And Dan, it's great to see you. It's been a while since we've gotten to talk to you. How are
Hey, Kindred Bio, ticker symbol KIN, up 43% in the pre-market. Big jump from about $6.40, now sitting at $9.11. Bulldog dropping some news there. And yeah, you're all good, Bulldog. I figured. I was interested though. Who's she about to interview there? You had me hooked in there. I was like, all right, let's do this. We're doing it right now. Let's go. Looks like there's a acquisition or merger there happening between Elanco Animal Health Incorporated, ticker symbol ELAN, and Kindred Biosciences, ticker symbol KIN. Looks like Elanco is acquiring Kindred Bio. The acquisition further accelerates Elanco's expansion in the attractive pet health market, particularly advancing Elanco's presence in the fast-growing billion-dollar dermatology category. Dermatology blockbusters, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there you go. Cool. If you want to dig deeper into that, that link is there in the chat. Terms, Elanco acquire all outstanding stock of Kindred Biosciences at $9.25 per share. Dang, man. Wow. That's nice. Where'd that link go? Here it is. Wow. chilling right now, 912 though, but it's still up 43% in the pre-market. Looks like the biggest gainer so far today. There's a few more out there though. That Cat B we talked about earlier, it's up 28%. Got a few other 20% gainers out there right now. GTEC, FORD, not Ford, but Ford ticker. It's forward is the word. We've got some big drops out there too. I wonder what that's about. IKT down 23%. Blue Apron, APRN is down 14%. UFAB is back down. Yesterday, I believe, was a top gainer. Now it's on the top losers list, down 9.3%. Roblox is down 7% to $82. Orphazyme down 6%. Anyway, Kindred now sitting at 920. Okay, let's see. Aflac CEO, okay. Live Biden and Putin meeting, you guys. Yeah. I want to see that. So there used to be when you're it's another military distinction value shows it would tie you to a bomb. Dude, Putin's a G. I mean, I'm not gonna say if I'm a fan or not, you know, but Putin is a G, whether you're a fan or not. Homeboy's a G. Once saw Putin at Walgreens in Omaha, Nebraska. Becky BNYC coming out of left field saying, "Did someone say Putin? That's my boo." Putin is a KBG. I see what you did there. Pooter posts is Putin in disguise. I think Pooter Poots could be Putin. I think maybe he gets a little kick out of hanging out and, on his downtime. You know, he kind of just cuts loose with us in here. You know, just Putin around. Just Putin around. That's all Putin ever does, is Putin around. Long until FOMC, I don't know. I think they're still showing as FOMO in my portfolio. Let me double check. Nope, they're FOMC. So what do you mean? How long until? I don't know what you mean. Oh, okay. I don't think they trade during extended hours. Maybe that's what you're asking. So, a couple more hours till the market opens. Then you can buy all the FOMC shares you want. Proof is in the pudding. Nice, Daniel Mullen. Dang, Becky, a big fan. All right. Programming will resume shortly. Programming will resume shortly. Programming will resume shortly. Ooh. Touching that one. Yeah, what Bulldog said. Oh no, commercial break. Or advertisement break, I don't know.
Right now, the Chinese monetary policy authorities are
There we
very
go, guys.
concerned about the increase of
Some audio
leverage.
coming through
So
here.
they are trying to contain a debt level. To me, I think it's overly aggressive. I think my view is that the Chinese policymakers should give more time to the economy, let the economy go back to the normalcy before cracking down the surge of credit.
That's just a taste of what we're going to be hearing today at the CNBC Evolve Global Summit. It brings together leaders and innovators from around the world for provocative discussions. It's a virtual conference with an amazing lineup. And yes, it is still not too late to register to hear from all of these CEOs. Just go to cnbcevents.com/evolve.
And you're speaking with Albert Bourla. I'm speaking with Lauren Hobart. So we're both getting ready for this ourselves, Andrew, right?
We are, and then later in the day, we've got another great session with Ursula Burns from Xerox on race in America, along with Darren Walker, who runs the Ford Foundation. So a lot on tap. At least I know I'm working, you're working. There's a lot of great conversations taking place today.
Looking forward to it. We do have some new data from China overnight as well to talk about. Factory output and retail sales, also investment data. All those numbers for May missed expectations. Analysts are blaming an outbreak of the COVID Delta variant near key ports in southern China. Also, uncertainty among consumers and employers. And guys, I'll point out, there's been some stuff that's been written about how the countries that maybe handled it the best in the beginning and shut things down are having a tougher time trying to reopen because they didn't have the same number of people who were exposed early on. And they haven't had the vaccination programs that have been up and running like ours have. So while it was more difficult for a lot of those democratic nations in the beginning, while the autocratic nations were able to kind of shut things down, the reverse is maybe true at this point too. And maybe this is where you're starting to see some of that play out. Separately, China plans to tap its national reserves to rein in surging metal prices. The state's stockpiling body said that it plans to release copper, aluminum, zinc, and other national reserves in batches in the near future to try and ensure both the supply and the price stability. That move had been anticipated, and it helped push copper prices to an 8-week low yesterday. The copper price was off by more than 4% just yesterday alone. Andrew?
Okay, coming up when we return, we're going to get a major policy announcement from the Fed. Today, our next guest has 3 stock picks for your portfolio to make sure you are well positioned no matter what happens. We're back with that after this.
Inc. Here we go. There we go. What up, fam? What's up? Mark Alexander, MIA, Twisted Elm, LB, Streamlabs in the house.
I was muted again.
Hello, Sabrina, Just Do.
What up?
Stanley, gotta fly. I better turn my monitor down. We're gonna get the echo. Echo. All right, yeah, we're gonna watch this J. Powell Fed Day situation. You guys want to see these three stocks that this next interview person thinks we should make a play on Fed Day? He says bye. I'm going short.
He says you'll be okay no matter what happens. Okay. All right.
Oh, Daniel Mullen. Hey, Daniel, nice badge. Twisted Elm, what's happening, guys? Wushu. Pooter Poots. Durfin battle. Uh-oh. Just Do.
Please ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Super chat.
Pooter Poots, thank you for the Durfin battle. Needed a good morning Durfin battle.
Yeah, who doesn't, right?
Pooter Putin.
You're Putin around.
The news is volatile. It will be volatile today. I mean, of course, you know what happened the last time I said that, and we watched some like interesting volatile news. Is like flatline. Like this is really going to move the market. This can be absolutely crazy. Flatline. But everyone's expecting some moves. There are even some preemptive moves in the market. Obviously, yesterday, that's pretty much what we're seeing is the preemptive fear for the situation that's happening today on this Fed meeting. Right. J. Powell, most important moment of his career, this announcement today.
Ooh, 6 minutes to that 7 a.m. volume pop, so I'm going to be looking at Caterpillar, and there was another one I wanted to keep an eye on. Definitely Caterpillar.
Joining us now to pick a few areas of opportunity as
Let's
the
see what stocks
and
this
the
guy
Fed try
wants.
to figure out if inflation is here to stay. Stephanie Ling, Chief Investment Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Hightower and a CNBC contributor. Steph, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
All right, thanks. You know, the overall indexes have really held very steady near the highs. A lot of churn below the surface, though. Leadership swapping back and forth. Maybe a quarter of all S&P stocks down at least 10%. So where is that bringing you as you look kind of company by company in terms of surfacing some opportunities?
You know, it's a good question because it is company by company, because we've talked about all year long how there's been this massive rotation back and forth, value, growth to value. I don't really think today is going to be a big deal, quite frankly. I think the Fed is looking at two things. The PCE deflator is about where they thought it was, even last meeting. And the U3 unemployment is actually higher than where they want it to be. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of change. The current estimate in terms of language probably does change on the margin, and the dot plots probably change. But net, I try to find some stocks that are going to work either way. And so, you know, we can go through all of them, but I have Cisco, I have Halliburton, I have Capital One as opportunities just to stay diversified.
Cisco obviously is kind of in that older, slower growing, cheaper technology. What's the rationale for it at this moment?
Yes, and you know me, I always try to find some of the cheaper names. It's 17 times earnings. It's 2.7% yield. Look, it's been a laggard. It's only up 22% in the last year, and I think it's a reopened name, quite frankly, Michael, because you have enterprise spend that is about to recover. You have cloud and telecom spend that is about to recover, and that is as the companies ready their workforce and upgrade a data center switches, both in hardware and software. And I think that positions Cisco really well. Remember last quarter, their total orders were up 10% versus 1% the quarter before that. So we're starting to see some momentum. I think that's going to continue. They're making headway in software and security. They have 100% of the Fortune 100 companies in security. So I think it gets overlooked on that front. And I like that piece.
Yeah, obviously very financially stable as well. Now, Halliburton, interesting play. Part of the rationale for the bullishness on oil is that there's supply discipline, not as much drilling going on. What does all this mean for Halliburton?
Yeah, I mean, and I look at Halliburton relative to Schlumberger. It's really lagged. It's up 28% year to date, so it's had a nice run, but Schlumberger is up 56%, right? And I think you are going to see North America shale continue to recover. International also will recover. I think that's a 2022 story, and it's going to benefit both companies. But I think completions and production will be up mid to high single digits. I think drilling and evaluation will be mid-single digit growth. They've got $1 billion cost-cutting program, which could help margins 100 to 200 basis points. And again, as oil prices recover, free cash flow will recover. They can pay down their debt as well.
Now, consumer credit area has been very, very strong for obvious reasons. You know, consumers are flush, default rates are very low. What does it mean for Capital One after the run it's had?
I know it's had a nice run. It's up 64% year to date, so it's sort of hard to buy it. But it's been flat since the middle of May, and so I think it's just taking a pause. We've talked about consumer all year long. Savings rate is very, very high. I think there's $2 trillion in pent-up demand. Personal consumption should grow 10% in the second quarter alone. And these guys, oh, by the way, retail sales, I know everybody hated that headline number, but retail sales is up 22% from 2019. So it's a diversified company. Their common tier equity is well above what they need it to be, and coverage ratio also. So I like their balance sheet. I like their capital levels. CCAR is coming, so I think that's still an opportunity there.
CCAR coming. All right. We'll see if all that is a mover today. Stephanie, thanks a lot. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, I really, really like these guys' strategy of a buy high, sell low.
Yeah, we bought this 3.5 months ago, so now it's high. You guys go ahead and put in your buy orders. We're not selling any.
Yeah, I know it's up 64% and going flat, but just wait.
Yeah, wait till J-Pow gets on the mic. We need to sell some quick.
Yeah. Oh my god.
What was that, Caesar? You woke up with 3 shares of some RSLS, which you didn't buy. You are confusion. Hey, maybe you got some bonus stuff. Is that in your Webull account? Caesar C. Takes a little bit for those shares to come through usually, so could be some free stonks.
Oh, Caesar C. Did you own shares of OBLN?
Oh, the Oblin.
Because that's a merger. They got it on Robinhood. Said something of a 1-to-3 split, but I don't recall buying it. Did you have OBLN previously? I think they changed their ticker symbol to RSL. Yeah, there it is.
Okay, then. Yep, good call. Just do.
Boom bap, baby. They merged with something life sciences. I don't know. I don't remember. But we figured out your mystery.
Mystery solved. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you?
I was just thinking that too for some reason.
Because of the mystery? We solved a mystery?
Yeah, I reckon. Maybe a little bit of the Shaggy likeness. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Rail's cracking out today. 5% gains on Rail.
Oh, is it? I just took them off my chart yesterday. Let's see what they do.
Oh, maybe it just could have been a
but it's just
a tiny little buy. It could be a glitch in the pre-market because
right.
Just a couple little specks of buys at the high price.
Mm-hmm.
Popping them up on the list there. Someone bought some at $6 though. Hey, if you would have had that order, just sit around.
Oh man, I'll sell some ride for $6. What is
Some
my
rail.
rail? I mean, yeah, definitely don't want to sell ride for 6 bucks.
Might be though.
Yeah, right.
Futures are mixed, really waiting to see what happens at
what
the
do we got?
conclusion of that Fed policy meeting as Wall Street awaits any on inflation and monetary policy. We're going to preview today's decision and find out what it means for your portfolio. President Biden and Vladimir Putin set for high-stakes meeting in Geneva. New York Times columnist Tom Friedman will join us to hash out the issues at hand. And news from Regeneron about its COVID-19 antibody cocktail that can save hospitalized patients. We've got the details and other business headlines all coming up as the second hour of Squawk Box begins right now.
All right, so we'll keep our eye on that, and we'll bring you guys the latest, breakingest, newsest situation from the stock market.
Most newsiest of news pieces.
We keep it seriously.
We keep it super seriously around these parts. That's funny.
Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for you subbies out there, guys. If you're just joining us this morning and you haven't seen Bulldog trading before, you got Just Do and Bulldog on the mic this morning.
Oh, yo.
We've got someone on the mic 24/7 every minute of every day throughout the week. And we're covering the stock market and crypto nights and weekends.
Streaming, commentating.
So the one thing we do ask around here every now and then is that you do hit that like button on the new stream and you hit that subscribe button. Other than that, every piece of content and news is free. That's okay,
right.
Bill Gates. We don't really like you around here anyway.
Never farting around, always being super seriously.
I did hear that you own most of the potato farms that supply McDonald's with its French fries, though. Just another piece of free data that we give out around here.
Interesting.
Bill Gates. So if you're eating French fries from McDonald's, you are in turn supporting Bill Gates' wealth collection. Griffin says, "Hey Bill, how's the wife?"
Which in turn is possibly supporting our Cincyonics bullish theory. So, or bullish
it is
anyway.
I do believe it is.
So, what a tipsy topsy world we live in.
So yeah, thumbs down, thumbs up, whatever you guys want to do. We appreciate that interaction with the YouTube.
We just like the feedback either way. AMC threw up a nice little green candle while we were talking here, though. 59.59 currently.
Number one
at 7 a.m. volume.
Oh, we did. Okay, so we're seeing a couple things move around here.
Caterpillar, even at 220, is a nice buy. I don't know. I kind of want to see it dip down to 215 one more time, but
I want to have a look. If you know the history, Caterpillar was my first stock that I bought back in the 90s.
It's a good one.
Ooh, and it has done some sinking, huh? Like a direct hit over the last 4 or 5 days.
Yeah. The last time I picked up Caterpillar was back here. Where's the date? Early March 23rd, somewhere is I picked it up at 215 and I sold it at like 243. And now
what's the news on Caterpillar?
I don't know. I'm not sure why it's tanking, honestly. Stock sinks as market gains, but I think 215 is the floor. I don't think it's gonna go under 215, really.
Shares of Caterpillar tank. The stock underperforms when compared to some of its competitors, such as John Deere, General Electric, and Cummins. just a sell-off.
Okay, well, I'll buy that fear. I'm also probably going to be looking at Caterpillar calls as well. Just to be
So
honest.
Aeon, energy sector may be something y'all need to be paying attention to. Definitely. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about exactly nowadays with the energy sector. I'm guessing you're talking about oil, which has been a bullish trade essentially from the beginning of the year. Okay, the Putin meeting is set to begin. We'll bring that to you guys live as soon as that's happening. They're meeting in a quaint little house that's most likely bulletproof, filled with gas masks and nerve agents. Just in case, you know.
Right.
Is Doge getting killed? No. Elon changed his name to Elon the Second.
There's a clone.
We were just talking about that situation where actually Miley Cyrus, right? Hannah Montana is actually Miley Cyrus, and then the fact that Elon went over and tweeted, liked a really obscure tweet that he had to seek out.
Right.
That was when AMC is done mooning, where's the money going to go? Imagine how much is going to funnel into Doge after that.
Right.
And he liked that tweet and then tweeted out this strange Miley Cyrus is actually Hannah Montana. Could be a reverse acronym for AMC.
Yeah.
Or HODL more AMC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible.
I mean, it is it's an unlikely scenario of just seeking out those specific terms with everything that's going on and how much
It's
he's paying attention to the market.
definitely seems pretty, like intentional for whatever reason,
Right. I mean, the like on the tweet was obviously intentional that mentioned AMC.
Right.
Oh, Baby Shark has sponsored a shark, named it Elon Musk. That must be Elon's daddy. You know, that would be so cool.
That's funny.
If Elon shot out some more love to the baby sharks. And we know that he likes the song. Like those guys are prepared for that situation. They have all types of graphics prepared. Just one more thing I like about those guys' work ethic over there. They're absolutely prepared for that situation in which Elon does happen to tweet out some more baby shark information. And they've got people attacking his Twitter and like hundreds of other famous people's Twitter about baby shark all the time.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. I mean, it'd be great if he just like pops off AMC and Baby Shark for us. It'd be awesome.
CodeNet Brother says that's very true. You got to remember, Elon is not in the good graces of the SEC, so he does have to be cryptic if he's going to do something. That's true. If he's going to move AMC, he cannot literally come out and say,
Right.
buy AMC stock.
He definitely put his toes in the water, pushed his limits, and found out what he could get away with. I mean, no matter who you are, you can only get away with so much. I guess, right?
Right. Well, I mean, like I said, my favorite tweet is the 3-letter acronym SEC, middle name. Our middle word, Elon's.
Yeah.
He gets away with that. I mean, I can't imagine the SEC's got to love that. So they're trying to find everything and anything they can on him. The problem is, like, what are the penalties for these things? They're all white collar slaps on the wrist.
Right.
The last one was $4 million. He's like, $4 million.
I wiped my ace with $4 million. Here you go. fresh wiped.
Right.
Here's your 4 million.
So your box in on that Tilray at 1787. We'll see what happens to the weed stonks.
Tilray is, I mean, you know, that's pretty low for. I mean, I guess if you're gonna make an entry on Tilray, it's not the worst entry I've seen. They certainly do have potential to run again in the future when the weed stonks pick up steam again. You know they will eventually. You know.
There will be some more weed stonk news for sure. Sundial's dipping back below $1.
Why wait to FOMO in when they're running when you could buy it now at a pretty low level and just be patient? You know.
I do think we're gonna see cheaper Sundial still.
Right.
Where does the money from those fines go? Does anyone know? Yeah, it goes directly to the SEC fund, from what I understand. And that's SEC lawsuits.
It goes
To help
new
protect
roads
you.
and stuff.
To help protect you and I by paying them to make rules like the pattern day trading rule.
Yeah, which protects us from making money. Thanks, SEC. Middle initial Elons. Middle initial everyone's.
I do believe we're going to see cheaper SENS too. That's it's been all over the Wall Street Bets radar. It had that initial report came out that was good, but that really wasn't enough to move the stock like we've seen. That was just a catalyst, and then Wall Street Bets hopped on and did the rest. So it really depends on them where it goes from here until we look into FDA approval.
Ride's doing okay though, sitting at 1020 currently.
Surviving right now. There was some good news on Ride. I sent that over to you. Do you remember that? Got that? Let me look up in our secret messages we have here.
Checking.
Yeah, there was an article on Lordstown Motors. Okay, the shares soar after new chairwoman says production plans remain on track.
Yeah, the show. And then they're kind of focusing. They're kind of dropping the RV stuff, and they're just focusing on getting the truck orders completed and made and sold. I think they've got some people in mind to replace the CEO and CFO position. They got temporary people replacing it already. I think they've got some permanent people in mind for that position. I think they're gonna be okay, man. I mean, and then, oh my God, did you see that run they had at the end of the day yesterday? Like, man, I had a
That's
call.
why I was sending it over to you. Did you end up unloading that?
Yeah, so I had two of them. I sold one for like 100% profits. It was like $45. I sold it for like 85.
Nice.
A little less than 100. But, yeah, and I got the other one because I wanted to see how it plays out for the next few days versus time decay and price action. I'm just treating it as a learning, studying, So. Sell one, keep one for a cheaper study lesson. I don't know. But...
So, one of those pieces of news on Ride was the fact that Lordstown no longer working with Camping World on EV products or solutions for the RV marketplace, like Just You said. So they're focusing solely on their endurance truck. That's their goal for the next 3 months, is to make sure they hit the production targets, which are still behind schedule, as they did plan to have some prepared this year, and now they're shooting for some retail sales next year in the low single-digit thousands of vehicles, in 1,000 to 2,000 vehicles.
Yeah, and to be honest, part of the reason I was originally bullish on them was their partnership with Camping World and the RV stuff. So I'm not sure, honestly, how I feel about them currently, really. But if I can catch them at a low and still make money with them, I'm happy. Got no moral objection. It's just like that was one of the main reasons I was so bullish on them.
Right. And that was still like, it was still out to like a 2025 projection on that. It's just obviously they weren't too invested in that situation to be putting it on pause like that.
Right. Well, I think just the most important thing right now is coming through on what they said they'll do with these truck orders. So I think, that's just their number one, priority right now, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we could see another pop. We'll see what happens. Wushu grab some October calls for ride. They haven't had any positive news catalyst basically until this article, which was just basically saying it's not as bad as it looks.
Right.
Good morning, Becky, Wushu, Loki, Godzilla, Victor, you guys. Good morning.
Hey.
We're still talking inflation, but this morning we're going to bring you that J. Powell Fed Day announcement, as well as potentially a Biden-Putin meeting here pretty soon.
Yeah, that's interesting. I want to see how this goes.
So I don't know if the entire thing is going to be televised, audio and video or not, but if it is, we'll cover it for you guys. A little concerned, actually. Like, I've heard different opinions, but in my opinion, the U.S. really doesn't have anything to gain by this meeting. It's kind of just giving Putin a platform. He's kind of the boss in this scenario, in my opinion. But I think it's over there, isn't it? Or where is it?
I don't know. I really don't.
Looks like over there, just from the architecture of the building that they're showing, but I don't see anything to gain by the U.S. going over there, meeting with Putin. He had an interview with someone on mainstream media recently and wouldn't answer real questions directly about things that he's done to people and crimes that he potentially committed. And, his answer was,
well, why would you?
He was asked, you guys are holding U.S. citizens in your prisons right now.
Oh, really?
And he said, well, it's nothing compared to how many Russian citizens you guys are holding. So here we go. It looks like we're going to bring it to you guys. We might have...
Can't fault the man for being honest. At least he's honest about it. I mean, not that he's fully honest, but I mean, he's not wrong.
Like we may have presidential Cadillacs pulling up, so we'll bring it to you live right here next.
But it is how we think about this new flood of capital that can really be the engine behind our larger economic growth that everybody can benefit from.
Wes, good to see you this morning. I want to thank you for your
great
time.
To see you, Becky.
And we will talk to you again soon. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Meantime, in that split screen you've been watching there, President Joe Biden arriving for his meeting with Vladimir Putin, the Swiss president greeting him, and President Putin arriving just a short time ago. I want to get straight over to Eamon Javers with more. Eamon.
Oh, maybe they're meeting on
Andrew, we don't expect the president to take questions here as he gets out of the Beast on his way into the Villa Grange here in Geneva. Vladimir Putin was asked a number of questions. Reporters on the ground are telling us that he was asked by reporters there who shouted questions at him as he arrived. Can you trust Joe Biden? What do you expect to accomplish here? Will you release Navalny, his political opponent, who is in prison currently? Putin ignoring all those questions. You can expect our colleagues in the press corps on site will shout similar questions at Joe Biden here as he exits the vehicle. And we expect he will ignore those questions as well, but you have to shout nonetheless. So as we see the arrival here, this is Biden being greeted by the Swiss president, who we do expect to see making a few remarks momentarily as the president of the United States poses here for a handshake and a photo op and a smile on his way into what is going to be an intense 4 to 5 hours of negotiations
Switzerland, neutral
between
ground,
himself
makes
and
sense.
the president of Russia. We don't expect the two men to be alone together at any point. We do expect translators and aides, Foreign Minister of Russia, the Secretary of State of the United States, to be in the room at all times to monitor the conversation as it moves along. And we do expect that this will take several hours, but aides have told us, Andrew, that this is going to be free-flowing. There's no set schedule. As carefully choreographed as this arrival is that you're seeing right now, There is no set schedule to the rest of the afternoon. It is just after 1 p.m. here in Geneva, and they have the rest of the day now to go through a series of issues on everything from cybersecurity, nuclear weapons, dissidents in human rights, the treatment of people around the world, the interference in foreign elections, so many issues for the two men to hash through to see if they can find any agreement, but low expectations being offered by the Russian side and by the American side for any major breakthroughs here. We're not expecting them to sign anything at the end of this. We're not expecting to see any new treaties. Biden has said simply that he wants a stable and normalized relationship with Vladimir Putin. And there you see a beautiful shot of the site there, the Ville Grange, which of course was one of the sites of the very first meeting of the International Red Cross. So a history here to this location as the two men sit down to make even more history, Andrew.
Eamon, it's going to be fascinating to see what kind of readout we get from those meetings and, of course, what we hear in their press conferences after, perhaps dueling press conferences. We'll see. I have a very trivial question for you, Eamon. I noticed that handshakes are
I may
back,
not know the answer.
apparently. No, are handshakes back? Because I noticed during the G7, it was all elbow bumps, right? And then just now, I saw a whole number of handshakes. Is it different in Switzerland?
Handshakes are creeping in. I've got to say there's a lot more mask wearing here in Switzerland than there is back in the D.C. area, where they've already lowered a lot of the public mask wearing. People are wearing masks indoors here. You know, low-level interactions, there's a lot of awkward waving and hand clasping and bowing and stuff. People are still avoiding handshakes. But for the high-level things, the big set piece, the greeting of the guy who could be your next boss, all that sort of thing, handshakes are coming back at the high end, and I think they're going to work their way. They're going to trickle their way down to the rest of us eventually.
Okay. Eamon Jack.
All right, well, that wasn't too exhilarating so far.
Oh no, handshakes.
Well, they're shaking hands again. They are. They're shaking hands again.
Oh, no one told me handshakes are a thing again? What's going on here? Like,
They've been shaking hands. They've been shaking hands the whole time, and more than that.
I'm just trying to stir the pot. Like, is
They
that
laughed.
is that your takeaway here? Is that what's really important? You know, like, I don't know.
They laughed in public every time they did an elbow bump or a foot clog, dap, whatever. They were laughing like,
Right.
we're doing this for the
Like,
camera.
put on the show, yeah.
Long on handshakes this morning, right? That's the news for you. So do hit that subscribe button for Bulldog Trading and the entire broadcasting team here, guys, as we bring this to you 24/7, 24 hours a day. Commentary and stock market and cryptocurrency market coverage, as well as many other breaking news articles about cheesecake, hot dogs, pineapple pizza, and biscuits and gravy.
That's right. That is 24 days a month, 7 months a year.
We bring you the important things that matter.
That'll be over the front page as well. Handshakes, right?
So who has ever heard of the Freemasons handshake? Oh, hold on. We're going to go back. We're cutting back to Biden. News team on the ground.
Well, we're seeing the welcoming words here from the president of Switzerland, who is talking about the dialogue and the mutual conversation between the two leaders. He's welcoming them to Geneva, the city of peace. He's citing Geneva's historic role in all sorts of international negotiations and wishing them excellent luck in their conversations on behalf of their nations and on behalf of the world. So a formal welcome here. And this is a set-piece photo op. They know that the world wants to see them together, but clearly divided by the Swiss leader who stands in between them as the neutral party in Switzerland, of course, the ultimate neutral country in the world. And this is an opportunity for the two men to simply be photographed together and to signal to the world that they are beginning this conversation. This is part of the carefully choreographed diplomatic dance here, and everyone will be scrutinizing the expressions on the faces of Putin and Biden, looking at the body language. Do we see any interaction between the two men? So far, we have not. But at some point, we may see the two men interact as well, as they both arrive now at the meeting site. And the photo op should be wrapping up here momentarily, Becky.
Eamon, thank you.
Foreign affairs columnist for the New York Times is with us this morning. Of course, author from Beirut to Jerusalem. And I want to talk about what's happening in the Middle East in just a moment, Tom.
Okay. They went inside. They shook hands. They went inside. Both of them wondering, how far should I walk? Should we walk to the middle? Should I make him come to me? How far should I extend my hand? What's it going to look like? Biden. Putin-Biden summit. Ooh. Putin got top billing there. True, Caesar. I'm sure we could all tell hilarious jokes of every president throughout history, so please do refrain from doing that. We're going to keep it seriously here this morning as we cover the situation. It will have effects on the market and in our pocket. And eventually, you know, the food on our table. Will we continue to eat the Wendy's chicken nuggets for 99 cents? Or will we have some ribeyes? And I'm cool with tendies, but did you know that when they sex the young chicks at the factory, they keep the females for egg layers, and the males go the entire chick's fur, beaks, feet, and everything. They flow directly into a grinder that is turned into chicken nuggets. The entire baby male chicks.
All right.
Tasty as they may be. Miller Time says, blank that. Ribeyes are weak. Give me a 2-inch porterhouse.
I mean, either way, whatever. Porterhouse, though, I mean, that is the mother of all super steaks.
I think so too. I don't know what you're eating over there.
The MOASS.
Don't worry, Sack Duncan. We will shape you a beautiful porterhouse out of tofu and lentils.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure difference in Japanese baby chickens and American baby chickens.
I'm sure that they do have different production. I mean, I don't think that they're shipping the food from over here. Probably have local producers, especially the potatoes.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a nice Wagyu Big Mac over there.
That'd be pretty funny.
I don't know if you've ever had eaten a Big Mac with chopsticks, but it's not easy. Sundial looks like it's going back to normal. Yeah, normal being what, in the 70, 80 cent range?
Yeah, 69. So what we're looking at
69 cents. I mean, we could have bought it back there. I saw the buffering, Cassie. You know, we're running a lot of video and different stuff today, so.
Yeah, buddy. Caterpillar still chilling. 219.
Isaiah says, my stream's just replaying the just you laugh over and over again. I can't breathe. Awesome.
That's funny.
So maybe this is a setup for the next war, right? U.S. sends Biden in, you know, frames Russia for the assassination, Harris takes over. We've all been waiting for something like that to take place.
Who knows?
You never really know, but could have an effect. The price of Baby Shark on the screen is wrong. Never go by Coin Market Cap or Trust Wallet. So Theo, I actually have the Coin Tiger exchange price up for Baby Shark, and if it is different than what you can get on PancakeSwap, there's an arbitrage opportunity between Coin Tiger and PancakeSwap. Oh, Russia has developed a submersive nuke they call Poseidon that can create a 1,500-foot tsunami. I 100% believe that. Yeah, war is no fun, and I'd rather stay out of it. However, it is human nature. There are ebbs and flows of peace and war all throughout history. So if someone deleted that,
It's pretty funny.
I won't repeat it then if you don't want to hear it, Cassie. What does that mean, arbitrage opportunity? So basically it means you can take a coin from one exchange, buy it on one exchange, and then sell it on another exchange.
Right.
So there's a way to do it. You can exchange it for basically BNB on one exchange, send the BNB to another exchange, exchange it to Baby Shark, send the Baby Shark. It's difficult to do the arbitrage opportunity. There's some information about it on the Baby Shark blog on babyshark.com.
8% slippage, right? Minimum.
8% is what you're facing at on the burn of Baby Shark. But there is a way because it's on the blog on Baby Shark token. If you type !Baby Shark in the chat, that link will pop up for you. You can check out how they explain that arbitrage opportunity.
Nice.
No sound. What, do I have the video still on? No. No, you should have sound. Hit that refresh button if you don't have sound. Well, you can't hear me say that, so you'll just have to know. Good morning, Megan Gustafson. I just like that name for some reason. Gustafson.
Megan Gustafson. Yeah, that's a strong name.
Theo says, Coin Tiger is different for sure. I know you don't get reflections on there. Thanks for explaining. So I'm not positive if you do get reflections or not. I know a lot of the exchanges, they do reflections, but they do them like on a monthly basis. So they might not give you all the reflections that are possibly due to your wallet, but I know like Gate.io does periodic reflections instead of instant reflections to make it easier on their systems. It's good there. All right, Rich. Aw, thanks, Megan. We love you too. I mean, we like you. We love you. We love our trader fam.
We do.
All right, let's see if anything else is shaking out in the pre-market here. Caterpillar. What's your buy at? I mean, we saw it dip down here, 216, 217.
Ideally at 215 would be a nice pickup. That's where I bought it last time. That's where we see it dip the past 2 days. Unfortunately, I didn't see it these past 2 days. And, it's not a guarantee it's going to see that dip again. It looks like it's kind of done downtrending, so it may very well go sideways today before it starts going back up. So I don't know. I just plan on watching it. Honestly, like I said, last time I bought it at 215 and sold it at 243. So at the end of the day, I'm only buying one share. I'm not really worried about a $5 difference. So really between 215 and 220, I'll be happy.
Can someone check out NTEX, Joshua? Yeah, I'm looking at ENTX here this morning in the pre-market on the Webull. It looks like it's got some 6% gains in the pre-market, pretty thinly traded according to this chart. Let's see what the volume looks like. Okay, free float, 16 million shares, trading at $3.95. Market cap 88 million on it. Volume's only 29,000 shares traded. Where's my average volume? Average 500,000 shares per day. Not seeing any relevant news on it. My guess is ENTX. If you want to check out the, looks like it might be tied in with Wall Street Bets.
Yeah, I've seen that ticker symbol before. I don't know anything about it. It's definitely seen it.
Let's see. Let's see if it moved on the squeeze. Absolutely did. Move on the squeeze, had a 2-day pop, and then has absolutely been downtrending pretty much ever since. Found the bottom at 287, and now it's back up to 395. So I've moved on this most recent squeeze situation too a little bit. Who knows what could happen? Sounds like it's in the hands of shares at this point. With the free float of 16 million shares at $4, if some power does come in behind it, it could definitely move.
It's up to $3.95 in the pre-market.
How do you bathe after a tsunami? You wash up on shore. Okay, here we go. We're cutting back to our live news crew on the scene with Biden.
What you hear there is the scrum of reporters. So you're seeing a very placid-looking picture of the four men sitting in these elegant chairs, and what you're hearing is a loud scrum of reporters who are all apparently jostling for position in front of the leaders. Everybody wants this picture. Every media organization around the world has been trying to get into this room, and we're told
group
from
of
reporters
is called a scrum.
There's been a little bit of confusion, shall we say, as people work their way into the room. So you're hearing the negotiations among the camera people and reporters and staff in the room as they get this picture. But you can watch Lincoln and Lavrov both looking off stage here a little bit, looking for guidance from their teams on exactly what's happening. As Lavrov there checking his watch, maybe he's getting a little impatient with the global media here taking their various pictures. Guys.
Hey, Eamon, we've set this up as a much more contentious relationship, but it is coming just after Biden didn't block the pipeline over the Ukraine's objections for all of this. We talked to people earlier this week who said that this was maybe more of a gift to Germany than to Russia, but Russia still got its way. How do you kind of build that into this backdrop?
Yeah. Well, there have been real questions here about Biden's decision on that front. Biden acceded to the wishes of the Germans on the Nord Stream pipeline. The Russians clearly want that as well. It's seen as making the Germans more dependent on Russian fuel and therefore more susceptible to Russian manipulation. That said, the Biden administration ultimately agreed to go along with what the Germans wanted on that front. The other big criticism of Biden here domestically in the United States going into this meeting is that it's coming too early in his first term, according to the critics. They say that Biden hasn't carefully thought through exactly what he wants out of this meeting. So there are some stakes here in terms of domestic politics for Biden to prove that this was the right time for this meeting, that he can get something tangible out of it, and then some stakes on the world stage in terms of these negotiations, in terms of pipelines and troop movements, cybersecurity, and all the rest of the issues that are on the table between the two men.
Hey, Eamon, I don't know if you heard Tom Friedman, but in this last interview we had while you were waiting, but one of the things that Tom said is that President Biden effectively should talk tough with Putin right there in the room. At one point, he even suggested that he should take out effectively, transcripts of phone calls with Putin's mistresses. My question to you, as somebody who's covered cybersecurity for a long time, is how does the president approach these things? Do they actually come with transcripts, not necessarily of mistresses per se, but of cyber crimes and other evidence, so that when potentially a Putin or another leader says we weren't responsible for that, they then lay it out on the table? How does that happen? How does that work?
That's a really great question, and having not been in the room for one of these, I can't tell you exactly whether they've come prepared for, sort of the ultimate document dump, so to speak. But presumably, if Vladimir Putin, if he does have mistresses, U.S. intelligence would be interested in that and possibly aware of it. But the behind-the-scenes conversation between the two might take place on a more high level than that. That is, that both sides have elaborate intelligence operations around the world. Both sides know sort of what the other side knows about each other. It may just simply be understood that the United States knows what the Russians are doing here. Now, maybe for dramatic effect, Biden might want to put the evidence on the table, but each side knows what the other side has been doing to a large degree. One of the questions is, how tough do you get with Putin behind the scenes versus in public in terms of your public rhetoric? We saw Biden sort of holding back when he was asked about that question earlier in the week about his comment that Vladimir Putin is a killer. Biden gave a long, meandering, awkward answer to that question, and you could tell, you could sort of see the gears turning in Biden's mind as he tried to come up with a formulation for his answer that wasn't going to provoke Vladimir Putin. People who've dealt with Putin in the past tell me that it's vitally important for his ego and for his domestic political situation not to humiliate him on the world stage, to treat him as an equal. And the psychological effect of that will go a long way in these negotiations. Now, behind the scenes, you can certainly talk a lot tougher than you can maybe on the public stage, Andrew.
Eamon, don't go anywhere. I want to bring Tom Friedman back into the conversation if we could, because, Tom, you have covered President Biden for a very long time, and maybe you can speak to this issue. And I know you haven't necessarily been in these kinds of rooms, but to the extent that President Biden wants to or feels a need to talk tough with Putin, how does he do it, given what you know about his temperament and sensibility?
Well, I traveled with now President Biden, then Senator Biden, on a trip to Afghanistan, actually, right after 9/11. So I actually got to see him in action a lot. And he's someone who's very familiar, with the issues. He's comfortable talking about foreign affairs. He's had a lot of experience as a senator, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and then vice president. And so he knows how this is done. I'm sure they've gamed it out. And I'm sure they've gone into this meeting, Andrew, saying, what are the 1, 2, or 3 things we must convey to Putin that he cannot leave Geneva without being clear on them? And certainly number one there is the continued hacking of our economy. And to literally say to him, you're vacuuming up all this data. What the hell are you doing with it all? I mean, you're still just exporting oil and gas. What are you doing with all these credit card numbers? I mean, are you going on some giant Amazon buy? I mean, what are you collecting all this stuff for?
And what do you think he would say, though, Tom, when President Putin, I imagine, has to say, we're not responsible for this. If there are things happening in our country, they're independent actors, or whatever kind of response we've heard over the years about these kinds of activities?
Yeah, I mean,
in regards, for example, the cybersecurity issues.
Yeah, of course he won't admit any of it. He'll say, me? I mean, all these stories. By the way, Andrew, he loves this. He loves the fact that everyone is accusing him of manipulating America's elections, of attacking our government computer systems and the biggest corporations in America. So back home, he loves that. Look at me. The whole world is afraid of me. Because back home, he's facing a flagging economy and lagging popularity. And so anything that makes him look like Biden's peer and equal on the world stage is a good thing. And the reason they denied him a joint press conference afterwards is precisely to deny him that.
Okay. Tom Friedman, thank you for making us smarter this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew.
You bet.
All right, we're going to sneak in a quick break right now. Before we do, though, check out this morning's winners and losers in the S&P 500. All this happening as the Fed is in focus, waiting for the end of the second day of the meeting there. Hear the statement from the Fed and then the press conference that follows. You see Dish Network's at the top leading the way. Oracle is the biggest laggard in the S&P 500. It's down by just over 5%. Squawk Box will be right back.
All right, so that's what we're looking at. Any apes here? Sam, are there any apes here?
I'm just aping around.
Does anybody out there happen to hold any AMC in this particular chat? I don't think so. No AMC holders here.
I don't know.
There's some apes though.
Yellow badge intern, don't spam the chat, please.
Yeah, look at those. Look at those apes out there. Huddled, yes, AMC 100.
Oh yeah. We got this one now too. I like the little green yes.
Me too.
And the red.
It's like it's an excited yes.
Yeah. It's a happy yes.
What's an AMC? Yeah.
American Medical Classics.
Yep, so that should answer your question. We've got apes flowing through the entire chat, and it's on slow mode. True, Caesar. We're in this together.
Whoa. Nice little candle there on SLGG up to 591.
591. Hey, that's where I sold some at. Up there somewhere.
Thanks.
So we're going to continue to bring you guys the breaking news, that J-Pow situation. I believe that's going to be at 8:30 this morning when he does talk of tapering.
All right.
The inflation speak that could affect the market. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on that. We're going to watch the charts move at the same time. Which they're just, I mean, it's just nearly dead. The volume is just not there. Everyone's just waiting and watching. Like, I was looking at the watch list and I'm like, is it frozen? No, it's just ticking along. Just barely though. Everybody waiting on these numbers, waiting on this conversation to happen.
Right.
Weeble now on CNBC. No, that Calitoon, there's not news that he is announcing tapering. He's talking about potentially announcing tapering. I mean, they're really treading, walking on eggshells here, knowing how much it can affect the market.
Right.
And you don't want to be known as the person who turned this bull market around. And it's just, it's really kind of eggshelly, this whole market situation. We're at all-time highs, essentially, a day ago on the S&P. Lumber is coming down. They're talking about copper and lumber. Maybe I'll bring this in here.
Market as well. Watch, for instance, what's happening with shares of Freeport-McMoRan. Other commodity-type producers, Freeport-McMoRan shares have now moved off their highs as well, roughly about 18% to the downside. So Freeport-McMoRan on the copper and gold side of things. And then a check on the meme stocks. The more traditional established ones like AMC and GameStop are up just about a little bit. And at least AMC is about 0.5%. GameStop down about 1%. Corsair, which is a newer name to this mix here, more recently mentioned, is off about 3%. And if you're wondering why Arrival, a Luxembourg-based company that makes commercial electric vehicles, is up about 18% in trading right now in the pre-market, it is because it is one of those newest mentions in some of these internet chat boards. So Arrival, ARVL, that's the reason why, guys, that particular stock is moving in the pre-market. Mike, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Tom. Yeah, those traditional established meme stocks from the early days of meme trading in January. AMC and GameStop. Thanks a lot, Tom. We'll talk to you later.
And Arrival's jumping. Arrival's moving quick now on that news, guys.
To the markets that it's thinking about changing.
Rivals moving on that news. I'm going to bring it up on the chart in place of Doge here. ARVL.
There we go. Yeah, well, all right.
Just not showing extended hours here. Let's get that fixed.
Right. What's Rivian doing?
Rivals now up 20% in the pre-market. And I'm getting the extended hours chart working here for you guys. There it is. And I'm guessing it's going to pop and drop. Most likely lock.
Yeah.
So watching that 1 minute chart on arrival this morning. Just mentioned on CNBC as one of the newest members to the Wall Street Bets most mentioned tickers. However, Corsair, I guess they're new to the party because it was mentioned last time as well. Corsair was trending on Wall Street Bets back in January and February. But it hadn't seen that kind of move that we saw recently on Corsair. Interestingly enough, just got a few free Corsair stocks just in time in my Webull account.
Oh, nice. What are the odds of that?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, as far as technical analysis goes, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
PLC says Torch is up in pre-market. That's after it fell off a little bit towards the end of the day yesterday. So let me look at this arrival here. I saw that little CNBC pop, come back down, still 20% gains on the day. Let's see, free float 141 million, market cap 12 billion. I don't think this is going to be such an easy stock to move. But it has moved 20% on the news.
Right.
Those guys, over there controlling things at Wall Street Bets, they jump into these things on the call option side of everything, and then they, start pushing it on there, pushing their agenda. It's just not the same over there anymore. It's not all community driven. There are people behind the scenes, that are pushing these moves, promoting certain things, deleting other things. And they're in deep before it breaks out to everybody else. So that's why you see the call options volume by the time you guys get to see any of these Wall Street Bets plays is already thick.
Right.
And that's kind of the situation that the movement was trying to avoid in the first place, was the big players getting this lead advantage. Arrival now seeing a significant drop off from that 1 minute candle. There's the red.
Probably going to be taking off soon. If you need to maybe do anything before I do.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll take a quick one and I'll be right back.
Alrighty, sounds good. Let's see what we got. We got a GameStop at 219, AMC at 58.90, Ride at 10.07, SLGG jumped up to 591, CTRM at 314, Tesla Gang 597, What's Nvidia doing? Let's check on them real quick. 708. Wrapped, still hanging on at 35. Let's see what we got. We got a man. Kidding me? There's some sell wall stacked up. That's good, but there's buy wall at 33.50. Like, come on, guys. The stock isn't worth this much. What's going on? Anyway, moving on. Torch is up 8% in the pre-market. That's pretty cool. And Cat 219. Gonna be looking to make an entry on Caterpillar today. That is for sure. What's going on in the chat? Let me get caught up with you guys. I'm not sure about it. Basically, if you're a shareholder on record by the 24th, you're going to be issued 1-for-1 some premium Class A preferred stock, and that entitles you to some benefits. It's kind of like dividends, maybe, or something. I don't know. It has something to do with their gas and energy, oil and gas. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but I kind of want them. So, yeah, there's that. The market follows SLGG. It's going to be a green day. Dang, red on arrival? Hold on, let me pull that back up. Did it tank that fast? Oh, that's not tanking, but it ain't running up anymore either. Yeah, Go EV. They had a nice run yesterday or the day before. Go EV did. Yep, sounds about right. We got some action here going. Oh, okay. 8 a.m. Eastern volume pop coming in. SLGG holding that value. For this moment in time, anyway. No, I don't think so. You're about to hear one, though. That one was. Oh, dang. SLGG. Oh, okay. Let's see. Looks like that wick got a little taller. I don't know, though. Ooh, cat. 219. It wicked down. What did it go down to? 219.01. All right. Arrival. Who do I want to swap this out for? I don't know. Pull up my portfolio. Already got wrapped up. Maybe Rocket. Word. $330 people in the chat and only 100 likes. What? We can do better. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. It's free. It's easy. We love you a long time if you do it. This is a new stream though, so just in case you regulars have forgotten, hit that up for us. Dang, we got a try-die in the casino. LB hitting them triple diamonds, winning 300 bull coins.
All right. I think we're a little bit loud.
All right.
Here we go. Turn myself down a little bit.
Yeah, you were coming in pretty crisp.
I think you were too. I had us cranked up. Here
Well, that's fine with me. I probably need to be cranked up half the time.
You sound pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, well, right on. What do we got? Had a little bit of volume come in at 8 a.m., but again, nothing too major. I mean, SLGG showing out. That's pretty cool. But yeah, nothing else. Ooh, Wrapped is going down. Yes, go further. Finally. Oh my god. I can breathe a little bit. Watch him just buy the dip. Yeah, man. I'm looking at Cat. It's at 219 flat right now, so maybe it I don't know. Maybe we'll see 215 again. That'd be cool.
Pretty cool.
Probably. Yeah, it would be pretty cool though. I'm definitely gonna pick one up if I see 215 again. But I might even grab it at 219. You know, I don't know.
So let's see. Oh, that Obalon, which is now trading under RSLS, is showing 183% gain this morning.
So now
RSLS?
RS. Yeah, that's that merger we were talking about earlier. Oh wow. Dang.
I don't know exactly how that's working. I think it was like or some type of split, right?
It was a split, and yeah, it was.
Oh, it's a 3.
Earlier, so yeah, it was 1 to 3.
So 3 to 1. Yeah, 1
3
to 3. Or
whichever.
Yeah. So if you had 3 shares, now you have 1, and it's worth 3 times as much. That's what it looks like.
Interesting.
Plus a little bit, you know. Now it's trading at $9.20. Just the way that Webull showing it up 183%, but it's not really.
Right. Yeah.
It's up a few percent from yesterday, but nothing like its pop that it saw up to $5. I think maybe Westside has one of those nice brand name Oblong bags.
I think
maybe.
Yeah, we had a conversation about him earlier.
I grabbed one of those yesterday.
Looks like it wants to. Looks like it kind of wants to. I don't know. Man. It's just trying. It looks like it wants to go up. To be honest. Looks like a little life breathing into it. We'll see.
Psychologically, it's trading much higher in people's minds than it was yesterday.
Right.
And if the charts continue to show at 183% up, that's going to be another psychological barrier. Nate, can anybody tell me what happened to Grubhub stock yesterday? I don't know, but I'll take a look.
Right on.
Grubhub stock is GRUB.
GRUB. On that note, I'll probably take off. Let you do your thing here.
All right, you guys, just do After Dark.
Yeah.
Shift is over. You guys are in with Bulldog now. You guys know what to do in the chat.
Hey man,
just
we got
emojis.
We got a couple gigs lined up today, so I need to set some limits and get some more rest. So we got a long 10 days. So yeah, man.
Right, well, don't work too hard out there. Stay hydrated, man. I know you got that heat wave coming. I watched a meme. They said, you guys remember in Mario Brothers 3 when the sun was like trying to attack you? Well, that's today.
Yeah, man. It was beaming yesterday, man. It was, it got hot. So
stay hydrated out there. Put that sombrero on, wet a rag, put it around your neck, make sure and take care of yourself.
Right on. Well, yeah, much love, everybody. I will catch y'all later. Have a good one, bud.
All right. Thanks, brother. Yeah, look at that. Just do love. Oh, I can't wait. My non-clicking mouse is going to be arriving in the mail any day now. Takes a little bit longer to get stuff here to Alaska, but it's coming. So the Fed decision is at 2 p.m. Eastern time. There's a Fed decision. It is Fed day. I thought we were going to see some meetings this morning at 8:30 a.m., so we'll just keep an eye on that. We're still going to bring that to you live today. Essentially, is Roblox still selling off? I know that Roblox was selling off pretty significantly on some news. Ooh, it tumbled another 7.7% in pre-market after it reported that the daily active users was down compared to last month. And the spending by users in the video game platform was down slightly from a year earlier. Be careful with that Roblox, guys. RBLX tumbling this morning. Potentially bounce play if it tumbles much further. I don't know. I've never really been a Roblox guy. I'm sure you guys have heard me talk about it. Kind of overvalued in my opinion. It's a bet on the future metaverse, basically them controlling the future metaverse. And I just think there's potentially better companies out there that will have better metaverses in AR. So Roblox is tumbling this morning. You are a geographical oddity. You are 2 weeks away from everywhere. I'm 2 weeks away from everywhere? Hey, what is Mrs. Bulldog doing in here? Mrs. Bulldog bot check. You shouldn't be awake. New stream, let's get 20 more likes. Turn that ugly thumb into a pretty blue one, Mrs. Bulldog says. Thanks, guys. We are on that new stream. Hit that like button. Let's show out for the Bulldog Trader fam. So a rundown of what to expect from this from the Fed move today. I'm going to drop that link in the chat in case you guys want to go read about it. I'm going to read a little bit about it, but I'm not going to cover the entire thing. There is that news article in the chat. You can right-click on that, open it up in a new tab. Full rundown of what to expect. Let's see what it's saying here. Federal Reserve is not expected to take any policy actions after its two-day meeting this week, but it's likely to signal that it's thinking about them. Oh, Kazi says, did CTRM get bad news yesterday? Heard they want to add more shares, so we know that they've been looking to do that. They've been continuing. That's a continuing risk from CTRM as they continue to grow and add to their fleet. They continually issue more shares, building strength in the company. But also hurting the shareholder. Ate a Tendy sandwich. That sounds good. Hey, thanks for hitting that subscribe button, John. King Kong Koala. Okay, guys, thanks for showing out and jumping over, hitting that like button real quick. So some economists expect the Fed to mention a coming tapering of its bond buying program and give preliminary guidance on the discussion, but not to fully commit to tapering yet. So they're really dancing on eggshells like we talked about earlier. The Fed will release new economic forecast, which it does quarterly. That's going to be interesting. There's a chance it could pencil in a rate hike for 2023. Be a division on the board and among Fed presidents about how strong the economy is, whether it's time to start evolving the policy. How the chairman describes that is going to be very interesting. It's hard to say. So we'll see. This taper talk. Hot inflation. They're expected to boost its inflation forecast for the year after hotter than expected readings this month and last month. Consumer price index for May was up 5%. Economists are focused on 2023 forecasts since higher inflation in the future could prompt the Fed to change its interest rate forecast as well. So higher interest rates could affect the stock market in a negative way. Yeah, I don't even, like we talked about the other day, it's like, you know, how are you going to invest in bonds that are below the inflation rate? Like 1.6%. Why would you put your money in something that's yielding 1.6% when you've got inflation of 5%? It doesn't make any sense at all. So, you know, the Fed's been the one doing this bond buying. Let's see what else is out there in the news. Smirnoff vodka owner Diageo has signed a multi-year deal with the NFL to become the league's first alcoholic sponsor. Well, spirits sponsor. The NFL had a long relationship with beer, like Anheuser-Busch. It's been slower to embrace spirits until now. Until 2017, alcoholic beverages such as spirits couldn't even advertise during games. An advertising campaign on drinking responsibility from Crown Royal Whiskey was the first spirits commercial to air during NFL game after the ban was lifted. So that's Diageo, the Smirnoff vodka owner. You're so thirsty, Mrs. Bulldog. I did put some water bottles in the fridge. You want me to bring you a water bottle? Water bottle? Dave and Dave, yeah, you know, hopefully they're not on that same stuff. I don't know. Little messages in here. Let's see what's all the noise. It looks like it's just me in here. Time for taper talk. I don't know. The banks are seeing a little bit of a sell-off. What's all the noise? So Bulldog with you here this morning, guys. We're going to be following this news all day. We'll listen to a little bit of this taper talk here while I grab Mrs. Bulldog water bottle.
No, well, I think that's a strong statement. Listen, I think what the Fed did in whether March, April, May last year, I mean, it's going to go down in history. What they did, the risks they took, the bold, innovative nature. I don't think they get a question of do you taper or start doing 10 billion a month reduction of 120 billion. I don't agree with that. Starting to inflect and how you describe that. Listen, I think they criticized Chair Bernanke in terms of the taper tantrum and how it was communicated. I don't know. I don't know that it was really that off. But anyway, how he communicates and that, and by the way, I think it's going to be something important. How does he separate taper from rate move? And I think he's going to try and do that. That we can remove some liquidity. Doesn't mean we're raising rates. We're going to have an intermission period before we do that. So the communication is important, but boy, I don't think anybody in their career at the Fed will have a more momentous, heroic period than we saw this time last year.
In terms of any action you might take today, tomorrow, based on any of this, I mean, it sounds like you think that you're already kind of locked and loaded for this, and are not very likely going to be surprised. What would surprise you?
So, I mean, the first thing is they're saying nothing, that, if we're not seeing substantial progress. I mean, people talk about the payroll report as, it's not there, the last couple not there. Non-seasonally adjusted, it's 1 million jobs a month. The job openings index is extraordinary. The jobs hard to fill index is extraordinary. So, if he said there's no progress or we're not reaching substantial progress, that would be disappointing. And, like I say, I'd be a bit concerned about risk. Relative to that. Listen, there are a couple things said, and I think you guys described it very well. Some things have done pretty well recently. Financials have had a good run. Commodities have had a good run. Trimming some of those a bit makes some sense. And we're going to watch and see the communication to determine how much we're going to do that. I mean, some of these have gotten overbought already. That doing some trimming makes some sense in the portfolio.
You mentioned, Rick, there's a little bit of a hiccup in terms of growth rates in China. So there's some alert for moderation of trend just in general in growth. I wonder what you're thinking about in terms of the flow of macro data over the next couple of months, given that, until we get to September, until you get things like enhanced unemployment benefits expiring, and maybe you get a fuller rush back to jobs, the job market with kids going back to school, maybe there's a little bit lower stakes around some of the macro inputs. I don't know how you would sort of think about those things.
So, I mean, the China data is interesting. China is restraining credit, and you're starting to see that bite a bit. I mean, the numbers are still pretty good, but boy, they are coming off the boil. Listen, I think you have to anticipate the U.S. data is going to come off the boil. I mean, the numbers that we've been printing, the retail sales number, the housing numbers, you're starting to see those come off a little bit off the boil. I think you have to anticipate that being the case. I mean, when people are locked in their house and then all of a sudden come out and, gosh, I need an oil change in my car. Gosh, I haven't bought a shirt, et cetera. That's explosive. So you have to believe that starts to moderate a bit. But gosh, I still think the conditions for the economy continuing to grow, and part of why the Fed can take some comfort. I mean, we've never seen the savings rate like this before. Consumers have delevered. We looked at the savings rate. If you didn't have a pandemic, we're still saving over the savings. The amount of savings is 2.2 trillion higher. That is, if you assume the growth rate that we were on and we didn't have a pandemic. So the savings is tremendous. The inventory levels are so drawn down. Capacity still has to be rebuilt in a bunch of areas. But boy, I think the economy is going to be in pretty good shape. But will people say, gosh, the ISM data wasn't 60 in the 60s, that it's in the 50s? Yeah, and I don't think that's a slowing, but off the boil, yeah, I think we got to keep an eye on that. But I still think it's going to be a good economy.
Rick, great to see you today.
Thanks, Becky. Thanks for having me.
Talk to you soon. Andrew?
Okay, coming up, but when we return, much more on the inflation debate and your portfolio as we await this afternoon's Fed decision. We're going to talk about where tech stocks could be headed. But first, as we head to that break, check out shares of Oracle heading lower. Company beating quarterly estimates on the top and bottom line, but projecting current quarter profit below analyst expectations. That stock now down close to 5% right now. You're watching Squawk.
You're watching Bulldog Trading on YouTube. AMC with a little bit of volume coming in here. Not a significant sell-off, down to 57.77, down 2% on the day. A lot of the meme stocks turning negative so far today. Look at Sundial trading down, although it's ticking up now, but selling off a little bit down to 97 cents. Riot Blockchain selling off a little bit with Bitcoin trading down to 38,900 now. The dip on Doge, it's going to spike because Elon Musk's birthday, June 24th. And all miners moving out and going to Texas, where there is heat and wind and solar. Interesting take on that TikTok on Elon Musk's birthday for Doge. I do hold a significant position, just grabbed 10,000 Doge maybe yesterday. Across the market here, everything pretty much flat, right? The Dow's down about 40 points, or 0.12%. And the futures this morning. Nasdaq's barely up. We're coming up on 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oracle selling off. Could be a bounce play on Oracle. We'll have to see if you guys like that Oracle stock or not. But it's sold off a little bit, down over 7% on the week. It's funny because didn't we just see a little bit ago some lady come on and shill Oracle? Just came on and shilled Oracle like an hour ago, and then now it's selling off. Here's some good news. The European Union adding the U.S. to its safe travel list. That's a good sign. Caesar C says, yeah, tapering, a word that makes investors nervous, as it means the Fed will start reducing the 120 billion or so bond buys it makes each month, also referred to as quantitative easing. Yeah, they've been essentially propping up the economy this entire time. So if they stop doing that, they're going to have to raise rates to get people interested in buying those bonds. And that means some downside in the stock market, potentially, as equities usually trade inverse the bond market. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button, Bill F. If you guys are just joining us, please do hit that subscribe button. We cover the stock market 24/7, 365. We're here every day, all day. Yeah, tapering makes investors nervous, but for LSNAP, tapeworm, on the other hand, makes them nervous. Mortgage refinances rebound as rates drop temporarily to the lowest level in months. You guys, that could be the catalyst for Rocket. Remember, we've been talking about those Rocket calls for Rocket Mortgage. Let me look and see how that's doing in the pre-market. And it's down. Back down to $20 a share on Rocket. You know, of course, I'm not advising anything, but some of those calls coming up on Rocket it could be somewhat of a lottery ticket on RKT, as it has been one of the meme stocks that has lagged the other meme stocks. It is starting to show some gains in the Wall Street Bets most mentioned tickers, and it is down from where it's been over the last couple days. Of course, it has been cheaper. You know, we've seen it trade down to $16.22, but with the mortgage is picking up. Maybe Rocket Mortgage can see some more gains. We saw it squeeze all the way up to $43 on the first Wall Street Bet situation. So I'm personally holding some calls on RKT. Some very cheap $25 a few weeks out, maybe going out even a little bit further wouldn't be a bad idea. And they're super cheap. My guess is those are going to be run about 10 cents a share on some $25 calls going a few weeks out this morning. So potential lottery ticket, maybe a good time to play with options and kind of see how the movement goes with those, as that's $10 for an options contract. You could grab one and see how the price action is. Brian says more houses are starting to be available around there. So mortgage 1 hour ago, breaking news, mortgage refinances rebound as rates drop temporarily to lowest level in months. So might want to wait and see how this Fed announcement at 2 p.m. today affects the market, and then potentially see where it goes from there. Low key on that AMP shilling situation, Doge Democracy. Saw AMP at 8 cents yesterday. We're talking about a crypto, AMP. Old Raven, your house doubled in value in 3 years. Makes no sense. Yeah, so here's the deal, right? Here's how to potentially cash out on that situation with your guys' housing values going up. We've got the lowest level in a month on mortgage refinances. You could potentially pull a HELOC or a refi and get that lock in that low, like multi-year low rate on refinancing your house and pay off some of that higher interest debt that you may have. That would be a smart financial move. If you are holding higher interest debt, as housing values have skyrocketed. So I mean, essentially you can borrow more on your house at a lower rate than you ever could before in history. Granted, I do enjoy owning my house and not having a loan. But you know, there's the rich dad, poor dad thing. Not all debt is bad debt. There's good debt and there's bad debt. High interest debt is bad debt. Low interest debt can allow you to make some moves and have some flexibility. Two hours ago, some news on CNBC as Tesla stock dips. Investors say anytime you get the chance to buy it, buy it. Analysts at the firm reiterated their buy rating on the stock, citing the company's leadership in the global electric vehicle market and expecting the stock to get a boost from the Biden administration's proposed infrastructure plan, which I expect that boost to come too. So Michael Bapis, managing director of Vios Advisors at Rockefeller Capital Management, told CNBC Tuesday that Tesla's roughly 24% market share and ambitions in the electric vehicle space and clean energy markets make it a name worth watching. Tesla's going to continue to be a leader in the industry, especially for the foreseeable future. When you think Tesla, you think innovation. Definitely the brand is out there. So Tesla gang. Exactly, Daniel. If you can get debt at an interest rate less than inflation or what it's making you, then you're golden. I think so too. Old Raven Farm says pulled out equity, refinanced at 1.45%, put it in a savings account 1.8. Right? So where is Tesla sitting at right now? We are sitting at 597 on Tesla, down 0.2% on the day. And that Arrival stock we've got up on the board, one of the newer additions to the Wall Street Bets meme stocks, still up on the day, but down to 22.13 off of that pop this morning, mentioned on CNBC. Who won? What happened to Biden versus Putin? That situation is still going on. It's not being covered currently by CNBC, which we're watching. But we're definitely going to continue to cover that situation. And nobody's won that battle yet. But we'll definitely be hearing about that throughout the day today. And like we said, pretty flat open. Futures are down a little bit on the Dow. Other than that, we're pretty flat. AMC back up to 58.16, holding some pretty good strength here. As we're 1 hour from the opening bell. 1 hour from the opening bell here, guys. TikTok is liking that Shiba. Shiba has seen a significant comeback from those lows. You know, I was talking avoid Shiba, avoid Shiba, avoid Shiba, essentially until the recent lows, because it had seen that meteoric rise. But now, a lot of new sentiment coming in on Shiba Inu. So here's some news on building permits down, import prices up. The Qs are up slightly today. Export prices up 2.2% versus 0.08%. Market's liking that news. Hey, Watchdog 1977, you're new to crypto. Where can you see the baby shark? Any reference to how you can read about it and invest? Absolutely. You can type !baby shark in the chat, which I'll do right now for you. And there's a link to their website where they have all the explanations of what they're doing over there. Watchdog, I know you've been around here a little bit, but you did see, or if you might have missed it, we did have the development team on the show here and interviewed them, actually did some due diligence on what they're doing for their charity work called, and spoke with the Gili Shark Foundation Conservation in Indonesia, and spoke with them about the donations they had made, and verified that they're actually making those donations. They just made their second $10,000 donation to that charity, and they have another $200,000 in reserves that they've raised for charity. So there's a Baby Shark Token website there. You can go and check them out, check out their blog, go over and check out their Discord channel. Super positive people. Hey, Nick, what's going on? This is Bulldog. You got me here. So one of the ways to get some Baby Shark is on the BNB Smart Chain with a Trust wallet or with a MetaMask wallet. It's also located on the CoinTiger website. There's a promotion on the front page of CoinTiger right now. They're having a Baby Shark trading competition. I think is some of what brought that price of Baby Shark up. Good morning, Nick. I think they're talking about, buy at 60. I mean, AMC isn't even at 60 right now, so you don't have to buy at 60. Just kind of covering a little bit of news as we're going into the pre-market here, checking across the market, seeing what the pre-market movers are. KIN, we saw the merger news on that. Bad boy priced at 920 or 950. So I'm not going to touch that KIN this morning. What else is moving? We've got Obalon has now made some gains up to 1080 on Obalon after that 3 to 1 split there. Now trading under the ticker symbol RSLS. Up to 1080. That bag getting a little bit lighter for some of you guys that are holding that Obalon bag from yesterday. What else? We got APRE. Let's see what's going on there. APRE making some significant morning moves here. It's Aprea Therapeutics. Tony, I can try to get AMP on the board here in a little bit. I can try to get that on the board. Yeah, Westside going to be so confused with his RSLS shares. He's about, what is this in my account? So APRE, I'm looking at that right now. Aprea Therapeutics, clinical stage biopharmaceutical company focused on development and commercialization of cancer therapeutics that reactive mutant tumor suppressor protein. We've got news on that. BioAprea APRE announces its phase 1 half trial of eprinaptapapat, one of its drugs there. Met complete remission primary effect endpoint. So let's see what that's trying to say here. It's developing and commercializing a novel cancer therapeutic that reactivate mutant tumor suppressor protein P53. Today announced that the phase 1/2 trial evaluating the frontline treatment in patients with the TP53 mutant AML has met the pre-specified primary efficacy endpoint of complete remission rate. In 30 patients who were evaluatable for efficacy at the time of the analysis, the complete remission rate was 37% and composite response rate was 53%. So they're pleased from the results, and essentially the stock's up 36% on that news. Already saw the significant pop. We basically missed the initial run on that bad boy. Ran from $4.82 up to $7.28, and it's on its way back down right now. That's APRE this morning, one of the morning movers. And it is heist time, guys. If you want to get heisty and make a couple extra bull coins, it is available in the chat right now. You guys want to know what bull coins are? They're the proprietary currency we pay you guys for watching the channel here. Earn 100 bull coins just for hitting that subscribe button. And check your bull coin balance at any time by typing !bull coins in the chat. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to step up and I'll be right back with you guys.
Said in the room there. We do have a couple of words from Biden. He was asked whether or not he trusts Vladimir Putin. He nodded yes, but it's not at all clear because of the chaos that he was nodding yes in response to that question. So a little bit of a bumpy start here. That's on the media side of things, though. The two leaders obviously seemed calm, cool, and collected, and we'll wait and see now what happens inside that Villa Lagrange here at Lakeside in Geneva. That becomes a bit of a black box for us for the next several hours. No indication of just how long all this is going on. It's a very fluid timeline, U.S. officials say. So we're going to simply watch and wait here, Andrew, to see what happens.
Okay. Eamon, the countdown is on to the press conferences and when they emerge and what they say about it. Appreciate it. We'll, of course, be following it with you throughout the day.
In the meantime, Regeneron releasing some new data on the effectiveness of its antibody cocktail treatment for COVID-19. Meg Terrell joins us with more on that front. Meg, good to see you.
Hey, Becky, it's really good news. The Regeneron antibody cocktail was shown when given to hospitalized patients who haven't mounted their own immune response. It could reduce the mortality by 20% when given on top of standard of care. Now, this is really big news because this is an IV drug, and so it was kind of difficult when given only in the early stages of disease to get folks to a place where they could actually get an IV infusion of one of these antibody drugs. So now it has shown this benefit in hospitalized patients, actually being able to save people's lives, reducing mortality by 20%. Regeneron says it's going to use the data and take it to the FDA and ask them to expand their emergency use authorization to include those appropriate hospitalized patients. Importantly, it really is only those patients who have not generated their own antibodies against the virus that are helped by being given the Regeneron antibodies. Importantly, guys, the Regeneron cocktail has shown to stand up pretty well against the variants, retaining potency against many of the most concerning ones. So this could be really helpful as people are still getting hospitalized with COVID, even as we are rolling out vaccines. Guys,
it's great to see. Meg, thank you.
All right, Alphabet's autonomous vehicle unit Waymo completing another major round of funding. Phil LeBeau joins us now.
Just do in the chat saying whoop-de-doo, 20%, right? Apple juice may have 20% efficacy as well. I mean, I do feel for the people that are out there and suffering, but only on people who haven't developed their own natural antibodies, right? Right. So it's I don't know if I'm too bullish on that Regeneron situation, as well as those don't sound like great efficacy numbers. I'd love to see much better. Let's get that 100%. Diane, nice to see you in here. Rakuri, good morning. Step, what's up? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Tony, B-Grade, Parker. Good morning to you guys. Luis Gonzalez. Kareem. Good morning, everybody. Let's see what happens today. Meme stocks trading down just a little bit. We're a little bit negative on the meme stock index right now for the morning. Markets are flat, awaiting that 2 p.m. Fed decision today. So Andre's saying OCGN may be the first company to get their COVID vaccine approved by non-emergency measure. However, that could potentially be years out. Rodrigo, what's going on? Yeah, we trade AMC in here. I day trade AMC quite a bit, but we've got a lot of AMC hodlers in here. Morning, everyone. Tony says, always start my day here, right? Jump on, see what's happening with the fam, what's happening with the stocks. Nick says, should we pull out until 2 p.m.? I'm not saying there's not going to be any opportunities. There could very well be opportunities still. 2 p.m. though is definitely what people are waiting on, and why we've seen this fear in the market yesterday. Why we've seen some pullback. Okay, you guys are talking about AMP. Let me just go over to CoinMarketCap and see what's going on there. I saw a new coin coming out too, Yorkie Inu. So AMP has continued that rise so far. Currently up to 11 cents on AMP, 15% in the last 24 hours. Market cap at 4.6 billion. Fully diluted market cap at 10 billion. The circulating supply, only 46% out there right now. Only 46% of the circulating supply. So I'm not sure what's pushing AMP. What they say here. AMP is described as a new digital collateral token offering instant verifiable assurances for any kind of value transfer. Using AMP networks like the Flexa network can quickly and irreversibly secure transactions for a wide variety of asset-related use cases. It's also being pushed on Coinbase, and that's the thing. 75% of the volume is on Coinbase, and they're giving some AMP away for free for watching a video. So I would be a little cautious about this AMP rise, as if Coinbase pulls that promotion, you know, we could see a significant decline. We'll have to see. Apparently there is a lot of bullish sentiment here on AMP. We talked about that. Salty Dabs. I've been watching it come through the chat. We've talked about it a couple times as we've been continuing to watch. I think 3 days ago is when we talked about it, when it was sitting at basically its all-time high. And then it basically dipped from there down to 5.7 cents, and now we've seen another rise on it. We talked about the same thing. PLC says, yeah, I think AMP is rising because it's one of the free cryptos that Coinbase is offering when you watch the videos. And basically, it's no news is bad news. Any coverage is good coverage. you get some free AMP, and then you start looking into the price, and then essentially the more people that see it, the more people are going to buy it. So publicity, that's what I'm looking for. Any publicity. There is no bad publicity for crypto right now. If it's being seen, it's being bought. So Coinbase is really pushing AMP, and we're seeing a rise in AMP. So like I said, when that publicity dies off, who knows what could happen to the token. Yeah, Salted Dad has been in and out remodeling the apartment. That's awesome. Lots of fun solo. Hey, just jam out to some music, you know, listen to the show if you want to. And yeah, enjoy yourself. Lindsay and I, she owns a remodeling company, and I've done a ton of remodeling in my day. We're still remodeling the house now. I'm building outside showers, just completed the outside railing yesterday. I've got more stuff going on today. I've got all my outside house trim lined up outside, painted it all green yesterday. Gonna put some trim up. I like to paint the trim before I put it up. That way the touch-up painting is far easier than cutting in around all the trim. But you got a 3-foot fan, you can't hear anything. You might have to jam the music real loud then. It's probably, what are you, sucking drywall dust out or something? Or it's just hot. 3-foot fan, that's huge though. So it's one of those monsters. You can always throw some headphones on, you know. Jam out. Noise cancellation headphones they have these days, pretty good. Picked up some of those new Samsung earbuds. Haven't used them all that often, but I did use them on the plane, and they worked pretty dang good on that noise cancellation. Lindsay wears them all the time, drives me nuts because I'm trying to talk to her, and I'll sit there and tell her all about this thing, and then she'll look over at me and go, huh? PLC says, every time Coinbase pushes a token, the price goes up for about a week and then starts to fall as people trade them for other coins or token. That's what I've seen too. Hey, Andre, Camping World threw you $20 in dividends. That's what's up. Camping World needs to go back up now. I've been slowly adding more Camping World to my portfolio as it's come down here. Been adding Warehouser. I'm with you, Tony. Ethereum back to 4,000 would be nice. I think it's going to happen. I think we'll see $10,000 Ethereum still at the end of the year. Just my opinion. What is that? Oh, okay, that's a little Weeble. Little Weeble wobble. I got a line on my AMC chart here. Let me fix that. Mm-hmm. Nick, I'll look into that. PLC, you wear them when you're working in the garden. You can listen to the stream and mellow out. That sounds awesome. We haven't even started our garden. I think we're way late. News on big tech. We'll check this out, guys, and see what they're thinking about the FANG index
as a
here.
corollary to the Fed decision and the Fed debate. But that's a necessary thing because this group in general has in part traded based on what yields are doing, whether we're going to have inflation under control or not. Is the macro more important than the micro at the moment for big tech?
For the near term, I think that the macro is more important. I think that I'm eagerly anticipating what the Fed's going to say today. A year ago, I didn't really pay much attention to what the Fed said, so I think that that is absolutely true. Going from an uber dovish to a dovish position probably is going to suggest that rates go higher. which I think, again, in the near term, investors in not only the four that we're talking about here, but broader tech should be cautious about that. But I do want to draw a very clear line between the near term and the long term and the fundamentals. And I think that what you have seen with the trade with Google and Facebook doing well, that is partially inflationary, because those two businesses tend to do exceptionally well when prices go up. It's a highly leveraged model. But on the other side, Apple and Amazon, I think that this is kind of shifting to the long term. I think they're really going to surprise investors in the back half of the year. I suspect that you're going to see a reversion and the performance is going to start to come from Apple and Amazon. And what it ultimately comes down to is performance. And I think that this accelerating digital transformation that's impacting both Amazon and Apple, I think is going to benefit the fundamentals. And so, Mike, the way I think about it is I'm watching this, I'm bracing for the worst in terms of what happens with these stocks, but I'm optimistic about where it's going longer term.
You know, it's interesting that we now have gotten so entrenched in this idea that higher yields, you know, is a trigger to sell the big tech stocks in general, the big growth stocks. But if you go back to 2013, everyone talks about the taper tantrum as if it was some kind of cataclysmic, disastrous thing. It's like a 6% pullback in the S&P. Tech did really well after that, right? I mean, you go into that next year, and that was really the birth of FANG, where, you know, Jim Cramer comes up with FANG not long after that and nails it. So, I mean, do we have to be stuck in this kind of rubric for a long period of time?
I think we're going to be stuck into it for, I think, until the fall, you know, as we have these monthly updates and commentary from the Fed. Ultimately, what's going to happen is I suspect that rates are going to go up. The Fed's going to talk about rates going up, whether it's 2023. And I think that's the point where there probably is some concern. I bet there's trade-off in these tech names. And then I think it's essentially priced in, because as we know that the market is a great anticipatory. And I think once we start to see actually real evidence, hard evidence from the Fed that rates are going up, I think investors are going to actually breathe, tech investors, a sigh of relief and say, finally, we can start talking about the fundamentals again and not be worried about commentary about the yield curve. And so at the end of the day, I think what's most important to ask is, how are our lives changing in the decades to come, and which companies are going to benefit? And I think that conversation outweighs any talk about what's going to happen with interest rates.
You mentioned Facebook and Alphabet being levered to kind of this reopening type move, travel, advertising demand going up, really tracks GDP pretty well. Apple and Amazon really have been just consolidating massive moves into last summer, right? I mean, in terms of their stocks and maybe their fundamentals. But what do you think changes in the latter part of this year that brings investors back to those types of names, Amazon and Apple?
I think it's just performance. I've covered Apple for a long time, and just maybe focusing on that. The March quarter was spectacular. It was difficult to come up with the right adjectives. Maybe my perspective, the best quarter in 10 years, the best outperformance in a decade for the company, and yet the stock has been flat. And I think what that is representative of is a belief from investors that the best has happened, that they've just pulled forward this massive amount of demand. And ultimately, as we look forward, we're going to start to see declining revenue growth. I think that's what effectively has happened. And the commentary is somewhat similar around Amazon. So to answer your question is, what gets it out of this kind of this flattish piece they're in? It's just simply performance.
Yeah, performance time. All right, Gene, great to talk to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, top stocks to watch ahead of the opening bell. Stay tuned. We're coming right back.
Okay, coming up, top stocks to watch. We'll see what's going on there, guys. Yeah, we know that the Putin-Biden meeting is going on right now. We're going to continue to bring you updates from that. One of the rules here is we don't really talk politics in the chat. We don't get divisive in here. We're all on the same team in here. We're all standing strong together. And we are looking at what seems to be, an early indication of a red day in the meme stock index so far. 57.57 on AMC right now, down 2.3% in the pre-market. Historically, Wednesdays have been a banging day for the squeeze situation. the gamma squeeze situation on AMC, which we could potentially see come into play later on today in AMC, as it did close pretty high on Friday. Dwayne says we should put a Bitcoin chart up. It seems to tell all. It has been, most of the stuff is following Bitcoin. We've got Bitcoin pretty big laid out there on the bottom left-hand side. A lot of times we have the Doge chart up during the stock market. We're covering some of the movers and shakers in the stock market. But nights and weekends, we do have all crypto up there, Dwayne. So hit that subscribe button. Check us out nights and weekends as we're covering crypto 24/7. ADSR, good morning, fam. Woke up this morning. It's time to take some tendies off of AMP. That's what I like to hear. Everyone's getting bullish on AMP, ADSR, and talking about, I want to get some more. It's going to be 15 cents by the weekend and this and that, but I really think it's propped up by the Coinbase offering. 75% of the trading is going on Coinbase right now. So definitely one to be cautious with, in my opinion. The Fed news release is going to be at 2 p.m. today. Outrageous. 2 p.m. We're going to be covering it live here. That's when the Fed decision is going to come out. So it could just kind of chop up this morning until we see that. We're seeing pretty light volume on just about everything. The quadruple witching. No, I don't have any comment on that. Trades for free. So we haven't seen that come to fruition yet. Triple witching, quadruple witching. The ticker for AMP, Nick, that is a cryptocurrency, AMP. If you go to coinmarketcap.com and you search for AMP, you can see what's going on with the AMP token there. And let's come back and see what they're talking about as far as stocks to watch
pre-market movers
before.
And what's popping up for you this morning, Dom?
So, Becky, we've got some interesting analyst calls out this morning, moving things pre-market, starting with shares of cruise line operators. Overall, you got the big three, Carnival, Royal Caribbean, Norwegian among those. You can see in the green, getting some of that upward price action, thanks in part to analysts at Wolfe Research, upgrading all three to outperform from peer perform. They like some of the improving booking trends out of the North American market and view all the uncertainty around operations as quote unquote transitory. Next up, you got shares of SoFi higher by around 2%, 80,000 shares of volume pre-market. The recently public fintech company gets initiated with coverage at Rosenblatt with a buy rating and a $30 price target. They like SoFi's ability to gain market share from traditional lenders in this kind of evolving banking landscape, so keep an eye on those shares as well. And then we're going to end on shares of Coinbase, lower pre-market, 40,000 shares of volume, despite some help from analysts at Canaccord who say that this stock is now a buy rating initiated with coverage and a $285 price target there. They cite, among other things, its brand and operational position as a quote-unquote super on-ramp to everything crypto. Becky, so 3 sets of stocks to keep an eye on the pre-market. Back over to you guys.
Dom, thank you very much. We're going to check out the markets just before we get ready to go to hand things over to Squawk on the Street. You'll see this morning the futures are still kind of hanging in there. Same as we've been watching for a while. Dow's still down by about 36 points, a little bit of improvement. S&P futures off by just over a point. The NASDAQ still indicated up by about 17 points. Mike, we've been watching this, and again, ahead of the Fed decision today, you're not going to see much activity until 2:15 today.
No, the market's going to probably sort of stay in neutral until that point. Maybe a little bit of a chart. Sometimes a little bit of a drift higher into the actual press conference, but again, probably no major lasting moves till afterward.
Okay, people are watching for this. We should also take a very quick look at what's been happening in the Treasury market because the 10-year has been sitting just under 1.5%. Again, that's probably in the same sort of position that we'll be seeing. Yeah, 1.489% right through about 2:15 this afternoon. That does it for us today, but make sure you join us right back here tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Squawk.
One less cause. You're a buyer at Walmart? Yeah, me too. Coinbase chart looks like an avalanche. You never know. I was looking at that Coinbase, picking up that new buy rating on ramp to crypto. All it takes is a little bit more push on crypto if we see the bull season. Of course, investing in Coinbase to invest in crypto, I don't think the best idea. They did just, they stated that they're diluting the shares again, things like that. It's like, come on, you guys just raised freaking how many billions of dollars? 2 p.m. What's happening at 2 p.m.? We've got the Fed decision. Powell giving the speech of his life. Okay, Lisa, you keep hearing something about Friday for AMC. Does anyone know what's up? I mean, we're looking to push the price on Friday. There are so many calls out on Friday. It could potentially cause a gamma squeeze on AMC going into next week. Yeah, no big deal there, guys. You know how it goes with YouTube and everything, running a stream for 24 hours a day. There can be those issues every now and then. As you know, we always come right back. We come right back. Good morning, Diz. Giggles in Bits, Silver Surfer, Steve Welts. What's up, guys? Yeah, we're going to keep covering this. Keep covering the information that's relevant to the market and our wallets today. We're watching crude with a little bit of a pullback here, but man, it's been a bullish trade going all the way back, and maybe continues to be with this Putin conversation. Yeah, crude's been just been moving. So news conference at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We're waiting on Fed Powell. Supposed to be the speech of his life. So we'll see how that goes. CoinTiger is not just a phone app. It's a full-fledged exchange traded online. Duck Williams. Miller time. Yeah, that music sounds like Money Day. I hope so. Fleming Fromvik. How you doing this morning? Good morning to you. A little bit of coffee on the table there, Diz. It is a new stream, guys. Please don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new. And is that FAMI down to 46 cents? I might be interested in some FAMI. They've had some good news recently. FAMI about their Chinese mushrooms and the, not necessarily the psychedelic type, but they're a mushroom. Entire as restaurants continue to open up. Evan, as I was talking about a gamma squeeze. What jerks. Here we go, buffering again. It's just something that we have to contend with, guys. Appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. You'll never purchase a mushroom product from China. Well, I don't know that they're trying to sell them to the United States, but they had some good news. Remix, yeah, I like the FAMI down here. FAMI down at 46.5 cents. We are seeing a kind of a sell-off here. Meme stock index going into the red here this morning. A lot of chatter about Wish on Wall Street Bets. A lot of YOLO going into WISH. You are poisoned by an organic mushroom product from China. Oh, that's not good, Andre. Duck, you're trying to get some Baby Shark without downloading 10 different apps. So you can just go on the website on CoinTiger. I suggest that over the app. If you just open up your browser and go to like cointiger.com or search for, let me make sure that it's cointiger.com. Yeah, cointiger.com. is the exchange where you can score some Baby Shark if you'd like some. Chinese mushrooms sounds so wrong on so many levels. Hey, I'm just looking at the stock, you guys. I'm bullish on the mushroom industry. We do have a mushroom index in the Discord if you want to check that out, but I'm bullish on the mushroom industry overall. Actually considered starting a mushroom farm just before the stream actually took off back in January, February. I really enjoy the product-based, hands-on type of business. You guys got odd skin patches after about 2 weeks of consumption. Are you eating mushrooms every day? Bitcoin, what does Bitcoin have to do with the Fed decision today? Basically, if they talk about future inflation, we could see the rise in Bitcoin. It's kind of been an inflation hedge. What in the world? D-grade. Holy cow. Haven't done this in a long time. So for the Bulldog family, from the old to the new, everyone, no, I love this family probably too much. I wish everyone the best. Holy cow. D-grade. You just broke my personal super chat record for the fam.
Super chat.
Oh my gosh, you guys throw some love in there for D-grade. Oh, give me 1 second.
Wow. D-grade with that super record-breaking super chat. Holy cow.
Holy moly. That's insane, D-grade. Man, you're so awesome. We love you around here, D-grade. Glad you're back. We were worried about you on Friday. We're glad you're back. Look at all that love coming back from the fam to you, for everybody from the fam, all the broadcasters. Really appreciate that. That is huge. Huge. Wow. Got your message too in the Discord. Thank you so much. Gossip says, man, like invest that 200 into AMC. New super chat record on the Bulldog trading fam right there. D-grade shattering the record by $100. That's insane. Mrs. Bulldog says I'm crying right now. I absolutely don't doubt it. She probably heard me mute the mic and scream in the background. That is so cool. Lovely to see those hearts come in right back at you. That love right back at you, D-grade. Way to set off the day with some green on the screen, baby. Yeah, Lindsay cries. She gets, you know, she's just, you get overwhelmed from all the love, like even all the hearts and everything. It's like, I don't know. It's pretty overwhelming just how amazing the world is. You know, you guys just continue to blow me and Mrs. Bulldog away on a daily basis every time. We have a game night and like you guys' intelligence blows us away, and you know, your guys' generosity blows us away, your guys' kindness blows us away. It's unreal. How is Mrs. Bulldog chatting while sleeping? What kind of water? I brought her a cold water. It's been a little warm in the house. Our house holds, we insulated it well, so it holds heat overnight. It was 75 yesterday. It's been 72 in the house all night. That's warmer than it's been. Yeah, tears of joy. That's exactly what it is with Mrs. Bulldog. D-grade says, it's no big thing. D-grade, you sent the chat absolutely wild and completely full of hearts. You made Mrs. Bulldog cry. And it's no big thing. Golden's gonna roll a fat one for you, D-grade. Miss Bulldog been in and out of sleep. Woke up hearing Bulldog saying record-breaking super chat, and now she's crying. Crying tears of joy. Thanks so much, man. Thanks, ADSR. Yeah, you know, it's no joke to us. We don't take it for granted at all. You know, it's been my dream for a long time to be involved in YouTube. I started making YouTube videos 14 years ago. I think like one of my first videos was a seagull versus clam versus seagull extreme animal fight on YouTube, and just trying to play with some keywords and stuff. So, I mean, our dream is coming true, and it's all thanks to you guys. So we don't take it lightly. Brian said, you mentioned cold air returns the other day. You finally got yours done in the bedroom. Big difference. Yeah, those like for our forced air that we have here, we've got returns in every room, and it keeps like all of the air even throughout the whole house and filtered. Yeah, Silver Surfer dropping that call information for AMC for Friday in there. Funky says 17,000 subs. Congrats to the Bulldog trading family. Thank you so much, Funky. Zerobox says Tilray's coming up off the bottom there. That's nice. Got into a little Tilray this morning. Arrival seeing a little bit of a push up here too. One of the newer Wall Street Bets pump stocks featured on CNBC this morning. Brian, the whole house feels more even. Yeah, those return airs, they're super key. And then you don't have like the pressure pushing under the doors and all that stuff too. ADSR, keep it up. You've come a long way, and it's just the beginning. Much love to everyone. That's right. We're just getting started, guys. We're just getting started. We've got 10 broadcasters now that bring you live information 24/7. We're continuing to grow. And it's all thanks to you guys. So we'll never forget you. We'll always remain accessible, especially to the early people here. You guys have my phone number. So there's that. You can always reach me. Silver Surfer. Thanks so much. Glad to have been here watching you grow, Bulldog. Hey, thanks. Mona. Mona King, good morning to you. You and Lindsay, my favorite YouTubers. Awesome. Thanks, Mona. Oh, you had another driver. Okay, so the D-grade wallet fiasco. Left his wallet in another state while driving across country, you know, delivering goods for all of us, basically keeping the country moving and running. We appreciate that so much. Had another driver that was a friend pick up your wallet for you. That's awesome. Oh, Mrs. Bulldog. Still feeling the effects of that super chat. It's probably going to sit up in there all day. Good morning, Mona King. Hope your morning's going well. Hopefully the boss is doing good this morning. Nick says, thanks, Bulldog. I hear a lot about you. I know I'm here to learn. You own a digital agency. If you can be of any help, let me know. So, hey, Nick, my phone number is on the screen. It's 503-208-5646. Just shoot me a text. I'll give you my email there. And would love to have the help. We've got bounties.
Super chat.
Victor Gonzalez, thank you so much for that super chat. Throwing that green on the screen says, it's nice to be able to give. Love this channel, man. We love you guys too. So thank you so much for that. That's amazing. And it all counts. You guys know our number one revenue stream on this channel, especially for our broadcasters, is super chats. So it's basically you guys that keep the channel going, keep everything moving. And we really, really do appreciate it. Funky says, Bulldog 100x over trades. I mean, it's a lot more mellow over here. We got the lo-fi beats. We bring you a lot of information, a lot of different stocks on the screen. And we love Trey, and we love Course, and, you know, we support those guys too. TikTok, yeah, there is a baby shark. Okay, so TikTok, if you type !baby shark in the chat here, you'll get a link that'll take you to the Baby Shark website, and that'll show you there. We've also got a Baby Shark section in the Discord. We've also got a Safe Moon section in the Discord with some great videos that show you how to use that Pancake Swap and the Trust Wallet and the MetaMask wallet. I know it's a little bit of a process, but once you get it down, you'll be Pancake swapping like nobody's business. One of the issues for me was through my MetaMask wallet, I had to open Pancake Swap through the browser in the MetaMask wallet, and that solved my issues there. Brian says, yeah, you can't even read the chat on those channels. It's a little tough. Definitely more personalized over here. Click them likes, kids. Let's get this stream trending. That's what's up, Joshua. Like, we have one of the tightest knit YouTube communities out there, and one of the friendliest chats. This really is a unique community that we have here, and it's been great getting to know all you guys. Like, I know stuff about all you guys. Like, we talked about this before. It's not even healthy to have relationships and know things about more than 35 people, but like, I know stuff about mostly all you guys. Sustin, the very first stock I ever invested in, it was Caterpillar. I want to say I was in 5th grade. Maybe I was in 5th grade in the gifted education program. And they'd haul us off on a bus every Friday to go to another school where we'd all meet together and invest in stocks and do logic squares and all different kinds of other gifted education stuff. Morning, MIA. So we scored pretty well in that competition, investing in Caterpillar just after the Mississippi flood, and we called that there were going to be. It was actually my idea at the time that there was going to be a need for a lot of heavy equipment after that Mississippi flood to bring things back together, and Caterpillar stock started to skyrocket and then split, and then we did well in the competition, got me interested in stocks, and then started buying stocks back then. And you had to buy them and then look in the newspaper on Sundays. There would be your stocks, and there'd be a little arrow up or down, and it'd show you what your stocks were doing. No, Andre, I cannot smell natural gas or propane. It is a risk. I always keep a dog with me, and Lindsay is my sniffer, so luckily. Rah says, really enjoy you guys. Not involved in discussion much to keep you guys playing in the background for chill music and good caring conversation without FUD. Hey, we appreciate you here, Rah. Feel free to chime in anytime. Also, I've seen you in here before. Thanks for jumping in and saying something. Taco, morning, Bulldog. Do you think the Fed will raise the interest rate? I have no idea, and everyone is kind of waiting on that information. We'll bring it to you live at 2:30 p.m. when they make that announcement. If they do, I think everyone's expecting a pullback on tech and growth stocks. So no, I can't taste it. And I do believe it's like it's an additive. It's that rotten egg smell that they add to natural gas and propane. But I mean, I can taste everything else, but no luck on that. On the natural gas or the propane, kind of a disadvantage. Do you think that they should raise the interest rate? I think they've got some issues with raising the interest rate. Should they raise the interest rate? They've got so much debt right now that they're going to have issues servicing the debt if the interest rate is up on the debt. So they're kind of stuck in a catch-22. They can't raise interest rates because they can't service the debt, at least not too much. So they're just kind of hiding the fact that inflation is there by calling it a supply chain bottleneck. Yeah, Joshua says, without the additive, no one's smelling natural gas. Inflation today? Not yet, Cupid. We're going to hear the Fed announcement at 2:30 p.m. today. We can see Tesla already selling off a little bit, one of those growth stocks that has been affected by the interest rate situation. Monkey says the Fed is focused on jobs, not inflation, but they are going to make some statements about the future of inflation and the potential to raise rates in 2023. So we could see still some significant effect on the market, as we've already seen over the last day and a half, starting yesterday, pretty much. What's with the transitionary? It's like the trending comment. It's transitionary. It's transitory. Is it transitory? It's just a. Sabrina says VISL. Visilink awarded $3.8 million U.S. Department of Defense order for handheld intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance receiver and devices and accessories. VISL might be something to look at. Sabrina bringing us that one this morning. So I'm pulling up the chart for that. VISL, Vislink Technologies. Not seeing any real activity. That news broke 22 hours ago. And no real significant activity out of that bad boy yet, but sitting at 304 in the pre-market here. On VISL. What's your take on that, Sabrina? Where's the opportunity? What's the buy? What's the sell? What's the entry and exit on that bad boy? At that, Nick, the APRE, I noticed that it did go up, that cancer treatment stock. It didn't really seem like there was that much great news on it. I was just looking at it. APRE, one of the pre-market movers from this morning. It's currently up to $7.21 in the pre-market. And we caught it back there when it was about $7, and then we started to watch it start to sell off down to $6.56, and then it started to come back here. Now, many times we see these pops in the pre-market, and then we see a downward trend throughout the day, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. To me, it's a coin flip at the open, as it's got a 37% rate in leukemia patients. So we'll just have to see. Definitely seeing some volume move into it, though. APRE, some volume this morning. Matter of fact, the volume's already at 6 million shares traded. And where's my average volume here? No, average volume is less than 1 million shares. So in the pre-market, already 6 million shares. Definitely going to be active today, APRE. So we'll see what happens with that at the open. I'm going to pull it off over here and keep it on. Put that chart on the window on this third monitor over here and keep an eye on that. RSLS, is it moving? Is it going up, Andre? RSLS, that's that Oberlin. Okay, it's just kind of, it's dinking around here. What is going on with this chart here? Come on, wake up chart. Boy, it's not even showing correctly. Not showing pre-market. Okay, here we go. Basically, it did that 1 for 3 or 3 for 1 split is what happened on the RSLS, which was Oberlin trade from yesterday that some of you guys made. Are we that close to the bell? Oh, we're that close to the bell. Okay, here we go. Opening bell coming up soon, guys. Remember, volatility in the first hour of the market. Sometimes there's opportunity. So let's see what happens. I'm going to try to catch Tesla on a dip, even though we're facing a potential further dip after that Fed announcement. I'm still bullish on Tesla, so I'm willing to hold it. So I'm going to watch that. And we're getting ready to make some moves here.
Dash as we count
Let's
down
watch
to
a little
the
mad
opening bell.
dash as we go into the bell.
This morning. We're going to expose the false narrative. Their Oracle's trading down. Everyone thinks, wow, you know, the guidance was that bad. Safra Catz is very, very conservative. She did call it a fantastic quarter. There was absolutely nothing that indicated to me that that momentum won't continue. And not just because Larry Ellison would come here and beat my head in if I with the 2x4. No, 2x4s are too expensive except for Ellison. But listen,
they'll run you over with one of his yachts.
Yeah, Jefferies says raises price target. JP Morgan raises price target. BMO raises price target. Barclays says it's range bound. Stifel raises price target. Citi raises price target. Piper. In other words, it's not going down. Buy the stock for heaven's sake.
So we just ignore the guide was lower than expectations.
Oh, Safra always does that. Do people ever not listen to Safra Catz? I've been listening to Safra Catz since Safra Catz was, I don't know, when she was just appointed. She does not ever raise numbers.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that, along with everything else. The opening bells, they're ringing, as you can hear at the big board. Convey Health Solutions celebrating its IPO, and up for the NASDAQ also celebrating its IPO is WalkMe, a digital adoption platform.
All right, so we GM because it was such a huge interview.
Yeah, you again, we glossed over it because we had to go to break, but you said the stock is trading lower than it should be, even after it's had a great run.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, this and Ford are such inexpensive stocks if they could get the chips. I mean, Ford is sold out for everything that I know I want. GM will be sold out. Try to get a Hummer. Try to get one. You can't. I mean, when in your life have you ever seen it that the two major auto companies don't have enough inventory, and their used cars are worth so much? So if you lease a GM and after 3 years you give it back to them, they can sell it for more than you paid for it. People don't understand the dynamics of this industry.
How would you have answered the question I asked Mary about their biggest competitor? Who is it? I mean, I know you love Farley and Ford. VW? Right. I mean, should we even take Musk seriously in the context of the conversation?
Well, okay, there's two.
Obviously take him seriously, but you know what I mean.
Musk has to be taken seriously because he's been so successful.
But versus GM?
Well, the only issue with GM and why Volkswagen is, I think, the biggest competitor is that Volkswagen over in Germany, they've basically decided, listen, we are European, and the Europeans have spoken. They do not want internal combustible engines. So that's what Volkswagen is playing for. Volkswagen makes 10 million cars. I happen to be at their Puebla plant. You know, the Puebla plant's the largest in the world. I mean, 55,000 people work there. I mean, that's all the ones that made in this country. And they're the most committed I know.
You get everywhere. You been there?
Yes, I've been there many times. And they are so committed, VW, because of where they are. I mean, don't forget, Europe is different from here. I mean, I got a ticket for recycling, but putting a green bottle in a brown thing. I thought all glass is sorted. Man, it was a citizen's arrest, basically. They take this stuff very seriously. We are not there yet. Even though I have Lyondell Basel tonight, and they are trying very hard to get it so that people in America separate.
So
we're not separators.
I'm looking at the way we have opened here, and obviously we're in wait-and-see mode for later this afternoon. But the banks, for example, are placing their bets on what's going to happen today, and that's nothing. That Jay Powell's not going to announce anything really substantive about tapering, but all the banks are down off the open. They've been down this week. They've been down this month.
All right, here's what. Remember Treasury Secretary Rubin? So I interviewed him when I was at Street.com, trying to make news, okay? He starts the interview by saying, I want to tell you right now, nothing I say is making news. On air, on record, nothing. So if you even say for a moment that there's new news here, I'm going to dispute that. So I want to repeat again, there is nothing in this interview that really matters. It's not going to change anything. And if you say that I've changed my mind, I will discredit you.
But you're saying that even if he comes out today, Jay Powell, and says, we acknowledge that we're talking about tapering, that's not new news, that they put it on the table. Yes, we are talking about it, but we still have a long way to go before we actually get to that point.
Are they supposed to just sit there and talk about the nets?
I mean KD's performance last night was epic. You think he didn't watch that?
He talks about KD. I too think that there is an issue here, which is that to admit that you're talking about it, the only way to combat that is to say this is not news. I admit we're talking about it. This is not news. We've thought about it. This is because you see when the hecklers, also known as the reporters, go after him, of which I've already said, just cut it to 4 or 5 people, Jay. Enough. I mean, don't not everyone. You know, draw straight. Have a little lottery.
Leisman.
Well, it's hey, whatever. But just pick 5 names out of a hat, okay? And those are the only 5. Because, I mean, really, Jay, don't you have better things to do than sit there and take the same question over and over? I feel bad for Jay. He's kind of locked in, but he ought to say at the beginning. I'd like to just say, as Jim Cramer told me to say, that would make my head so big I couldn't get through the door, but I would like
imagine?
That.
We'd have to take down the plexiglass around this thing.
Absolutely. As Jim Cramer told me to say, nothing I say is news. So if you say it's news, no, I'm not kidding. He has to say it. He can leave my name out of it. I'm happy to give it to Jay because I like him so much.
Okay, so what's the post-Fed playbook based on what you just said, that really nothing's going to happen?
Well, then I think that there'll be people who say, I've got to go buy the industrials. He's giving you a green light to buy the free ports of the world. Chinese trying to fight you on that.
Chemicals?
Oh, my chemicals, yes. I have Lyondell on tonight. One of the reasons I want them on is because that's the quintessential stock to buy. If you believe that he says, look, nothing I say, Steve, is deviant from what I've said before.
Really? Because Paul Tudor Jones said it's the NASDAQ you want to look at, right? That can go up 20% if they do nothing.
Commodities. Lyondell's like the great
Well, he said commodities too, but he said the NASDAQ could go up 20% if they do nothing.
But, you know, we didn't even talk about the 32-year-old who's now in charge of the FTC.
Lena Khan?
Yeah, Lena Khan, who, by the way, just for the record, spell check always makes it come out Line Khan.
I know you're making jokes here, but
I just want to word spell check.
How much of an issue is her appointment to big tech?
Okay, here's why no. Because if you break up Amazon, say, there's some notes today about how everyone loves Amazon, it would be worth a lot more in pieces because the Prime's worth $1,000. If you break up Facebook, then you get both Facebook and you get Instagram. If you break up Alphabet, holy cow, bring it on, we'll sell Waymo, right? I mean, that would be the greatest thing in the world. Apple's now a health company. Give it a PE of 32 like the health companies. That leaves Netflix, which we saw this morning in a note that was just, I think, sage-like. There it is, right here. JP Morgan's incrementally positive. They like the slate. So obviously, JP Morgan's looked at the new movies and new series and likes them. I have not. We do have some people here who watch what the series are. I mean, obviously, Netflix, now no longer bound by COVID, can start doing some of the things it used to do.
So Amazon...
And Lupin, by the way, started.
Amazon, popular show, favored by a lot of people. Amazon, which is, I mean, it feels kind of late that Jeffries is adding it to its top pick. They're taking off Alphabet.
Yeah, that was needless and gratuitous.
Amazon's your favorite.
Oh my, yes. To the moon, as those guys used to say who were one time involved with that thing.
The Journal, though, this morning has an interesting read on how Apple's sort of move to become this health company isn't as perfect as everybody is making it out to be.
He came on Mad Money, said, listen, his legacy is going to be a healthcare company. Not mentioned, of course, in that article.
Right, no, but it doesn't happen overnight, Jim, right? I mean,
it's happening. The watch is going to be how you regulate your life. I mean, when my wife had the auto light go on, on her car, which is years old and has like 160 miles.
Like the engine light
the
comes
engine
on,
light.
right?
Now, we spent more time with the engine light than we have on our health all our lives. Like the engine light. I mean, but when this watch says you've got the engine light of your body, that's going to be Tim Cook's legacy. The engine light. This is going to be your engine light. I got a picture of my wife there with me. It's really great. I wish we could do a close-up. But that's his legacy. And it's going to be the watch, and it's going to be tied into blood pressure. We're going to know whether you're about to have a heart attack. 600,000 people die of heart attacks needlessly. That is Tim Cook's legacy.
Okay, so that's big picture legacy. What gets the
small picture?
No, but I want to know what gets the stock out of the 120s. It's been sitting there for a while.
You sound like someone calls on the show and says, you know what, I own Amazon, and it was up 200 points last week. It's not been up today.
But Apple's like, I don't know.
Apple's up big last year.
It sits at 125 forever. Now it's at 129.
NVIDIA was at 725. Now it's 712. What is that Jensen Huang doing out there? No, I mean, come on. Apple was up huge last year. It's consolidating.
Okay, well, when does it finish consolidating? Because Amazon was consolidating too. That's starting to move. When's Apple going to really start to move again?
You cut me to the quick. I don't know. I think it has to report a couple of really great quarters where we see the ancillary products. I was at the Apple store yesterday just to be able to say, of course you were. If you asked me about that, it was packed. We had to wear masks. But if the accessories and the service revenue stream go up, and we could begin to value Apple by long-term value of customers, as we got a note today for Amazon saying they're worth $1,000, then we're all going to raise estimates of what this company's worth. And that's what's going to happen. That's how Apple's going to go higher. And Apple Plus, all the different ancillaries, Apple Pay. When people start valuing these for what they're worth, then the stock is going to go much, much higher.
All right. We said we're open, but we're kind of in wait-and-see mode. We got a Dow that's barely... Roblox.
There's a big roadblock on Roblox.
Let me see Roblox.
No,
Roblox is getting hammered, right? I got to look at it. That's ugly. It's down almost 11%.
Well, they had some pretty bad numbers. I was going to try to hedge that and say they had some suboptimal numbers, but sometimes things breach suboptimal and go right down to the bad level. It did there.
Suboptimal. Did you look at DraftKings, by the way, since we talked about it yesterday?
Yeah, well,
right?
I mean,
we had the Hindenburg report. And then we had another report that Cathie Wood
bought 900,000 shares.
$42 million worth.
How many divisions
Not
does Hindenburg
insignificant.
have? You know, with Hindenburg, this is, I think, may not look again. I work for DraftKings. I think Jason Robinson runs an outfit where he literally could take this one division and just sell it to somebody for $1, and then Hindenburg, this ST division, and then Hindenburg would have to say, you know what? No harm, no foul. Stock goes higher. All Jason has to do is get rid of that one division, of which he could. He doesn't need it. It's 8% of the revenue.
But let's just take the move that Cathie Wood made. Take the story itself out of the picture in terms of what drove DraftKings down. Let's just say a number of those ARK stocks go down. Did Cathie Wood? Is that the right playbook? If
she's been
a number of these
she buys all the way down. She's been averaging down.
That's why I asked you: is that the right play for the average Joe who is in Cathie Wood stocks? They get hit, you buy. You get hit, you buy.
That historically has not been a good way to run a fund. Now, remember, she doesn't run a fund. She's always anxious to tell you that the inflows don't matter in ways which I don't really fathom, because it's true that they do matter, even if with an ETF. But I would say going over Hindenburg stuff, and I know Hindenburg, totally backed him on Nikola, totally backed him on Lordstown, backed him on Clover, did not back him on Grow Generation, because the fundamentals were too good for the pot industry. Notice I don't call it cannabis. Cannabis is how they try to get it. They try to upscale it. I think that what matters with DraftKings is gambling, whether more people will gamble, and whether they have a low cost of acquisition. That's what matters, not this division that they can get rid of tomorrow. So Cathie Wood, I think, ultimately is going to be right. If you have an NFL season where more people want to gamble, do you think we're going to remember this little division that's 8% of their business? No. Legal gambling is one of the most important trends in the country, because every state is bankrupt.
It's not like they're the only players, though. I mean, Penn National's pretty good, right? That stock's been good.
There's room for Penn Nat.
Right.
And they got that Barstool. That's very good. Hey, listen, there's even room for FanDuel when it comes to that. I mean, but I think when you look at DraftKings site and you look at the money they pour into it, they want to be first mover advantage, and they want to dominate. And only Penn Nat can stand in their way, I think.
Another winner I wanted to highlight this morning with you, Jim, SoFi is up better than 2%. Got an initiation call today at Rosenblatt.
That was
$30 the price target. That's substantial from here because it's at 21 bucks.
Look, Anthony Noto is very good. SoFi is an enemy of the JP Morgans of the world. SoFi, PayPal. It's like kind of now it is a trinity, right? It's Square,
PayPal, and SoFi.
I mean, Noto's injected himself into the debate.
It's the trifecta of kind of pain for Jamie Dimon yesterday, right? Just sort of
the envy
we
that
didn't
Jamie Dimon
get
has.
it. We could have gotten it. We didn't get it.
He has tremendous envy for the companies that don't have to play ball with the regulators, don't have to worry about deposits and what the Fed says. Look, Jamie is basically saying we got to play with one hand tied behind our back. These guys can do whatever they want. I think he's right that it's not fair. But you know what? Life's unfair. Fair's got nothing to do. Deserves has got nothing to do with it. Classic line.
Right, but fair doesn't have anything to do with missing the boat. They missed the boat.
He missed the boat.
He said so.
Yeah.
He said so. We didn't say so. He said so.
No, you said it.
Bob Pisani. Today's the big day, and then the real work begins, right?
That's right. We've got the second half of the year to go through. Flattish open as we wait for the Fed, but this inflation trade, it's looking very, very toppy. I want to show you some stocks here, but look at the sectors today, as we always do. Tech's leading early on. Healthcare, there's your growth sectors right there. Banks, materials, you see down again today. That's what I'm talking about. That's a proxy for the inflation trade. Take a look at these global copper producers. There's not a lot of them. Antofagasta over in London, trades in London, down again 2%. Freeport's down 2%. Southern Copper's the other big one. That's down almost 2%. This has been happening for several weeks now. Take a look at where they are from their 52-week highs. All of these stocks topped out in May. Why am I bringing it up? Well, these are proxies for the inflation trade. May was when they looked 20%, 27% for Antofagasta. Southern Copper down 25% from their 52-week high, and it was only 5 or 6 weeks ago. So there's a proxy on the inflation trade. We'll see if that continues. Where are we right now? Let's just call it the summer trading days. That's what's going on. Do you know the last time we had a 1% move in the S&P? It was May 20th. It was 17 days ago. That's a little strange, folks. Last time we had a 5% pullback, it was October. Those of you who don't follow these kinds of internal machinations, it's very typical for the S&P 500 to have a 10% correction from its recent high to its recent low at least once a year. We haven't had a 5% correction since October. That's why a lot of people are sort of walking around saying, gee, where's the trend? Well, the Fed's going to come, and we are going to have a second half of the year. I'll tell you what the big themes are right now, and one really big theme that everybody's trying to figure out. Obviously, taper talk and inflation are going to sort of be the main issues here, but we've got some tax uncertainty, a little less than it was a couple months ago. There's some concerns about profit margin erosions. Maybe we'll be squeezed by input costs that are not going to be offset by price increases, maybe. But the big thing I see is confusion on the economic cycle. Where are we? This is a variant on the peak everything theme. Are we at a peak of everything or are we not? Well, the variant is what's going on with the economic cycle. So there's different ways to look at this because you own different stocks. So, for example, in the early stage of an economic cycle, you have an economic expansion. You would traditionally buy cyclical stocks, industrial stocks, material stocks. Are we there or are we past that? What happens to the other stage, about the middle stage? That's when the growth in earnings will start. Still strong, but they're decelerating. Interest rates are still low. Here you kind of buy technology. A lot of people say that's where we are right now. But there are other people who don't agree. They think we're slowly moving into a later stage where we're going to get higher rates and inflation. We're going to have high PE ratios, and you're going to have to go out and buy defensive stocks. Put up that next full screen. You're going to see here that later stage. So what happens now? After that, where are we right now? Why can't we figure out what stage of the economic cycle we're in? Well, because we've had this distortive effects of fiscal monetary policy, which were necessary, of course, to deal with what's going on. We have this depressionary bust in March of last year. We went to a boom in a few months. We've never seen that before. If that doesn't create confusion, I don't know what will. So what's coming next? Are we going to have a boom era? Some people think we are. And I know people who think we're going to have, Scott, rampant inflation going back to the 1970s. This is not, let's have GDP at 2 or 2.5%. These are miles apart in their opinions, and it's because we can't quite figure out where we are. Maybe the Fed can help us a little bit today.
All right. Well, maybe the Fed can help us a little bit today. I don't know. We'll see. Let me turn myself down a little bit. Looks like I'm a little loud. Okay. So That's kind of what we're looking at, guys. Nobody knows exactly where we are, which way the trend is. I'll tell you what, Vaxart is moving up 3% now, just pushed through the $8 mark. I'm liking what I'm seeing there from Vaxart. Planned on seeing significant move in the next day or two, so hopefully it continues that trend. I'm holding Vaxart, I think, at 869. I bought it before it kind of fell off the cliff there. What else is going on across here? Wish down 2% now, down to $11, like we talked about yesterday. A lot of YOLO running into Wish from Wall Street Bets. One of the number one most talked about stocks over there. Matter of fact, updating the Swaggy stock sentiment indicator here. Let's see where Wish stands on that now. Wish now falling back down towards Sundial. Rocket's not on there anymore. Clean Energy, number one. AMC, then DraftKings is trending. Woof, Clove, Vizio, GameStop, CLF on the list. Workhorse, Corsair. Of course, some sentiment coming in there. So potentially there's a play with DraftKings. I like DraftKings going forward from here. Vaxart holding that $8 mark right now. Golden buying back into AMC here, or adding to the AMC down here at $53.84 on AMC. A little bit of a sell-off happening here on AMC on a Wednesday. We've got a halt on the RSLS, which was that Oberlin play from yesterday. Is Camping World on that low? Oh, Camping World on that low. Wow, 36.83 on Camping World. And I like Camping World. I might have to add a little bit more Camping World today. Let me take a look at that trade. APRE we've got on the chart. It's just kind of chopping up and down, but headed in the right direction here. It looks like it's trending to the upside. Higher highs here at least. Rocket making a move off the $20 mark this morning and moving up a little bit. Wish I could have got some more calls on Rocket this morning while they were cheaper than they are now. Already up 8% on those Rocket calls. But still not bad. Let's look out to the June 25th 9-day expiration on those $25 calls on Rocket. Still sitting at 10 cents. Still sitting at 10 cents. Plenty of volume there, guys. 3,000 in the volume on those June 25 Rocket calls. Like I said, maybe not a bad play to just start, buy one contract for $10 and see what the price action leads to. If there's a squeeze on Rocket, could turn into some tendies. Vaxart back up to 806 now. And AMC hitting new lows on the day. We don't like seeing that low show up there. We've got minus 7% on the Frankfurt exchange so far on AMC, down 8% here in the US. GameStop down 4% on the day. Meme stock index selling off a little bit, but a little bit mixed. Orf is coming back a little bit. Those Clove puts might be printing in my account. Need to check those out on the CLOV. And Wish down to 10.95 here. Where are those Clove puts at? I got some Clove puts for the end of this week. Down 4% right now. Those are looking okay. Not really doing anything too crazy. There's not really too much activity on those. What's the best app to buy Shiba? LB is asking. So I can't tell you exactly what the best app to buy Shiba Inu is. I can tell you what I use, and that's gate.io, !gate in the chat, and you'll get a link there that'll give you some off commissions. I like Gate because it's not a know your customer forced exchange, meaning you can send Bitcoin in and exchange it for Shiba and send it out with just an email without going through all the verification. You can do that same day. Shiba sitting at 872 right now. SafeMoon, after their wallet release yesterday, back down to 3981 on SafeMoon. 3,981. Jesse J stepped away for coffee, missed the heist. Sorry that you missed the heist. What else is going on? PLC says NVIDIA, SLGG, Torch, and E-Man doing some nice things. I like NVIDIA, like SLGG. D-Grade, he doing. D-Grade, thanks again for the love and support on the channel there. Look at that thing just hanging out up there. It's not going to leave the chat all freaking day. LB says, do you have to set up a wallet or separate? No, you don't on Gate.io. However, you know, you need to be aware of the risk of holding your coins on an exchange. Basically, if you don't have the keys, if you don't own your keys, you don't own the coins, is what they say. But if it depends on how much you're working with and what your risk tolerance is, you can hold that Shiba Inu directly on Gate.io and then, you know, exchange it back to USDT or basically any other token you want, back to Bitcoin, back to Ethereum, and send it back out to your wallet or to your app if you want. What I like to do is use Cash App to buy Bitcoin. I send that into Gate.io and make my trades and stuff. And then when I do want to cash out, I'll send the Bitcoin back to my Cash App and sell it back into my bank account. That's one option. What is losing value here? The Camping World. My Camping World share is down. That's what's losing value here. Warehouser is just kind of hanging out right as it is kind of near a low of that $33 alert we had on Warehouser. I like Warehouser here still. I think it's a buy. Again, not financial. Fried rice. Dave and Dave got some Shiba via Binance yesterday. So Binance, another option. KuCoin, another option. Kraken, I think, also has Shiba Inu available. And Tesla came back to over 600 early, and now it's selling off a little bit. We're still going to face some chop, basically, in the overall market until that 2:30 announcement. Hey, Oscar Crespo, becoming a channel member. That's what's up. That's what's up. Let me hit you with a little bit of this. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to the Bulldog Trader fam, even though you've been part of the fam for a long time, Oscar. So thanks for supporting the channel, becoming a member, getting access to those dope emojis and that badge next to your name. Henrik says Bulldog Trading stands together. That's what's up. Yes, we do. We got your back, guys. Got each other's back. AMC hitting a low of 53.51 on the day here. Down 9% on the day so far, with the meme stock index essentially following suit. Sundial down to 95 cents a share right now. I know some of you guys were asking about Sundial yesterday, up above $1. We talked about maybe the possibility of seeing it cheaper. And here we are seeing it cheaper. Now at 2:30, you know, there's potential for some of this stuff to come back. We'll just have to wait and see. Dogecoin sold off a little bit with Bitcoin and Ethereum. Still holding my Dogecoin position, down a little bit on that 10,000 Dogecoin. Down actually $170 on that 10,000 Dogecoin I bought yesterday. What else is there? Report there. in that account. Oh, DraftKings. What do we got here? Okay, profit and loss on the day. What did I do with DraftKings yesterday? I must have done something. Looks like I bought some calls at the end of the day on DraftKings, which are looking pretty good. Let me look at the chart on those after that sell-off yesterday. Okay, looks like I missed the high this morning on those calls. Boy, they are so volatile. Would have sold a couple of those off at the high. Maybe I'll do that now. Now I'll sell one of them. I still think, let's see, how far did I go out? June 18th? Oh, maybe I'll sell two of them. There we go. Little 50% profit there on DraftKings. APRE selling off here, guys, on the chart. APRE on that cancer treatment. Wow, giggles. You got your test results back. You've been pre-diabetic for 6 months now. Been keeping your sugars down. Next step is to get them lower. Yeah, definitely invest in yourself. Take care of yourself. What in the world? Oscar breaking the limit. Talk about a super chat battle extravaganza. Holy cow. Mrs. Bulldog, you better wake up and cry again. Oscar Crespo breaking the record again. Holy moly. Thank you, Bulldoge and chat fam. It's been a joy being part of this wonderful channel. Still new to stocks, but learning from y'all. Wow.
Super chat. Super record breaking super chat.
Holy moly. Yep, Mrs. Bulldog is awake and crying again. You guys throw some love right back at Oscar. You know how we do it around here. Fill that chat with those green hearts and that love. Oh my gosh. That is a super chat battle extravaganza like we've never seen here before. So appreciative of you guys supporting the channel, and really all the broadcasters here and everybody behind the scenes that does everything. That goes for many of you guys. I mean, Shattern King and Duck and Dave and El Snap and Caesar C and Lori and Sabrina and all you guys, PLC, everything you guys do in the background to make this whole thing work. All the information you bring makes this whole thing possible. So really, man, Andre says, Oscar Crespo, you are the man, Oscar. Said that we got Riri, you too, Riri. Those green hearts, look at that love flowing right back at you. Oh no, D great. Oh my god, Lindsay. Mrs. Bulldog, do you see D grade 202? The most massive freaking super chat battle extravaganza that has ever happened in the history of Bulldog trading has just gone down in history. Yo, D grade says battle began. That's unreal.
Super chat.
Thank you so much, Oscar, D grade, Mrs. and Mr. Bulldog, and to all the family. Love to you all. Love to you. Right back at you, Oscar. Right back at you. Right back at you, D grade. Unreal, man. Totally unnecessary, but always appreciated. You guys know that. The only thing we ask is you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, keep us moving here along the YouTube algorithm. And you guys do so much more, impressing us every single day with your generosity and your kindness, guys. That's as Just Do would say, pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is on a red day. Well, you guys put some red super chats up there on a red day. Look at our watch list, almost red all the way down here. Top of the board, red. SCNS down 7% now. A couple things selling off. Wish down to 1070 now, 5% down nearly. Sundial down to 93 cents here. Look at all that love coming back at you. Thank you so much. Snap, Riri, Jesse J, Duck Williams, Grimace, Oscar. Look at that. Throwing the love right back at D-Grade. That's how it is. There's no battle around here, guys. It's all love. D-Grade, not to be outdone, holds the record. I'm guessing you'll be holding that record for some time, D-Grade. We really do. And appreciate your generosity, D-Grade, and Oscar. Timmy 2 Trades. What's up, Timmy? Glad you got to be here for that Super Chat Battle Extravaganza. Mrs. Bulldog, D-Grade, I just don't know what to say. All in good fun. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Lindsay went to Mrs. Bulldog. Wow, those are going to be stuck up there. I'll tell you what, guys. You know, you don't see Super Chat Battle Extravaganzas like that on channels with 10 times the viewership as we do with such tight family that we have. It just goes to show how amazing this whole entire community is. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Grimace just highlighting you guys. I gotta do the same. Gotta drop some love in there. AMC, on that note, turning back to the upside here, guys. 54.46 now. EPRE, that the cancer treatment, turning back to the upside. Wish even making a little bit of a comeback from that 1050. I was considering actually a trade on that based on all the Wall Street debt stock, but maybe not. We'll see. DraftKings, I definitely need to keep DraftKings up, see what's going on with them. Continuing to move to the upside here, up 2.6% on the day. Let me check those calls that I have on them. Definitely the best trade of the day for me so far. My Tesla call basically can't lose any more value. I needed to hit $700 by Friday, so that one's down quite a bit. I think I'll let go of my other DraftKings call here as they're approaching the highs of the day. Oscar says, it took me a mint to do this. No, Mrs. Bulldog woke you up last night with the infectious laughter. She was cracking up last night. I heard her cracking up. All this love, I'm never going to sleep, she says. That's right. No sub cups, no duck chairs, just beautiful, incredible, amazing, lovely, lovely trading family. That's what sub trades for free. You miss Mrs. Bulldog's laugh? Yeah, she's around. She's around all the time. She'll be around tonight. Yeah, 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. I know it's kind of a late thing. Every now and then she'll fill in the morning and come in for some coffee talk. There's a lot of talk about AMP. Lori's asking me, hey, Bulldog, any thoughts on AMP? Well, it's still in the 8 to 10 cent range with it recently being added to Coinbase. So I think it's been on Coinbase for a little bit. They're giving it away for free if you watch a video, is what I hear on Coinbase. I can't tell you. I mean, I've said this before. I'm like, I don't think it's good to get into. It's obviously not financial advice. I think that there could potentially be some downside. It's seen a lot of hype and a lot of pump from this Coinbase exposure. That might be what we're looking at here on this AMP. I know a lot of people are still looking at it, wanting to get into it, talking about 15 cents by the weekend. I'm a little bit more skeptical on it. Alpha is suspended to the upside now. I'm out of DraftKings, don't need that up anymore. Sold those calls, picked up those calls yesterday, guys, after DraftKings hit that low. ALF is suspended to the upside at 703 right now with a big spike and some volume coming into ALF. That's the, I believe that's the AI play. I have been keeping an eye on eBet. Nick asking me, can I check APRE and perhaps show me how to do the analysis at this moment, if it will go up or down? Boy, if there was an exact analysis as to if something's going to go up or down, I wish I knew that and could tell you. So, I mean, we've got it on the screen. APRE is on the screen. I'm looking at it on my own chart here too. I can tell you what I see for support and resistance, and essentially the support's going to be down there at 550 or 654 for the main next support level on APRE. And essentially, you know, what rings true pretty much always is that if it breaks below that 653 level significantly, it could break a lot lower than that. It's also a potential bounce point. So like for me, on my trade entry, I'd try to get in at like 661, and then I'd set a tight stop at like 641, 20 cents to the downside, and shoot for 40 or 60 cents to the upside on that trade on APRE. But, you know, I'm not making that trade today. I'm not so sure what's going on with their, you know, they had a 37% basically efficacy rate on their leukemia patients, which I didn't see as that great of news. So we could see them trade down throughout the day as we had that early morning pop. I just don't know on APRE. It's on there. I'm watching it. I wish I knew exactly what it's going to do, Nick, but that's what I got for you. Yeah, Aeon 3, massive donations. We had a super chat battle extravaganza like no other. Mrs. Bulldog back into super lurk mode. And we're still going to be covering this Putin situation. I'm keeping my eye on the news about the Putin meeting with Biden, and also the J. Powell conversation with that Fed decision coming out at 2:30 p.m. today. We'll be bringing that to you live as well. Currently 10:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Market's been open for about 40 minutes, and we're kind of obviously the meme stocks are selling off a little bit here. Rocket coming back to the upside a little bit. And AMC back up over $55, guys. We could still see significant move to the upside on AMC today. I'm very hopeful and bullish. Cassie says, oh, I haven't looked yet, but I don't think I'm going to be number one anymore. Oh, man. Drew Hayes, what is up? Welcome to the Bulldog Trader fam. Oscar says D-Grade has the super chat belt, but I tell you what, it was a close match, Oscar. It was a really close match. A heck of a super chat battle extravaganza, one to be remembered for sure. A little bit of love coming back there for Drew Hayes joining. Welcome to the Bulldog Trader fam. Appreciate you being a channel member. Check out the access to the new emojis we got. Upgraded the emojis. We got the apes in there, the tendies, the Kazis, the hearts, and the Nessies. candles are new. A couple new emojis in there. Gixxer says torch is moving, guys. Torch is moving. TRCH. Torchlight. We saw some moves on that yesterday too. ALF halted again to the upside, guys. ALF halted again to the upside. If you are in ALF, back up to 841. Now halted to the upside. 20% gains on the day on that ALF with volume still coming in. Halted. What Westside likes to call the limesicles. So APRE coming back down here to, it's coming right back down to the pre-market support level, right? Came down and kind of bounced off there. We'll see if it continues to do that. Essentially, if it breaks through that 655 level to the downside, it could continue lower in a significant way, or it could be a bounce play off of there. If it does bounce off that 655 level, and I made an entry there, I would look to gain 40 to 60 cents to the upside, probably looking to sell around $7.20 on the APRE, but you never know what could happen on these kind of biotherapeutic stocks. Drew says, I enjoy this channel. It's positivity. Good luck, everybody. Take advantage of the dips. Yeah, some stuff on sale out there today. Potentially, if we do get that good news come in, we get the good news come in at 2:30 p.m. from J-Powell, we could see things turn around. Tesla just holding that $600 level. Hope you guys going into super alert mode. Christopher West, hey, good morning to you. I like that color on you, Drew. You know, on the desktop, you got a green name with a green bulldog. I like it. Twisted Elm just getting in here. Oh my God, look at those super chats. You know what I'm saying, Twisted? Like I said, those are going to be up there all day. Isn't that insane? We had the super chat battle extravaganza between D-Grade and Oscar. Twisted Elm says, what stocks are those guys in? Alpha is halted to the upside again. We've got that updating halt list now on the screen, something you guys wanted to see, so we've got it up there. Be careful on that FOMO, but we've got it there just to see what's moving. Christopher West, whoa, just saw those super chats. What did I miss? Yeah, that battle extravaganza, crazy. How do I feel about shorting ALF once it hits its day high? It's tough. We've got volume coming in, moving to the upside. We've seen these things absolutely go crazy. AI has been hot lately. We've got buy orders in at $10, and so I'm not sure about shorting it. It is definitely risky. Remember, especially if your account is small, you can get margin called relatively quickly on a short if it does these spikes. So I'd be very careful shorting ALF up there. Especially since it did have some good news that it actually is, potentially a good stock. Kareem, you held it because you didn't want to use your day trade? Oh. On some ALF? All right, well, you held it, and hey, it's still halted to the upside. We'll see if that buying pressure continues. Twisted Elm, you and your crew deserve it. What you're doing is amazing, worth more than Comcast plan. Amazing entertainment. Thank you so much, Twisted Elm. We're going to keep trying to bring you guys better and better and better and better content. We've got amazing plans for the future, so just hang out, wait and see. So happy to have you guys here. Awesome, Kareem. Hopefully you get some green on that ALF. It's free again. ALF is free again. One little red candle down to 835, and looks like it might go higher here. 20% gains on the day, 832. Really got the flicker on ALF now, moving higher, 860. And doesn't know what it wants to do, but there is some buying pressure coming in to ALF right now. Some downside. Red candle coming in. Little sell off. Big sell wall. 37,000 shares. Sell wall at 820 right now. 820 sell wall on ALF. A little scary. 36,000. The buy pressure trying to eat through it, but still having trouble. Still 36,000 on ALF on that sell wall. And it is still open though, unsuspended. And the sell wall's gone from the order book. Buys coming in. Buys coming into ALF at 820 now. Caesar C says fake wall, spoofed order book probably. Andre says Lordstown Motor Press says retooling of the Ohio plant is 85% complete. They're trying to come out with some good news here. ALF back down to $8 and bouncing off that $8 mark, 15% gains on the day on ALF. Yeah, the $10 buy order was a fake out. Seems it was removed. That happens quite a bit on these limit up, limit downs. The order book's unreliable at that point in time. It's not updating in real time once the suspension is made. Sell wall is back at $8 on ALF now, getting eaten through. No reason we can't keep an eye on this thing. AM or APRE is kind of slow, so we'll throw ALF up on the screen there and keep an eye on it. And let's see, let's go ahead and throw the order book up there too. Alphi up on the main screen now. I like that picture of ALF that Grimace dropped in the Discord. I thought that was hilarious. Really liked it. That says SLDG. A little bit too far there. Okay, we've got ALF on the screen here, riding around the $8 mark, watching the order book on the left-hand side. AMC moving to the upside again. Some things moving back, coming back. A little bit of green on the index now. After that dip in the morning, it's nice to see. Definitely were some opportunities there on that dip. I mean, Senseonics was down almost 8% now, back to 354. Camping World was 2.5% down earlier, now back to only 1.5% down on Camping World. I should have got some of that. What am I doing here? Two trades, SENS being added to the Russell 3000 June 28th. So we've got a whole section covering that. Justice Cynic brought that to our attention. In the earnings calendar section of our Discord, we have all of the listings of those stocks that are being added to the Russell 3000. A bunch of them that you know, including Ride, including Riot Blockchain. That's right, Andre says, if you don't buy the dip, you don't deserve the rip. Here comes the boom, Sabrina says. You didn't buy the Sense dip. Well, SENS is still up quite a bit from where it was at. Trades for Free says, do I have any thoughts on interactive brokers? I'm entertaining the thought. I've heard some good reviews from interactive brokers from some other traders, so I have heard good things. I also hear that you can trade OTC stocks on interactive brokers, which if you're into penny stocks could be a thing too. That's right, Timmy. Depending on what JPOW says, we might get a dip yet. Still in the market. How did Sundial recover from that dip? Where are you at, Sundial? There you are, back at 95 cents. Still hasn't really recovered. Oh, Grimace, you're gambling on these halts. Move fast. Looking at OPT. That was another one on the halt list there. Let me pull that up. I need to pull something off my charts here. OPT, yeah, that's crazy. Suspended again to the downside on OPT. Low volume on that thing, though. I mean, it's not very liquid. Only 233,000 shares traded on that OPT. And average volume, Grimace, is only 6,000 shares traded on a daily basis. What a low free float, too. 42 million shares. Market cap 570 million on that thing on the OPT. Got no news. Nothing breaking on the news for OPT. Don't know what that's about. Develops and commercializes therapies primarily for eye diseases. A company operates in medical technology and healthcare industry in Australia, that OPT. You grabbed 500 on the last unhalt. Grimace just playing around here. Sounds cool. Good morning, M. Gray. Yeah, anytime. Trades for free, you know. That's just what I've heard, you know. Obviously, do your own due diligence, not financial fried rice. It looks like a potential bull flag forming here on ALF. We'll see how that turns out. Looks like a Nessie, though. Looking pretty Nessie-like. You want that OPT? Yeah, you know me. The OPT halt. Yeah, Grimace is not recommending you try to go in on this OPT for sure. It's definitely is guaranteed a gamble. Guaranteed to be a gamble. Andre says SLGG is having a good day. That's looking good. Grimace is practicing with some stops and limit orders. Playing with those orders. What's messy? Or we're talking about a Nessie. And that's a Nessie. It's a technical term that we use here. Technical analysis term. We now have what we consider to be a drooling Nessie. Drooling Nessie on ALF. What we're looking for is a horned Nessie. It's essentially a bull flag with a breakout to the upside. Back start making a little comeback here, back to 795. We're liking that. CTRM down to 308 right now on CTRM. Heard some news they might be diluting the shares some more, but that is unverified as of now. Liking the way the AMC's making a comeback here, showing some real strength here. 54.85. Of course, Nick. Is it Nick Ganguly? Ganguly, Nick Gang. Andre says, yes, it's Bulldog's own proprietary chart analysis. Yeah, it is a Nessie. Tiny Boxes was one of the co-founders of that technology. Shadow King says, chart froze. I'm looking at it. I'm watching it. You might have to refresh on your YouTube side of things, but it is looking. Deborah says, hey, Deborah Elliott, how you doing? At least AMC is above the $50 mark. That's right. I am watching the charts. Everything looks live and excellent connection on my side, so definitely refresh if you need to. All the charts on the top are frozen. Looking into that. Okay. Looks like MBIZ is moving. Let me check FTCV, AMC, GameStop. Get low. That is on the Webull side of things, guys. NASDAQ taking off to the upside a little bit today. So yeah, that is on the Webull side of things. Not much I can do about that. MVIZ looks to be updating on the top. The charts are moving. The watch list is current on the right-hand side. Our AMC chart is correct. So that's what we're working with. Appreciate the let know, T2 and Duck. Yeah, AMC is not currently live updating on the top, but we're at 55.98 now, 55.98. And like I said, that is on the Webull side of things. Let me try and re-enter it here and see if I can get it to wake up. Seems to be waking up there. Let me try to wake up ride. And let me try to wake up GameStop. We do seem to be updating better now. Okay, let's see if that's more active. There we go. Let me pull up my OPT here. OPT is unhalted down to 12.21 right now. 12.29. Holding some strength. Still no breaking news on OPT. No need to yell in the chat there, Drew. We can all hear you for sure. Notice the rest of us are just using our capital letters for ticker symbols so that we can track those properly. So we appreciate your input, Drew Peterson, but you don't have to yell in the chat. Just a friendly warning, we do have the best mods in the universe. So they will pull out the pew-pews, otherwise known as the laser guns, and time people out if necessary. Jesse J getting in on a little bit of that torch. Scion of Truth, what's good, fam? What's good? Good morning. Wasn't ORF just a day distraction? I mean, ORF does have supposedly an FDA approval coming in on Thursday, but it could be built into the stock price by now. We did see that ORF move crazy. I mean, we watched Westside. I think he sold some at $80 a share on the limit ups. No problem, Drew. You see, we got the, we have a pretty civilized chat here, so there's no need to yell to get your point across here. Alpha is moving back to the upside. Nice green candle. That's that horned Nessie situation we're talking about on Alpha right there. Ooh. Pattern day traded flag was lifted. Awesome. Doing some research on ORF. It's been wildly volatile. I do know that, Jesse J. CLOV now down to $13. Those puts are probably looking better now. Check on those. Are looking better. Might sell a couple of those. Looks like we're dipping down again here, guys. A couple of red ticks across the market. Sundial coming off the 95-cent level back up to 96 cents now. It's pretty much a waiting game. Oscar, you jumped into some FAMI? All right, I don't see nothing wrong with that. FAMI, we saw it as high as 66 cents, so there were some great opportunities to take some tendies. I chose not to, and I'm just hodling that FAMI as I'm bullish on the mushroom sector. So we'll see what happens with the FAMI. You know how I feel about the FAM, though, so, I mean, maybe FAMI can perform. I have to thank you again too, Oscar, for that generosity. That's a huge deal for us. So big shout out, Oscar Crespo, D grade. Still holding the top spots up there in the Super Chat Battle Extravaganza. Deborah, you've been having issues there at home. Need to get Lindsay her lamp, but wood prices is the holdup. Oh, you're funny, Deborah. Lumber has come down off highs, though. Lumber's come down quite a bit. Just like we talked about, we expect to see some cheaper lumber here in August. So if you're looking to do that deck, and the deck's going to cost you $15,000 at the high lumber prices, you might be able to get that done for $10,000 here in August. Yay, way, you got some torch at 134. Been waiting for this run. Due diligence pays off. It does. Zach, you wish you would have trusted yourself yesterday to buy more SLGG. Camping World back down to what I would consider a buy level of 36.82 on Camping World. I think part of the sell-off with Weyerhaeuser was just to hold the stock to get those dividends and then sell it off afterwards, move into something else dividend paying. Crazy Cat, thinking about having some lumber yards come into the property, remove some trees, trying to research it. That sounds like a great idea. I would definitely suggest you get quotes from multiple companies. They should come in and quote you for free. But sounds like a good idea to me, Crazy Cat. You know, sometimes they'll come in and on some of those trees, they'll offer you $3,000 to $5,000 a tree, at least in Washington and Oregon. And other times, not so much. It depends on the size of the tree, the how straight the tree is and all that, right? They want nice, big, long, straight logs. TikTok says that torch is still moving. Still doing its little rip. OPT's back up to $13 here. Turned to the upside a little bit in the last few minutes. After it unhalted. Terry Williams asking, is that why Citadel put an did a put on HYG because of inflation? So I've been looking at that trade too, because HYG is the high yield bond market, right? So someone else talked to me about that. I actually have some puts on HYG too, and you know, I can't say that I understand the trade all that well, to be 100% honest with you on that Citadel put on HYG. If you do some more DD on that, I'd love to hear about that, Terry Williams. Lindsay does need the lamp because we don't have any other light in the bedroom other than the overhead light, and she always makes me get up and turn it off and stuff. So, Deborah. And you know what? Lindsay's the type, she'll probably send you something. She likes sending packages out to you guys. Yeah, definitely post some pictures. Deborah Elliott makes some really cool stuff. Deborah's been here for a long, long time since, I think since really before this channel even had any subscribers, maybe just a couple since we moved over from the other channel, Deborah. Oh my gosh, BlackBerry, look at you. Where are my BlackBerry puts at? There you are. Those real quick. Okay. Hold some BlackBerry puts. Altendi's there. Okay, Aeon says Putin warns Biden Russia has enough gold reserves and mines to last for 40 years. Bust heads, records, what's going on? Just had to get into that super chat battle extravaganza.
Bust heads coming in with that super attack. Super chat.
Thank you, Bust Heads. We appreciate you, man. Hope everything's going well over there with the fam. Scoop up some BBs, some blackberries. I scooped up some blackberry puts at the high. So looking at that today, I just sold off all but one contract of those blackberry puts. Just in case it decides to continue to crash, but I should probably just sell off the other one. 7% downside on BlackBerry. I should probably sell off the other one. I made some some money on those BlackBerry puts. I was expecting some downside on BlackBerry after it saw that rise up at like $16 or something. I think it hit. Good, good. You know it is. That's good. Bust heads. Glad everything's going well. So TikTok thinking that Torch is going to hit 8 today and 10 by Friday. We'll see. It is definitely on the radar. It's definitely on the radar of Wall Street bets, but it's been making some nice moves, so who knows what could happen there. Highly volatile, too. I think those stops would be set pretty tight for me. Mercury, and you went into BlackBerry when it was at its high at 16. Womp, womp, womp. Dang, sorry, Mercury. You never know. It's super mentioned. King says got some BlackBerry on that dip just now. It's growing in the mentions on Wall Street Bets. You know, it's like number 6 in mentions on the daily right now today, so it could still face a little bit of upward buying pressure on there. I just don't know. I placed my bets up there at the high that it was going to sell off some. And it did. I did the same thing on CLOV, on Clove. And sometimes, you know, I've been kind of betting against Wall Street bets because it seems like by the time we hear the things, by the time we get into them, you know, when I was trading back in January and February, by the time I got into some of those trades, they were at the high. So I decided I'll just take out some puts on these things just in case when they're at those highs and see how they perform. You got to be really careful doing that, though, because when they see that meteoric rise, like the premiums on those options go way up. So I have to be very careful with that. Oscar's talking about the SPI, huh? Where's my other chart at? Come back here. Hey, Grimace, you out there? Look at this OPT halted to the upside at highs again. OPT halted to the upside again on highs. How about that? A little bit more volume coming into the thing too. Right next to highs. High was 15 on the day. It's at 14.89 on the OPT. Right in on the old lime sickle. Never know which way that's going to go, but it looks like it's headed to the high. Still not showing any relevant new news on OPT. %, so far, Grimace says, on this OPT, so we'll see how that plays out after this suspension unsuspends, right?
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I am Dominic Chu. Markets, as you can see there, are mixed as we await that big Fed decision and press conference from Jay Powell later on this afternoon. Now, from a sector perspective, healthcare is a relative outperformer, as you can see here, about a 0.5% gain. Utilities also up there as well. While financials and industrials are some of the laggards in trading so far today, financials a big loser on a relative basis, down about 2/3%. Within that financial sector in particular, we are seeing continued weakness in some of the larger Wall Street firms and regional banks. We're talking names like Wells Fargo, also Citizens Financial, and U.S. Bancorp as well. Citigroup, by the way, is the worst performer in the sector and one of the biggest laggards so far in the S&P 500 today. On a week-to-date basis, Citi is now down more than 7% after Chief Financial Officer Mark Mason signaled yesterday that the bank could see second quarter revenues from its trading operations fall by around 30% or so from the same period last year. Remember, a lot more volatility in that period a year ago. So watch Citigroup shares on a week-to-date basis down 7%, a bigger drop here. Keep an eye on those big banks. Now, Morgan, I will send things back downtown to you folks at the New York Stock Exchange.
Dom Chu, thank you. Well,
Yeah, they literally just came in. Okay, they literally came in this morning and said, buy Oracle and Citigroup. I swear. They came in this morning and said, buy Oracle and Citigroup. And Oracle is taking a huge hit today. Citigroup taking a huge hit today. Isn't that wild? I think I'm going to look at a little bit of the Citigroup, though. See? What is going on with my chart? Oh, I see. Yeah, hit down to $70 and catching a little bit of a bounce here on Citi. But remember, the banks have seen a huge run already and might not continue that run. Jeff Galetta, yeah, who are they to say that? You know, they talk about, you never hear them on CNBC talking about not financial advice. Alpha selling off a little bit here, down to 728 again. You never know when it could see another run, though. That's a pretty big, you know, looking at the daily on Citigroup, it's taken hits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row now on Citigroup after a pretty significant run. It's just now coming down to some a little bit of support here. Right, MSNBC, CNBC, it's manipulation at its finest. You never hear them talk about not financial advice. That's all they do all day. This is a buy. This is a sell. This is a buy. This is a sell. I'm bullish on this. I'm buying this. I own this. Orf is going up. Andre P says, I want to ride my limesicle. I want to ride my lime. OPT unhalted to the downside a little bit here, back down to 1340 on OPT. It's currently unhalted and trading volume of 1.9 million shares now, with an average volume of 6,000 shares traded per day on OPT. Something's going on there. We know that. Stop loss triggered on OPT. Walked away with 20 bucks. Done with OPT. I hear you, Grimace. So we're going to shut down that OPT. Citigroup down 3.75% on the day now. I'm not comfortable making a trade there. The banks could still suffer. Oh, let me get some music back in here. Turn the music down. Throw a little lo-fi on the background. Stop doing so much talking. Talking. Andre P says, they tell you to invest in what they are going to sell off. Don't be the backboard to someone else's bank shot. Exactly. Because they came in this morning, said buy Citigroup, buy Oracle. They're both down. Apparently they were looking to sell those off into the buyers that were coming in. And here we go. I hear you, Grimace. I'm about to do that too. We should have sound. I hear you say that a couple times though, Eon. So just hit that refresh button. If you're not getting the sound through, we should be coming through just fine. Everything shows excellent connection on my side. AMC down 6%, down 7% on the day, guys. I don't think that this is a huge concern. I don't think it's a huge reason to be concerned. You back out to the daily chart, and you're still looking at that massive bull flag with some consolidation. We're consolidating here above 50 on AMC. Pretty insane price action to be considered. That AMC was $1.91. $1.91 just some months ago. $1.91 a share. Sundial made a little comeback there, back to 97 cents. Considered making a play on that, but didn't know how things were going to turn around or play out today. ALF is continuing the sell-off down to 720 now. You could almost trade the opposite of what CNBC says, right? Because they always show you the stocks at the high and then say, it's a buy here. It's at the high. I think it's going to continue higher, and then there's some type of sell-off. Oh, there is a picture of Just Do on the screen. My bad, guys. I'm slacking on the technical side of things. Watching too much in the stock market, making too many trades. I'm not even going to put Bulldog up on there because we should have Westside coming in here pretty soon. Take you guys through trader lunch and all that. Yeah, when they say buy, that means I'm buying puts, says Wushu. You know, that wouldn't be a bad test to actually do, right? Test portfolio. Open up a paper trading account and buy puts when they come on CNBC and they show something at highs and say it's a buy. True that. Andre says, if you want to shadow successful investors, watch how politicians' spouses invest. Very true, Andre. Find their eToro account and shadow them. Oh, have I not got... My bad, Adam, if I haven't gotten back to you on that Patreon message. Oh, I see you. Okay, Nick, I saw you too. I see your messages here, guys. Sorry I'm not getting back to those messages immediately. I do get quite a few messages per day, so I will get back to you guys, though. I'm about to be off here in a little bit. When Westside comes in, I'll get back to all you guys for sure. Jeff Galetta says Sundial ran up to $1.47 2 weeks ago. Good cash position, solid operations at $1 a share. May buy some more. I don't know, Jeff. I'm looking for Sundial down there in the 70-cent range. I've heard a lot of good and bad things about Sundial. So yeah, they have some cash on hand. I don't know about the business as a whole. They're definitely being traded on Wall Street Bets. So the price of the stock is fully dependent on the Wall Street Bets action and the meme stock action right now on Sundial. That's just my opinion. But I watched Sundial squeeze up to $4.80 in the pre-market one morning. And I used to trade quite a bit of Sundial back and forth. But I do think Sundial's normal level is somewhere beneath this level here. Jeff Galetta said picked it up at 65 cents. Okay. I don't think that the meme stock mania is over quite yet. So we have seen our watch list turn around quite a bit. We were looking at quite a bit more red earlier, and now it's turned around some. Let me just look across the broader market here, see what the market's doing. It's still pretty much flat across the board. GM coming out with some news about its Ultium EV battery unit in-house. She came out, the CEO, Mary Barra, said, once again, it pushed back on spinning off its emerging electrical vehicle battery business. Keeping the unit within GM will create more value for the company than spinning it off. For an EV, it's all about the battery, she says. I think keeping that technology close and leveraging the deep battery expertise we have at General Motors is the way we're going to accelerate that value creation. I am going to look at some GM. I think Just Do was looking at investing in some GM this morning too. So keep my eye on GM. It's been, let me see here. GM did kind of gap up on that. Let's see. Is this right? I unclicked it. It did gap up on that news this morning from pre-market. It was at 60 bucks, gapped up to basically pushed up to 63.09 at the high at the open today. Now trading at $61. Still at all-time highs on GM though, but I don't know. Bullish on GM. Cereal Box says, how about that Tilray, baby? It's about time for the weed stocks to start moving again. Oh, look at that Tilray in the last few minutes. Nice little move to the upside there from $18 up to $18.50 now. And now selling off just a little bit from that peak, but Tilray's doing its thing. What do I think about Tilray? You know, I think it's pretty solid as far as the weed stonks go. I like the business a little bit better than Sundial as far as the revenues go. And it looks like it may have turned around a little bit here and be headed towards the upside. So, you know, at some point we are going to see another pop in the weed stocks. Every time the news starts coming in about possible federal legalization, we see the pop in there. I don't think that they're going to see a huge amount of revenues from the U.S. going forward, but not to say that there can't be a play there on Tilray. Doge Democracy's AMP is killing it on Coinbase, right? But that it could pull anytime, so just keep your eye out there. Vino is a new limit up, limit down situation there. VINO, let me take a look at that. Suspended and hauling butt to the upside, guys, in the last 2 minutes. VINO. Be careful with that one. I'm going to check the news here. 1 hour ago, launches Amazon storefront, the Gancho Group. 2% higher with the addition to the Russell Microcap Index. So just seeing some action there from VINO. Up 40% on the day and still moving to the upside. A lot of action on VINO right now. I don't know that the news quite justifies this exact price action, but regardless, we are seeing some moves there. Hit $6 and bounced off $6. Coming back down here, VINO coming back down. Volume waning a little bit on that thing. Let's see what the market cap is. Market cap $42 million, free float $6 million, makes it highly volatile. So RIDE also operates out of an old GM plant, true. RIDE. And 20% ownership, I believe GM has an RIDE as well. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button. The volume's coming off of VINO here as it's moving to the downside back down to 530. And ALF selling off, continuing to sell off on ALF here. Down to almost $7 on ALF. ALF. Couple alerts coming in here on my phone. I will get back to you guys pretty shortly here. You guys, my mom just texted me. She was, I guess, watching the show a little bit this morning. She says, was that $600 and super chats that I saw? She's freaking out. I'm like, yeah, you know, that's my fam. That's my fam. Oh my gosh, yeah, Orf. Look at Orf, guys. Orf making the moves. 30% gains today. Oh. Yep, there it is, showing up on the halt list. Orf halted to the upside at $13. People expecting that FDA approval. The Bulldog mom, that's right. D Bananas says Gitlow's moving too. Yeah, it is scary with Orf. Oh yeah, so what was I watching? Caesar says, get low. Thank goodness those bags are heavy on the get low bags. And hanging in there sometimes can give you those opportunities to get out if you're coming down against some kind of support level at least. Cassie says, hi, Bulldog's mom. Hey, mama, if you're out there watching, I don't know if you're still watching. You're probably getting ready for work, or maybe you're just showing up to work. But we love you. We love you. See, Randall says, hi to Mama Bulldog. Thanks, guys. See, Randall talking about that exclamation point fam. Family, positivity, and tendies, what we're all about around here. So I'm guessing you guys want to see some Orf. We're watching Alf kind of just trend down there. Let's put some Orf on the screen and let's see what Orf is doing again. Watch the order book.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, we're watching some Orf.
Orf? Really?
Yeah, Orf is moving, halted to the upside. Green limesicle. Quick, Westside. You know what to do?
Oh, no. hurry up. Come on, phone. I'm not gonna test my luck twice in 1 week. There's enough Orf. Right. There's enough Orf to go around for everyone.
So have you checked out your account on that Oberlin yet?
Yeah. That was weird.
Some weird stuff going on there, huh?
I had 2 stocks actually this morning that got notices. I had another stock that had some kind of corporate action. Let me see.
Yeah, interesting. I think it was like a 1-to-3 split on that Oberlin, and then they changed the ticker symbol. RSLS.
And then when I woke up, I was down when I first woke up this morning at market open, I was down money on that, and it showed the original ticker symbol. And then within 5 minutes, it changed. and then all of a sudden it turned into the new symbol, and then all of a sudden I got like a huge profit from it, and then now it's back to normal. So I don't know what's up with that.
It could just be the account kind of catching up to the situation
Right.
there, but it did pop a little bit up, to over $10 and then come back down to $9.
And right now I can't trade it. So-
I did hear that it was suspended potentially until the end of the week on Webull.
So yeah, it says due to corporate action, this stock has been temporarily suspended. Trading should resume in 1 to 2 trading days. So
And the halt alert was at T12, which was the Nasdaq had requested some information from the company. So,
oh, okay.
if you notice the top of the chat here, but the new super chat battle champion.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a crazy battle this morning. So,
whoa.
D-Grade came in hitting hard, breaking records, and then Oscar came in topping those records, and D-Grade, not to be outdone, took the belt back.
Wow, that's
amazing battle extravaganza this morning.
And
Orf unhalted, moved to the upside, halted again. It looks like at 14.21, another green lime sickle there.
Uh-oh. I'm not allowed FOMO for the rest of the week. They're right.
No FOMO.
No FOMO zone. They got NFTs. I'm selling NFZs. Ah, man, I really want to get in there, though.
We had a couple people, I think, get into it as it started to move upwards earlier today. Looks like 1480 is the move on Orf here. 1480, new price on Orf. The chart's trying to keep up with movement on that thing. So it started out rough, as you can see, AMC selling off a little bit today, down 9%, some consolidation essentially. We can't be green every day, but we are holding above $50 on AMC.
Yeah.
And the meme stock index sold off pretty hard this morning, and then coming back, we're gonna those black red calls printed for me as it's down 8% today now and selling off more right now. Looks like we've got some pretty significant sell-offs happening at the moment. We've got the J Powell conversation at 2:30 p.m. So I'll try to come back in here and bring that to you guys live on CNBC when that happens, so we can hear what the Fed decision is. They're going to be talking tapering of the buying of bonds and possible future inflation woes, and the whole market's kind of on hold, trading sideways, waiting on that information to see if we're going to move into tech or if we're going to move into cyclical consumer names. So just kind of trading sideways on that information.
DLTO running up. Maybe some bag holders going to get picked up on the way.
Some get low. Yeah, a couple people said those bags were getting heavy, so they're getting a little bit lighter. Nasty says, go, 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 get low. 47% gains on Orf so far today, doing its thing again.
Still halted. Yep.
So I got a couple messages to get back to. You got your coffee and got your Christmas coffee and everything ready to rock for the day?
Nah, man, I'm out of coffee right now. I'm kind of bummed out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I misjudged. So I'm drinking water. So I'm trying to make the best out of it. I'm trying to act like I meant to do it. Like, yeah, I'm drinking water today, cleaning out the system. But no, I want coffee. I want nothing but coffee. So after I get off work here, I have to do I have a whole thing. Like I've kind of let the week get away from me. So I need to catch up. I need to do shopping. I need to get my hair cut. I need to go to the green store, pick up some more of that. I just need to go. Anything that I need in my house, toilet paper, paper towels, I need everything. So I need to make a run all across the board. And I've just been kind of putting it off, like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Now I have to hit 5 places in one day.
Dang.
Yeah, so coffee.
Some of the cheapest places I found over there were up north of there, about 40 minutes towards like Longview, Kelso. They have some really good green deals up that way.
Well, I go to this one place. It's it is the number one place in Washington. It's called Main Street Marijuana, and they got their customer service is unparalleled, and their selection is amazing. I actually went to another shop. I talked about it yesterday. I went to another shop, and they acted like I was really inconveniencing them. Like I was their customer, but I came into the shop and they were just like, they couldn't get me out of the door fast enough. And I was like, man, that's what I get for trying to support a local shop. And going away from my normal store. I should have just went to the, like, I was so upset, man. I want to like return. I want to return what I bought. Can I get my money back? Can I talk to the manager here?
That's sad. That's sad customer service when they say, okay, is that all? Is that it? Is that all you want?
Oh, the dude was on his phone while he was helping me. He was like looking in his had one hand on his phone, looking into his phone, and like wasn't even giving me eye contact. And I was just like, man, like the other place, they're like more than eager to serve you, and they're so nice. And like the other place was literally 5 minutes away. And I was just trying this place because I was like, I could go to my other place, but I want to give this local place my business. And then I did it one time, and now I'm like, oh, I'll never do that again. I'll never do that again. So they could have really earned a good customer in Old Westside, and you know, they had to shoo me out the door.
Hey, their loss. Sounds
their
like
loss. Yeah, for real, dude. You want Westside, okay?
That's right. You don't know it. You don't even know his full name.
Yeah, check my last name, homie. Hey, what was the thing on the Baby Shark guys? I never got the whole word about like. Did you get to see them on that show? I guess they were giving out love to the Bulldog Trader fam.
I didn't see that, but I did hear that they did that, but I didn't catch that. Orf is unhalted now, moving back to the upside, guys. 1583 on Orf. Moving up towards $16, still moving to the upside. Unhalted though, and shaking and moving right now. Meanwhile, AMC is hitting new lows on the day. 52.90 new low of the day. Looks like Orf might be halted to the upside soon. Nope, it's just kind of shaking and moving. Boy, it's doing the flicker now.
Big time flicker. Oh, coming down.
Coming down and probably halted to the downside there at 14.13 now. Showing 14.13 on Webull and 14.12 on TD Ameritrade. Mama Bulldog's up here in Alaska. She's working her butt off like she always does. Taught me that work ethic.
Oh, right on.
And she's doing it. New lows on AMC now.
I have a question for you. I was thinking about this, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but is the 816 moment recorded in posterity anywhere? Is it in? Do you guys have a clip of that?
I do believe I have an unpublished 816.
Okay, so what would the stakes have to be for the NFT auction of the 816 moment?
The release of the 816 moment. I think that's going to be on Lindsay. That might be on her super chat menu because she's giving me the eyeball right now.
Well, because I'm telling you right now, if you guys did a one-time only 816 NFT, and
she says that's her most embarrassing moment of her whole life.
Well, okay, look, what if it's for the proper charity? And you know, if you put it on an auction for the Bulldog Trader fam, you know that one of us in this community would go bonkers to own that NFT, that 816 moment, and be the only one with it. You know, I'm telling you, if you guys ever had found the right charity that you guys want to throw down on, if you auction that moment off, that would be one of the biggest moments in Bulldog Trader family history. And I'm sure if you see these super chats, I have money put away for this. All right. If it ever happens, I'm ready. I'm going to be the top auctioneer. Trust me. So I'll be the top bidder.
Westside, he's like, I own the NFT. I'm releasing it on YouTube. Free for all to see.
There would have to be a contract behind it. Like you could only play it once a year for the public or something.
I'll definitely talk to Lindsay about it. She's definitely the owner of that 816 moment, 100%.
I just thought of that the other night. I was like, what if, all these NFT auctions going on? I don't care about any of the NFT auctions, but that one, that one I care about.
Oh, that's funny. That'd be a good one. Yeah, that's a great thought.
The human fund. It's for people.
Well, Snap says, I'd love to hear it with the bleeps version. It'd pretty much sound like this. That's basically the 816 moment there.
with Bulldog laughing in the background.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, Vino halted again. Tell me it's to the upside. Oh, it's not to the upside. Vino suspended to the downside on VINO. I did take a small position in that little turkey brain too, so that's kind of sucky. Good thing it was small.
Yeah, I actually did that a lot the other day. I have a lot of small positions in my Webull right now that were just like FOMO plays. I didn't go all out, but I bought like maybe 5 shares, 4 shares, 10 shares of things that were halted. So I'm just kind of looking through it there right now. Like Obalon was actually one of those, I think. And so I bought 8 shares of that Obalon that, had that whole corporate thing happen today. This is what I was going to ask you about. The other one was PNNT. I think this was one. It was something about like
PNNT. I don't see that.
A dividend. It was what did I say it was? PNNT.
Oh, PNNT. Okay, Pennant Park.
Yeah, and so it was the ex-dividend notice that I got. It said it was going to declare a dividend payable on July 1st to its shareholders who are invested as of June 17th, and it says it's going to pay an ex-dividend rate. And so I don't know any of this stuff. I just kind of buy and hold. But does that mean that they're going to pay people who are holding this stock a dividend? Not like I'm going to get much, but.
I do believe so. If you're holding the stock on that day, or possibly even it's like a T+2. So if you're holding it 2 days before that, you have to look into it exactly.
Ugh. Cool.
The dividend looks like it's paid today. 48-cent dividend per share. That's what it looks like.
Ugh, I just got $4.80. What's up?
But sometimes what you'll see on smaller stocks like that is, you'll see it pay out the dividend, and then you'll see the stock basically sell off for the amount of the dividend, because people are in it for the dividend and then back out. Which I think is potentially some of the moves we've seen with Weyerhaeuser lately on its downside. It paid out its dividend and then sold off a little bit. But I've still been grabbing some of that out. Yeah, lumber's gone down, but their profits have not, and they still have yet to report those profits from that major lumber rise. So I'm still bullish on Weyerhaeuser.
Woo was tripping.
Yeah, my guy is here today to help me finish building the house. We're putting all the trim up on the outside of the house and trying to do stuff in the summertime while we have that opportunity.
Right on.
It's like Alf is turning back up a little bit here too.
Alf.
Yeah, we're getting it done. I'll drop some pictures in the Discord under, probably I'll put it in the picture section, photo section of what we're doing. We got the new stair railing on and stuff like that. Just little things we needed.
Coming all together, huh?
Coming together, trying to complete this house, that we put together by ourselves. But it's nice to have a hand here, a nice young buck, to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, you got to have a young buck. I used to be the young buck.
We mixed like 20 bags of concrete for that shower floor.
Yeah.
And boy, I tell you what, mixing concrete in a
so
one bag at a time and shoveling the sand, concrete mixer could really come in handy. But yeah, good thing I had his help that day because I was beat. So good luck on the Super Chat Battle Extravaganza. Beat those records up there today.
All right, hold on. I dropped my headphones. Yeah, that sucks, man. I used to be the young buck. I'm sure you used to feel that way. Like I used to be the guy that they called in to mix the concrete. I used to be the muscles.
Me too.
Now I need the help.
It's kind of nice though, being in this position. You're like, oh well, it's much harder for me, seeing as I'm aged. Like, you go ahead and mix the concrete, and I'll point it where it goes. I'll measure it, put the string in, and everything. Oh,
That's so funny.
It's nice, but yeah, I know exactly.
When I was a young guy, I was more than happy to help. I was more than happy to show off. Like, oh yeah, I could do that. I could hustle rocks all day, you know. And my boss would just be like the same thing. He would be like, oh man, I would help you, but man, I'm getting older now. And I'd say, don't worry, boss, I got this. And I would just work my butt off. And he'd say, oh, I'm gonna go take a break. You know, and he'd go off and drink some beers and come back. And I would just be working like like a crazy man, you know. I don't know what I had to prove, but yeah, I used to be the young buck.
Yep, Workhorse is ripping on that Wall Street Bets action. That's almost guaranteed Wall Street Bets action, as it's been mentioned multiple times and been gaining on the swaggy stocks.
Oof,
ripping up to $15. Yep, so 5% gains on Workhorse so far. We'll see if that volume continues to come in, or if that was the rip. We talked about it earlier. There are some big guys in Wall Street Bets that are profiting off these moves. Every time they tweet out or send out those alerts to their guys, they're already in. They already have those call options. You know, they're owning the shares. There's nothing fair about it, which is kind of the same thing that we've been fighting against with the hedge funds. Now Wall Street Bets is kind of turning into one. Lead guys over there, I think, profiting off these situations more than they potentially should. They could be focused a little bit more on their community, in my opinion.
Hey, I feel you, man. Before I knew what I was doing, I fell along into the Wall Street Bets plays. And just like you were saying, I was one step behind. You know, they were a step ahead of me every step of the way, especially me being new. I had no clue what I was doing. So I would follow their lead without doing any due diligence, follow their lead, buy into the stocks that they were already buying into. And by the time I hit the sell, by the time I hit the buy button, they were already out. And, you know, I mean, look, I still follow Wall Street Bets and they've changed the game, but I definitely don't. I try not to fall victim to those anymore, you know?
Right. So like now I'm almost playing against them. You know, I've been buying the puts on BlackBerry when it ran up to $16. So when this Workhorse run is over and these premiums kind of relax a little bit on these calls and puts, maybe I'll get a Workhorse put to see if it comes down off of this at some point. But it's dangerous too, because you never know how far it could go. There is some continuation of the volume coming into Workhorse. There's a lot of chatter about it. So it could continue here. You know, I just kind of look back at the chart and see where it's been and how far it actually could go up and squeeze, and it's quite a ways it could go. So I'll wait till I see what I think is the very tippy top to go ahead and buy some puts on that. But yeah, I'm kind of trading against them because you're always late to the party with those guys these days.
Yeah.
Investing in Wall Street Bets 3 days late. Yeah, if you're 3 days late to the party, you might as well be short those positions, seems like these days.
Cassie says, I was the one buying all of theirs at 52-week highs. Same here. You know, I told you guys when I first started doing this, Wall Street Bets was doing the weed stocks at the time. This is like back in January, February. And I bought the 3 weed stocks that I bought. You know, Tilray, ACB, and Sundial were all at 52-week highs. I didn't know any better. You know, as a new investor, I thought that means that they keep going up, right? Yeah, and I got taught a valuable lesson, which was, you know, do your due diligence. Don't just blindly follow someone who says, you know, hey, this stock's going to go up. Oh, okay, here you go. Here's $100. You're just throwing your money away. But I mean, I'm glad that they exist, because I would have never learned about the stock market if I didn't hear a different voice, you know, other than, you know, Warren Buffett telling me about the stock market.
It's true. It started out, and it's, you know, all of us becoming part of this movement. I think we are, you know, the residual good from the situation on Wall Street Bets. It's us and the community that's built behind it, and everyone that's got into investing and, you know, doing their own due diligence now. I've seen all you guys come so far into making these trades just today. Like, Wushi was commenting, look at all the hustling that's going on here. You guys are out here making moves and bringing in stocks, and it's been, you know, nonstop actual real DD and real good information coming in. You guys are making moves out there.
Yeah.
And it's super impressive to see. It's not just, hey, this is what's on Wall Street Bets on FOMO.
Yeah.
I really like to see that.
Yeah, everybody's working together. Everybody's finding different strategies, working together, putting them together, you know, momentum play, due diligence play, options plays, Everybody's, coming together. There's information. We can't keep track of everything all at once. It's impossible, so everybody has their stocks that they look at. I have my stocks that I look at. You do too. And it all just comes together. I'll bring something on my watch list that you don't have on your watch list. I'll bring it up, and it's just amazing. That's the teamwork,
Yep. And I see the skill level and, the intuition just coming into its own from a lot of you guys. It's just, you've seen the same things happen over and over and over again. We can kind of tell what's going to happen. Hayden is bringing in some information there. Coinbase is at a buy rating. They're saying 285. That was a new analyst rating that came out this morning. Of course, that was pumped on CNBC. Of course, CNBC came out this morning, said buy Oracle and buy Citigroup. We've seen significant declines in both of those stocks since they said that right in the pre-market this morning. They came out and said that, and they both dropped hard at the open. So be careful what they're saying on there. Coin was also doing a raise, so they're diluting their shares again on Coinbase. So be careful of that one.
Wow.
Too. I think it was sitting around $230 last time I checked.
I'll buy coin when it's around $395. That sounds like a good buy price to me.
Right? That's about right. SoFi. They also featured SoFi. SoFi's been on the move. I know you've been following that one.
Yeah, I've been in and out of SoFi several times. Kind of rinse and repeating it. So I've been buying it at the $20 level. I actually missed out this last one, but I buy it at 20, and then when it goes up to 27, I'll sell it off. It's definitely one of those that I feel comfortable buying because it's always going to be relevant. I know if I buy it at $20, $22 that it's never going to liquidate. So I like SoFi. I actually like the stock.
Yeah.
I actually like the business.
It said, they're in competition with the big banks right now. Big banks had this massive run up, and we could see kind of a fallout from the big banks into these alternative projects like that. PayPal, SoFi, and some of those others that are running banking now.
Yeah, I personally use SoFi. I've checked it out, and I actually like it. I think there's a future in it. I actually think personally, I would like to see it take over. It's way more usable. It's user friendly. The only thing I don't like is that they jack you on the stock prices, and they really jack you on the cryptocurrency prices. If you try to buy cryptocurrency off them, like they jack the prices up and they jack the prices down when you try to sell. They definitely have way worse than Robinhood.
They're making profit,
Right. They're making profit, and it's not a trading app. That I have to tell myself it's not a trading app. So you get what you get. But I definitely think the banking part of the app is really cool. So,
yep. Short sale restricted activated on AMC with that 10% loss on the day. Usually just come in there letting us know short sale restricted, which means no short selling on the down tick. It has to be an uptick.
Really?
So there shouldn't be any domino effect to the downside on AMC today. That's what it's meant to prevent. So, the short sellers, basically, you can't short the stock on a down tick. So if you've got the price changing to the downside, you can't short the stock. You have to wait for an uptick in the price action to actually place a short position on AMC.
And that's
a short. That's the SSR, short sale restricted. And that'll be until the end of the following day. So we'll be short sale restricted tomorrow on AMC as well. Info on Workhorse. What we've got is it's purely Wall Street bet speculation that's going on in Workhorse. I've been watching it. It's been trending. And that's where we're at on Workhorse. As far as I know, there's no other news other than, I was tooling around on Wall Street bets last night and saw a whole bunch of YOLOs into Wish. WISH, and it's down almost 5% on the day, and a whole bunch of YOLOs into Workhorse and a lot of chatter there. So we're just seeing that the run up there. Could be some short covering situations too with that, but it's a Wall Street bets play, and that's what we're looking at. Highly volatile.
There is some news that came in 14 minutes ago.
What are they saying?
Workhorse Group will file a legal challenge to U.S. Postal Service decision in February to award a multi-billion-dollar 10-year contract to Oshkosh Defense to manufacture a new generation of postal delivery vehicles.
So I remember when that news first hit that Oshkosh got that contract. And what's crazy is we saw Workhorse absolutely go nuts and run up after that. A bunch of people said, how about Workhorse? How about Workhorse? Because it was being mentioned all over Wall Street Bets. And I'm like, I don't know. They just lost a huge contract, so why would I get involved with them? But apparently that must be the news that's moving them, is they could potentially re-earn that contract by filing that lawsuit against them. So that'll put the government in a position to have to prove why they chose the other company. And with all federal contracts, this is a process that you can go through. ORF on the move again, guys, to the upside. Big green candle on ORF looks suspended to the upside again. Nope, not quite suspended.
Let's do it, ORF.
It's moving again. ALF is also coming back to 750. So definitely some action out there in the market. So yeah, I'm going to tend to my guy here, start working on trim, get moving, invest in myself a little bit.
Cool, man.
And let you take care of this action. Looks busy today.
Yes, it is.
And I'll come back here.
Ending in F.
And we'll push that JPOW stuff out at 2:30. That's a main theme of our thing. So 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
We'll be back here. I'll set my alarm right now. We'll make sure to get back here and show that.
Oh, come on. Tap, 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 tap. My stream is thinking. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but we have a stream down. Stream down. My stream is down. Woo-woo impression? That was a woo-woo impression. Yes. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Yeah, I do a woo-woo impression too. All right, we're watching stocks that end in F or PH, ORF, ALF, Workhorse. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. ORF just crested the $15 mark. Not FOMO advice. ORF was 70 last week. Yeah, Caesar, don't we know? Hey, Caesar, did you get in on an Obalon trade? Did that happen to you? Did you get the Obalon thing? I was holding Obalon. Now I'm holding RSLS. Yeah, the stream does drop and the chat just keeps going. Stream drops out and the chat just keeps going. All right, all right, all right. Caesar, see? Yeah, you did. Okay, I woke up way confused too. Oh, look at ORF pushing. Push it. ORF, I thought I was done with you, ORF. Not anymore. 1563. I saw I just kissed 1563 for a second. There we go. ORF pushing back up into the 15s. 1550. Hopefully, Caesar, at the end of this, hopefully at the end of this 2 days, we actually do get some nice dough for that merger. We'll see. ORF at 1525 right now. AMC down a bit. Hit a low of 5186 just a minute ago. ORF now pushing up into the 1560s. No sound. Lisa Mills. There is sound, just to let you know. Oh, wait, you can't hear me. I'm trying to talk to someone who can't hear me. 1565. ORF running. Here we go. Ride is trying to make a comeback. 1033 on Ride. Ride never left. Who knew? I thought Ride was done. I thought this ride was over. Nah. We just gonna continue. All right, ORF coming back down to the upper 14s, 1492 right now. Ryan Keller says there is a 32,000 sell wall on ORF at $16. Aha! Do you remember the last time the hedgies weren't allowed to short the downtick? ORF was the play on that day too. Hey, James, I did not know that. James Sisk coming through with the DD. Barb says, I thought Ride was done too, right? Well, how much more terrible does the news have to be for Ride to come down? I mean, look, I'm not praying for its downfall. I just want to know. I'm just trying to make sense of everything, okay? Because for some reason, in my mind, I thought when a company says it doesn't have enough money to go on and the leaders start stepping down and just everything goes wrong for the company, that the price was supposed to go down. In my mind, I thought that, but who knows, you know? Stock market logic, stonk logic. Jeff Galetta, you got torched on Torch? I'm holding Torch. It's looking nice right now. You don't like the Torch? I like it a Torch. Oh, it is coming down right now. I'm holding Torch until next week. There's some kind of thing going on. Torch Day. I don't know if you heard about it. But if you look online, there's something called Torch Day where everybody's holding Torch for, I don't know. I'll hold it. What do I got? Couple shares? No biggie. Orphazyme. Back in the 15s, 1538 right now for Orphazyme. At host. What's up, my G? You don't know my name by now, Aeon? I'm not at host, Aeon. I'm Westside. You know this, man. All right, where's Galetco? Get low. Not getting low anymore. GLTO now at $5.70. Up 8% on the day. Hopefully we're going to pick up them bag holders. GLTO. Galectco. Hit a high of 603 today. Now trading sideways at 561. Orphazyme still trying to test that $16 sell wall. What if we break through that $16 sell wall? What will happen then? Are we going back to 70? Well, golly, will rest my cankles. I'm in. Yeah, you got it, Aeon. Torch being added to the Russell on the 28th. Don't know if that's the whole date. Camelot Meteoro. Yeah, pretty cool. Let me see. Torch. I'll tell you right now. Torch. Okay, here we go. This is off Twitter. Torch Short Squeeze. This company is extremely shorted and has a high short interest. Is top 3 percentile globally for a short squeeze. To cause this short squeeze, all shareholders should hold, which would push the price higher. The higher the price, the more the shorter has to buy back the shares. Then on June 25th, when the dividend deadline approaches, all shorts are forced to cover. Since the dividend provided to shareholders is preferred shares, the dividend can range from 50 cents to $20. So on Twitter, everybody's basically saying that they're going to buy Torch and hold until June 25th. And look, I got nothing better to do. Caesar C, sounds illegal? Uh-oh. Well, don't tell me that. I'm just going to do it more. So yeah, I saw that online and I said, okay, well, I could hold the torch. I can pass the torch. I'll hold the torch for a few more days. We'll see what happens. Maybe the price will go up more. Maybe I'll get a dividend. AMC is on the move. Coming back from the low of 51.86. AMC bouncing back now 53.39, 53.40. Nothing but green bars. Let's do it. AMC rally. Now, if only I could bring ENOB back to life. ENOB at 601 with absolutely no volume. I'll be holding that for a minute. Market turning green. Yeah, there is an article that says Torch is extremely overbought. But I don't always believe everything I read. I can't even read, so. Or as I'm now coming down to 1550s with a red candle. ENOB gang. That's a nice ENOB bag. That's a nice bag you got. What kind of bag is that? Gucci? No. ENOB. Wow, how much does an ENOB bag cost? Well, you buy it for $200 and then it loses half its value immediately. Not FOMO advice. Look at BTX. I love BTX. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, BTX is ripping. 1574 right now. Daily high. BTX. The sleeping giant. That's up 5.5% on the day. Brooklyn Immunotherapeutics. I have two nice custom ENOB bags for sale if anyone's interested. Twisted Elm. Everybody's looking at ORF right now for the stock of the day. BTX is looking cool. That's running. ORF. I had Torchlight, TRCH on my watch list. What'd you do, D-grade? How's Twinkie doing? Twinkie 1657. Hostess. Oh, my other pick for the day is going down. Not doing good there. Joseph Kramer says AMC will hit $6,570 today for sure. For sure. Hey, for sure. That's a very random number for it to surely hit. We did ORF the other day. We did. We're doing it again. We're back in there. ORF 1522. Sen's making a comeback. Oh, for the super chat. Is ride like Uber? No, Ride is an EV. It's an electronic vehicle company that has yet to put out vehicles, but it is an electrical vehicle company. Level 2 on Torch are crazy. Crazy. Wow, Stanley, 400 bull coin is the easy way. Broke even after being down 100 and then made $400 or made $4 on a GLTO. There you go. Is the mic cutting in and out? I don't know. Is it? Hold on. Check, check. Check, check. No, my mic should be fine. Torch, why are you tempting me? Workhorse now at 15.16. A couple red candles on Workhorse here. Could be coming down. Ricardo says GLTO. Gelato. 560 now. Green candles. Rah rah. Rah rah. Oh, here we go. Orphazyme getting another push. 1570s. What up, though? What's up, rah rah? Rah rah. Just reading your name. That's all. Sometimes a name sticks out, and I have to say it. Hypothetically, what would happen if somebody just unplugged the big computer on Wall Street? I think they got another computer somewhere. Orphazyme going again. Here we go. Past that 17. Did we get halted? Did it get halted? Nope. 1699. Blowing past the 17 again. Here we go. Orphazyme cruising. Just hit a new high of 1748. Ah, Jeff knows. They have another trading floor just below or above them. I sold them computers back in 1998. Oh, crazy volume. Yeah. Orphazyme, 1744 now. Running like Forrest. All right. I'm watching Orphazyme like a hawk right now. Oh, here we go. Just hit a new daily high, 1777 now, pushing forward. Woo! Andrew Colazzo says, hold market's going to crash. Trust me. Yeah. Trust me. Stranger on the internet. Trust me. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for helping us little ones out, telling us that the stock market is going to crash before it does. That was nice of you. You could have told anyone in the world, but you chose to tell us first. I appreciate you. M. Gray, I don't know if the entire city goes out of power. I don't know. Anarchy? Maybe it's maybe like the Purge, the third one. Maybe that'll happen. Or if hitting another daily high at 1790. Oh, here we go. $18. Did you see it? I saw it. Reefer fish. Yeah. 1824. 1826. Just hit another daily high. Orphazyme just going nuts. The Fight Club. There you go, Jeff. The end of Fight Club. That's what happens. I see it. All right. Orphazyme still cruising. Here we go. Hitting another daily high. 1847 now. Cruising right along. No halts. Just green candles. Oh, I'm holding my... I got my Orphazyme bag. Let's do this. 1862. Now hitting another daily high. Orphazyme, new daily high. Trading at the 1850s now. Green candles. Another daily high now. 1878, 1884 now. Orphazyme cruising into the stratosphere. Caesar Seed, not a financial advice. Oh my goodness. 1898 now on Orphazyme. 1890. Oh, I just saw $19. Here we go. Successive green candles here. $19, $19.12 just shot up to $19.16, $19.20 new daily high on Orphazyme. No selling pressure yet. Orphazyme still cruising up. $19.33 new daily high. Oh, $19.55, $19.57 new daily high. Whoa. Whoa. All right. Just got my eye on Orphazyme. We're just watching this, see where it goes. Still trading in the 1940s now. Headed back up, new daily high, 1984 now, 1990 new daily high. Oh my goodness, Orphazyme, who are you? Can we see $20? Can we see 20 out of Orphazyme? Now at 1992, looks frozen on my Webull chart. Nope. Could be headed down now, 1903. We could be still seeing a sell-off here on Orphazyme. Nope. Coming back up now, 1920s. Still keeping its head above 19. Nope. Now it's coming down to the 18s. We do see some selling pressure coming down on Orphazyme now, headed down to 1880s. And now it's coming down. People might be bailing on Orphazyme now. That may be the end of the run. Coming back down to the 17s now, 1750s, 1760s. There's still some buying coming in. It's not dropping all the way. 1760, bouncing back up to 1770. Hodl her steady, Captain. I'm actually going to hold this bag throughout the night. So I'm actually not going to sell off. I'm going to hold this bag until tomorrow. We'll see what's up. I don't want to use my day trade on this. I just bought a couple shares, so. We've been seeing some price action on Orphazyme like this recently, so if I don't sell today, I'll sell tomorrow. But Orphazyme definitely headed back down now. 17.12 now on Orphazyme. Orphazyme now to the 17.10s. 17.10, 17.9. During the squeeze, a lot of distractions during the squeeze. I feel you, El Snapatan. But I look at these like, I have my money in AMC already. I'm not looking to currently buy more shares today, and I wouldn't mind something to help me make a little bit of money to supplement my days in between AMC mooning. So I kind of look at these distractions as money-making opportunities in between my AMC investments. You know, I might have to hold AMC for another week, 2 weeks, 3 months. Who knows? Who knows how long this is going to take? We're going to have to make some shekels in between those times. So ORF headed back now to the 18s. Just saw $18 flash there for a second. Here we go, back in the 18s, 18.10. And Orphazyme headed back up with a green candle. Megan, yeah, none of these distraction stocks are on the Cash App. I tried to buy some stocks on Cash App earlier. They didn't have none of the ones I wanted. M. Gray says, I just need to make some weed money. Oh, yeah, no, El Snapatan. I know you're not hating. It's an observation. You're right. That's what these things are, you know? Like everybody was saying, these shiny things, shiny distractions. But if you use them to your advantage, you could make them important tools, you know? We have our AMC, we have our long holds, we have our GameStops, and then in between, we're gonna have to find a way to make some money to supplement these holdings. I need my daily income. I need to pay for the Netflixes and the cables and the internets of the world. We have some green candles on AMC now. So if you could use these plays to your advantage during this AMC squeeze, by all means, make a couple bucks off the Orphazymes of the world. FAMI. Yeah, I actually want to get some FAMI. Orphazyme headed back up again. Here we go, 1770. Orphazyme in the 1770s, not dead yet, trading sideways at the mid-17s. And let's take a look at what else we got here. Got some green candles on AMC now. AMC headed up 53.55, 53.56. AMC coming back after hitting a low of the day, 51.86. Bouncing back from the low of 51.86 AMC. Forget AMC. Here's 3 stocks that can make you rich. You're right. Except I'm different. I'm not like forget AMC. I'm like hold your AMC and let's still get rich. There you go. That's what's up, Zach Duncan. Tiny boxes. That, I mean, to me, that's kind of like the purpose of some of these other stocks is if I could make, if Orphazyme blows up and I have extra money after I pay the bills, if I have more money to put into AMC, by all means, we are doing it. I bought ORF when it wasn't cool to buy ORF. But yeah, a lot of these plays, and that's the thing about a lot of these plays, they are for more seasoned veterans of the stock market. Not like I'm a veteran at all, but when you know how to play these FOMO plays, you know, a lot of us are well aware of the repercussions of FOMO plays. We know all about bag holding. So for a seasoned, savvy investor to become a bag holder, we've been there, we know that it's part of the game. So I guess these distractions, they really affect the new investors. You know, like for example, Orphazyme headed down now 16s, now down to the 16s. 1684 on Orphazyme, red candle. My cousin last week bought into AMC at $50. The day he bought into AMC for $50, it dipped down to the 40s and went back. It closed the day at 51, or I think it closed the day at 49, but he was down. He only bought maybe, let's say 5 shares. So he was down $5, but that was enough to drive him crazy. I told him, look, AMC is like this. It's going to go down. It's going to go up. You're not going to lose all your money. It's not going to liquidate itself. You're only down a couple bucks right now. Hold, because this is something different. This is not the stock market now. This is something completely different. AMC is different. He agreed. I talked him off the ledge. The next day, the price didn't really change. It went up. It went down. He, maybe it closed it the same. I could hear the frustration in his voice. Told him just hold. And at the end of the conversation, he said, "What's up with CLOV, Clover?" I said, "Oh man, I wouldn't mess with Clover. Were you reading this?" He said, "I saw it on a YouTube video." I said, "Well, a lot of the YouTube videos, if you don't know what you're doing, you can get kind of caught up in a trap." I said, "Honestly, if I were you, AMC is your first investment ever. Just hold your AMC. If there's ever a problem, if I feel like there's a problem and you're going to lose money, I'll call you and tell you to sell. But just hold. Just hold." The next day, he calls me up, or he texts me, and he says, I bought Clove. And he basically said Clove is better than AMC because he's making money on Clove. He says, my AMC account is down $10, but I'm up $22 on Clove. On Cash App. Well, I know that Cash App isn't a trading app, so he didn't sell the Clove. He held on to Clove because he thought it was going to keep going. He's a new investor. He doesn't understand the trends. So now he's holding AMC and Clove, but the Clove is like, he's taking a loss on Clove. That was his second investment ever. Now he's scared. Now, as soon as he can get rid of AMC, he's going to get rid of AMC, and he's never going to come back to the stock market. So that's what I'm afraid of. Is I'm afraid of all these shiny distractions scaring away the new investors, because new investors don't know how to play. New investors don't know how to play something like Clove. A new investor wouldn't know what to do with ORF. Yeah, Andre. Some of them are used to distract us, but some are also retail cornering short whales. You do think ORF was a distraction? Yeah. I think ORF was a distraction. Clove was a distraction. Wendy's, obviously a distraction. A lot of them were pretty obvious. Scary part is that when big whales, hedgies decide to dump, they win. Even if some retails make bank, someone is getting screwed. Yeah, somebody's getting screwed somewhere. Yeah, John. You invest in AMC with what you can lose and sleep well that night. It's been a movement to expose those that have been cheating retail investors for many years. Jeff says, I've been late to almost every trade lately. Averaging down has saved my bacon. Please learn from my mistakes and recovery plays. Nick says he's eagerly waiting to short ORF. Can you short ORF? Will it let you? I heard it wasn't letting people the other day. ORF isn't an intentional distraction, though. They are legit set for FDA approval. Doge is getting a run. Happy Canadian says, I think taking a beating for most of us has been like initiation into the market. Straight up. I don't know if that's how everybody else learned. You know, I put myself on a crash course in learning the stock market. I'm not sure if everybody else had my same trajectory, but I definitely took a lot of beatings early on in the beginning, which made me learn really quick what to do and what not to do with my money. And within the first month of trading, I learned really quickly how easy it was to lose money. So much easier to lose money than it is to make money. 100%. You could buy a stock at a level, it's so much easier for that stock to drop after you bought it than for it to go up. Or if I'm still trading sideways here at 1660s. Looks like it's getting ready for a big move, either up or down, not sure. If there's anything that I'm going to make my first short, it's when Robinhood goes to the market. Oh, yes. You know everybody's going to do that. Kangaroosh says, I partially disagree with the close statement. It had been hit with a spineless short report, getting suppressed, shorted for a while from that, even though it's been growing financially. Okay. You're still holding FTCV, James? I think you're strong. I would call that strength. Yeah. It's going to come back, right? I've been watching FTCV. It's got potential. eToro is gaining momentum. As soon as eToro can start trading stocks in the US, it's going to be a big thing. Look, there's a huge lack of trading apps in the United States. Between Webull, Robinhood, the choices start to get limited after that. And honestly, like, I'm talking user-friendly trading apps. I messed with the TD Ameritrade and Fidelity, Charles Schwab, and they're just not, you could trade, but they're not pretty and colorful and cute like Robinhood or Webull. Orphazyme headed back up here, 1752 now, Orphazyme. So Citadel has reached a confidential agreement of over a $40 million lawsuit trading from another trading firm over trading algo software that they spent $100 million to develop. The London lawsuit filed at the end of 2019 centered on a crucial automated trading model known as the ABC strategy that cost Citadel Securities more than $100 million to develop. The algorithm was so secret that just 15 of the company's 3,000 employees had access to its strategic logic. Strategic logic. Robinhood, TD, Webull. Fidelity is one of the worst apps I've ever used. Tiny Boxes says, "Oh, this is war." Okay, James Sisk. James Sisk, thank you. Thank you. James Sisk says, "I am still confused on why there is a TD Ameritrade app and a Thinkorswim app when it's literally the same exact company." Yeah. It's like there's a TD Ameritrade app where they're like, "Hey, you could trade on this," and it's like really hard and challenging and you can't figure this one out. Or you could trade on Thinkorswim, which is even more hard and even more confusing to trade on. I don't get it. I don't get it. I have one stock on TD Ameritrade, and that's that HCMC, which I don't even know why I bought that, but I'm holding it there. Honestly, as soon as I get rid of HCMC, I'll get rid of that app. I don't need it. I want a pretty app. I want a pretty trading app. That's why I want eToro to hit the market, because I want another option of something pretty and cute with colors. You know, I'm not an adult trading stocks here. All right, I'm a child, man-child. Just dropped a meme. Uh-oh. Tiny Boxes dropped a meme. You know what that means. Where is it? Oh. When Tiny Boxes drops a meme, that's must-see TV. You try to figure that out the other day. Thinkorswim app. The Thinkorswim app made me sad, very sad. I got my money out of there and ran. Thinkorswim, right? What is that? I got an email last year saying, "Please convert to Thinkorswim before we switch over 100% to that platform." So I converted. It never switched. Right? Oh, hey, Adam E.
2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Super Adam E, thank you so much for that super chat. Adam E says, "Good afternoon, Westy and Bulldog fam. Down 1,300 today so far, but I'm still happy. Why? Because now I get to shop, buy, and hodl." Adam E, thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate you. Josh is up 10K, says, "I wish Robinhood would get their ish together. I haven't had a single problem with Robinhood. I like Robinhood, except for the shady practices." Dism says, "Where's my damn confetti?" Right? Most here on Webull or Robinhood. Yeah, I'm on Webull and Robinhood, mainly. The main Fidelity app does suck, but they just released another that is supposedly their Robinhood. Check it out. It's called Fidelity Spire. Thank you, Matthew Spence. I'll check that out. Fidelity Spire. That's all I'm saying. I just want something pretty. And I know. Real traders out there are like, "Dude, you don't need something pretty. This is trading. This is the stock market." Yeah, well, whatever. I want something pretty. I want, like Dism says, I want my fireworks. All right? I want my confetti. TD Ameritrade okie doked you into switching into Thinkorswim. Now you're stuck with it. Ugh. Fidelity app is a pita? What does that mean, pita? Because to me, that's a bread. Jesse J, you mean like it's a pita, like you put some Euro meat in it and some red onions and some tzatziki sauce? I'm down with that. I like Street Smart Edge from Schwab. Really easy to use. Okay. Street Smart Edge. Schwab is just the worst name, though. Workhorse, Eyes, DraftKings. Oh, how's DraftKings doing? I heard DraftKings was going to run today. Orphazyme at 17. Let's look at DraftKings. I want to look at DraftKings. Oh, pain in the... PETA. What? How come I never knew that? What? Oh, my God. How did I not know that meant that? DraftKings, what's DraftKings? DF? DraftKings down to 48.66. Wow. I think, I don't know. I don't like DraftKings. I've had DraftKings. I held DraftKings. PETA. Okay, I guess I'm the only one who didn't. I'm the only one who didn't know. Okay, Sabrina, you're with me. I thought it was bread. I thought it was awesome bread that I eat my gyros on. Pain in the ass. Man. Fidelity Spire. It looks pretty, as Westside would say. Look, it's got to be cute. At the end of the day, I'm a retail trader, not a real trader. It's got to be pretty with some confetti, some fireworks. PETA. Pain in the delicious bread. That's funny. I thought it was something to do with pets. Orf is back. Oh, que horror. Orf is back. 1728 on Orf now. Got a little some green candleage there. 1726 on Orf. Good morning, sister. Oh, Cassie, that happened to me yesterday. I had the perfect storm of updates yesterday. I had to update my phone and my computer at the same time. And I'm just like, come on, phone. Come on, phone. You know everything about me. You know everything about me, phone. You know when I'm not touching you. Update then. So the phone's like, hey, you got 6 hours of sleep last night. Yeah? Really? Why don't you update my apps while you knew I was sleeping? No. The phone waits for me to wake up, waits for me to watch my YouTube videos, waits for me to check my Webull, waits for me to all that. And then right when the market opens and I'm starting to trade, that's when the phone is like, yo, bro, you didn't update your phone. We're not going to work. We can't work today. We can't work unless you update. Sorry. Sorry, sir. You couldn't update overnight? Any Beastie Boy fans up here? Yeah, everybody's a Beastie Boy fan, Jeff. Everyone is a Beastie Boy fan. I'm sure of this. I've never heard a person say, I don't like the Beastie Boys. Not feeling them. Reaper Fish says, of course, Jeff G. Of course. My computer blue screened while I was waiting to update. Then it decided it had permission to update when rebooting from a power error. Ugh. Yesterday, my phone updated while I was driving with navigation. Oh, come on. Seriously? That sucks. Jesse J says, exactly. Don't tell me how I slept. Do things while I'm sleeping, dude. Come on. Orphazyme is 1724 now, keeping his head above water, looking nice. Shattered King, right? I've never met someone in our age group, sorry, that didn't have license to kill in an old CDK somewhere. Exactly, like a license to ill. Andre, you have a feeling that GOEV is going to rebound from that dip? I bought some of that this morning. Did it dip? You had it on 8-track. That's funny. Why is that so funny? Why is that so funny to me? Oh man. AMC having a rough day here. AMC at 52.78. Trying to climb its way out the bottom. Daily low of 51.86. AMC now at 52.68. Halfway through trader lunch. All right. I'm hearing a lot of good talk about the Fidelity Spire app, so I'm in. You might be aging if you can't recite all of the technology you have seen fail in one breath. Oh, yeah, I need a million breaths. First one that comes to mind, the Zune. I don't know. As soon as I think of failed technology, for some reason, my mind goes straight to the Zune. Because I remember when I bought and look, I'm not clowning anybody who had a Zune, but I'm saying, like, when I first got my iPod, I remember showing a girl at work my iPod, and she clowned on it so hard. She was like, that iPod sucks. Like, what you need to do is you need to get a Zune. And she was showing me her Zune and all the functions of the Zune, and like, it made me feel bad. It made me feel bad because I was like, oh man, I want a Zune. And I like, for like a brief moment, I was like jealous of the Zune. But I'm told on that one. Yeah, how about that, Beth? You like your Zune now, Beth? Huh, Beth? Yeah? You like that Zune? How's your Zune, Beth? If you're listening. Oh, okay. So that app just came out? Because, yeah, I'm like, why? I literally just went shopping for trading apps. I have not heard of it, so they need to really market that better. Atari Jaguar. Oh, man, that's old school. The Jaguar. You're right. What else was there? What was that other one? Oh, there was one cool one that I liked. The controller was cool, but the 3DO? Mini disc? Oh yeah, I remember mini disc was like the newest thing. I remember they put a little mini disc section in our Tower Records, and I was like, uh-oh, here goes. This mini disc section is about to take over. Can you imagine the dystopian world if Zune went out? The world was full of Beths. Neo Geo. Neo Geo was cool for the arcades. I love playing Neo Geo in arcade. But if you had a Neo Geo at home, it was nothing like the arcade version. Sega Dreamcast. Yeah, that was the one, the Dreamcast. Huh? Yeah. Nobody notices. Sega ages fast with failed tech, right? Sega failed a lot of technology. You know who didn't? Nintendo. Nintendo was pretty smart about that stuff. They just put out good products. PlayStation too. I'm partial to Sony PlayStation. Does anybody use CDs anymore? Man. I guess, yeah, you have a CD player in your car. Daniel Mullen says, today's a Make Westside Laugh challenge completed. Time for second breakfast. You're waking up for the second time today. Okay. Wait, you're going to have a second breakfast and then go out to pizza? Man, I like your life. I want to eat 2 breakfasts and then go to pizza. All right, I'll see you later. I'll call you because I'm going to be over there. Nintendo is very good to its customer base. Yeah, I think so. Laser discs. I remember laser discs. My buddy used to have a laser disc player, and that was like the big thing, is he would like totally try to get us to watch a laser disc. Even though he had a bunch of movies on VHS, we would go to his house and be like, come on, dudes. Come on, guys. We're going to watch a laser disc. And everybody was like, dude, nobody cares about the laser disc. They were already like 10 years old. And we had to choose from his like 25 laser discs that he owned if we were going to have a movie night. It was like, no, we have to watch a laser disc. But I realized it was because he was trying to give them some value. Like he had all these laser discs and it was dead technology. So he tried to like hype people up into it. Like, hey, come over to my house. We're going to watch a laser disc. Dreamcast was ahead of its time. I like the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast had a really cool controller. I remember I loved the Dreamcast controller and it looked so good. The football game they had on there was really cool. I don't think it was Madden. It was some other. I destroy old tech. I actually found a bunch of my CDs the other day while I was cleaning out my room, and I don't know what to do with them. I don't want to throw them away because they're CDs that are close to me. They're like the best of the best. Out of all the thousands of CDs I've had, I've narrowed it down to like 20 CDs that I own now, and I just can't get rid of them. They're on my iTunes. They're not rare. I could rebuy them, but I just sentimental value is crazy. Halloween on beta is worth $300. What? Hey, Steel Fine. Yes, sir. Let's go. NFL 2K. Hey, Chase. Thank you. It's nice to know somebody's listening. Yeah, Chase. NFL 2K on Sega Dreamcast was awesome. Awesome. The graphics, the sound, the gameplay. It was so cool. And it just never went anywhere. I mean, probably never went anywhere because nobody bought it. I didn't buy it. I didn't have any friends with it. I used to go to the Best Buy across the street and play it on my lunch hour. Jeff, you got a Betamax? Oh. Nintendo had that Game Boy converter to put the Game Boy on the TV. Really? I forgot about that. Dreamcast's memory cards were mini Game Boys that you carry around and had mini games on it? For real? I don't remember that at all. Your account's still frozen on Weeble? You don't know what to do? I don't get it, Steelfon. I don't know like what you did to get your account frozen like that. All you try to do is add money to it, right? Yeah, Dreamcast was cool. I like that Dreamcast. Nobody should own 2 Betamaxes. Jeff Galetta says, kick it! Nah, I know he didn't do 3 day trades because he's a holder. I'm pretty sure he tried to add money to his account, and then when he tried to add money to his account, he said that they locked him out. Torch taking a dip. Thank you, that Volvo guy. You have a Dreamcast missing the power cord? Oh, dude, you got to get that power cord. Order one on Amazon. Oh, maybe that's it. Sega made great machines, but supported them terribly for the developers. At least that's the narrative that Andre read. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, okay. That could be the dip on Torch. 568 is the low of the day. Cool, I'm in. Oh, you got in on Torch, Jeff? Right on. I'm looking at it right now. I might buy some more. Hey, let's do it. Why not? What do you think? 10 more shares? I'm in. If Jeff's in, I'm in. Boom. Done. All right. More torch. Pass the torch. Torch will pop to $20. Let's hope so. Chase, you got a Gamecast? Couldn't make it a full day without FOMO. What'd you get, Shattered? Oh, was that me? I'm adding to my position. I'm adding to my position. It's not a FOMO play. I'm adding to a position I already had, not FOMO. Man, Orf's looking pretty crazy right now, right? And you're right. I couldn't make it a day without FOMO. A day without FOMO is not a day, my friend. Oh, GLTO's above 6 now? All right. That's good to know. Pick them bag holders up. All right, let's run this heist right quick. I'm going to get a cup of chai because I'm out of coffee, so I'm drinking chai. Hey, CryptoKazi, what's up, man? What's good, bro? All right, you guys, run that heist. I'm gonna go get a cup of chai, and I'll be right back. All right. We're back. Never mind my cat in the background. He's freaking out. Oil. Hey, Orphazyme. What? Hello. What just happened? I should walk away more often. Yo. Orphazyme now up to 1955. Yeah. Marty, 1955. Here we go. 1960. Let's do it. Why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't anybody tell me? The cat was trying to tell me. M. Gray. The cat was trying to tell me. The cat was. He was like bugging. He was bugging me out. He was like, bro, get back to the mic. Orf is mooning. I'm a cat. I know these things. All right. What happened, Shattered King? What do you mean? You've been in top chat this whole... Oh, you're right. I am in too. It never remembers that I like live chat. I don't like the top chat. I want to see everything. All right. It didn't change anything. AMC's crawling back too. Crawling in my skin. All right. Orf at 1940 now. Look at Orf go. Man, I already made some money on Orf and it's hooking me up again. Look at that. Keeps giving. Anybody invested in RLLCF? I don't know what it is. Sounds like a penny stock. Or a, what do you call it? OTF? Oh, got a little dip. A little dip on Orphazyme now. And where are we at with AMC? AMC at 53.25. Trying so hard. Mitink Mikan. Mitink Mikan. Mitink Mikan, man. Come on, AMC. You could do it. 530. 53.31. Here we go. Pushing fourth. Come on, AMC, go forth. Oh, RLLCF. Oh, I thought Rolls Royce was RYCEY. Oh, there's a lot of Rolls Royce. Wow. It's up 14% today. H2O. Was that H2O? Yeah, up 14% today, so you're doing well. Remu 1001 says GLTO, maybe rip. I go in. Anybody want to talk him out of that? Maybe not. It's a trap. GLTO at 598 right now. That one is up 13% today, hitting a high of 629 just a few moments ago. GLTO. We all know about that one, don't we? We could tell you a little something about GLTO around these parts. Actually, it was the same day Orphazyme was mooning. Was the same day some people picked up some GLTO bags. TRCH dipping here after seeing a high of 676 today, now at 565. Still up 11%. Torchlight. Arrival Ticker symbol ARVL at 2196. That's up 10%. 2196 hitting a high of 2290 today. Aha, you're right, James. Damn, Step just hit 400 bull coins the easy way. Yeah, James Sisk. Why do I have so much trouble? I'm gonna, you know what? Today, after work, I'm gonna pronounce your name 100 times in the mirror until I get it right. Sisk. That was a shady day. That was Monday, right? Was that Monday or was that last week? Them days are just running together now. Where's Workhorse at? Workhorse now at 1479 after hitting a high of 1593 today. Workhorse 1473, still up 4%. Oh, just call me Jim or Jimmy. Okay. James is too formal. Okay. Well, you could always go super casual and go with Westside weed smoke. Westside weed smoke. Seriously, it never meant for my name to be Westside weed smoke. So, trust me, I think it's just as ridiculous as you. Trust me. It just happened, and now I'm Westside. What am I gonna do? Change my name now? SoFi Technologies at 2168. It hit a high of 2264 today. SoFi. Do I need to spell that one out? SOFI. BTX had a little run here today. Brooklyn Immunotherapeutics. That's at 1539. Hit a high of 1590. That is up 3.2%. BTX. Olive juice. Hi. Would you yeah, I guess you could edit your name, right? You could change it to Jimmy Sisk. Trust me, people can edit their names. I've had some crazy people. People were tripping me out the other day when they were changing their names to, like, I would say a word and then they would like change their name to my sentence. I don't know. I still don't know who was doing it. And it wasn't any of the regular cast of characters. I don't know who it was doing, but they were quick. They were good. They were genius. Pranksters. Bunch of pranksters. Should I sell my Upstart? I'd lose 10K if I did. Any advice? Danny, I can't give you financial advice, but that sounds crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you sell your Upstart? And why would you sell your Upstart for a 10K loss? Upstart's awesome. Oh, yeah, somebody just changed their name right there. OG1 Kenobi. That's cool. OG1 Kenobi? That's a cool name. What is top hours? Exactly. That's the number of hours that you watched. What is the tune on loop in the background? There's a link to it somewhere in the description, I think. It's just like lo-fi beats. It's just called lo-fi beats. It's just some copyright free lo-fi beats. AMP? I don't know what AMP is. I'll look that up. You just bought 5 ORF. I mean, I would have suggested to buy it back there. But let's see where it goes. We're in with you. I think there's a lot of ORF holders today. Yeah, Danny, I know what Upstart is. That's a great company, man. Stocks decline. Your anxiety is really going to kick in if it declines by 30% and then it comes back in a couple days. So you're holding Upstart. It declined 30%. It's at 117 right now. Upstart, right? Trading at 117.92. High of the day, 122, okay? It had a 52-week high of $191, this Upstart company. I've been watching this thing for months now. I had some. Oh, ORF is going again. I owned Upstart, and I was making money on Upstart when it was going from 70 to 80, 80 to 90, 100 to 121, back down to 100. It was swinging up and down all the time. So yeah, this is nothing. Hold. Don't sell for a loss. You only lose when you sell for a loss. Don't let that fear get the better of you. Don't let that anxiety get the better of you. Trust me. The anxiety is going to be way worse when you see that stock that you sold for a loss go up for a gain. ORF is ripping here. Here we go. Whoa. Yeah, Danny. Not financial advice, but man, don't lose money. Big green candle on ORF again. Here we go. Just hit a high of 21.51. ORF at 21.66. Oh, okay. It's at 21.59 now, jumping up and down to 20. It's just ridiculous. Jumping between 21.50 and 21.75. The news on ORF. Orphazyme shares spiked 95%. I hate seeking alpha. On an FDA decision. So I guess there's going to be an FDA decision tonight. But it's going crazy again. Orphazyme now trading at 22.51. Reefer Fish says, I'm distracted. Yeah, this can be distracting. These things can be distracting, you know. I got my eyes on the prize, though. 21.66 on Orphazyme. A little bit of a sell-off there. Here we go. 21.50, 21.40, 21.20. Seeking alpha is a FUD rag. Olive juice. I like that one. You just got one of these. That's a thumbs up. 21.98 on Orphazyme, coming down a little bit here. Now down to 21.99, and it's headed back up. Okay. Orphazyme now 120% gains on the day at $22 even. ADSR says, I got 2 kids screaming down my neck. They don't understand what ORF is doing right now. I need concentration here. Orf at 2173 right now. AMC still in the lows, 52.69 for AMC. April says I underestimated Orf. Good luck to you all that didn't underestimate it. So glad it's working out for us. Thank you, April. Thank you for the well wishes. It's not like I was a believer in the company or anything like that. It was just a daily play that I went for. Hey, Straight Kush, change your name. Hey, Pink Bulldog. Straight Kush got the Pink Bulldog. That's what's up. Pink Bulldog Club. My Orf bags just turned into little pockets. Good one, that naked dude. That's a good one. All right, Orf dipping down to the 21s now. Could be coming back. 2111 Orf. Good job, Westside. Hey, Cheryl. Cheryl ain't selling, everybody. ADSR says, I always tell them that this is what is going to pay for the Disney World trip. But they ain't buying it anymore. Hey, well, if Orphazyme does crazy things like this, that could pay for a Disneyland trip. Olive Juice Westside, I wish I listened early, but yeah, Orf can still reach the moon again. I'm not sure. I know that it hit $77.77 a couple days ago. I know that I accidentally bought some that day. So I have some experience with Orf. But if you didn't get out of Orf in time the other day when it did that, you would have been holding some seriously expensive bags. If you bought Orf at $45 thinking it was going to keep going and keep going, now you're waiting for Orf to pick you up on that way. So you're only halfway there. So with stocks like these, you never know. You never know. You got to, that's that risk. That's when they say only invest what you're willing to lose. This could be a situation where you lose. There's potential. Whoa, Westside. He said Disney. I'm from LA. We don't recognize Disney World. Okay, there's Disneyland. All right, Disneyland, the original. Okay, the OG Disneyland, California Adventure. Yeah, I know. You caught me. Orf at 2169 now. I don't know why I said it like that, but hey, Timbo, I wouldn't put your phone number on a YouTube chat screen like that. You never know. You never know who's watching. Thieves everywhere. 2155 Orphazyme. My torch is tanking. No, don't tell me that. Where's torch? Oh, torch is down now. Torch coming down. 547 on torch with a pretty big red candle. 547 torch. That's the daily low. Oh, it's showing me a new low. 544. T Dogo says, that's what's up. I live in Anaheim, about 5 miles from it. That's what's up. Realize that. I was like, yeah, don't put your phone number on here. That's crazy. Crazy talk. Who would put their phone number on a YouTube chat screen? Bulldog. Oh my goodness. Right. Oh, right, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it just hit 543 TRCH. There is one person who will put their phone number up on a YouTube screen. And no, not dumb enough, brave enough, sir. Bulldog Trading, phone number on the screen. You want to contact them? Go for it. Only use that for good, though, people. Olive Juice grew up in OC, went to Disneyland every month. Oh, lucky you. Oh, Disneyland in California is a dwarf compared to Disney World. Yeah, I know. Hey, Danny, thank you so much. Danny says, neat channel and personality. Yeah, we have a lot of personalities on this channel. We do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, we take some time off on the weekends, of course, but we do this 24 hours a day. Danny, so thank you so much for that. Soup.
2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Super chat. Orf jumping up there again. 23s. Hit the 23s on Orf. Yeah, I love Disneyland. Oh, you probably know some of the old school rides at Disneyland. We're going to have to talk about that. Okay, so Torch hitting the low of 540 now. I'm watching Torch. I might jump back in there. Orphazyme still running here. 23s and 23s now for Orphazyme. Weeble questions. No fees and can day trade as many times as you want. Can you transfer your account from Cash App? Brr. I don't know if you can transfer your account from Cash App to Weeble. Honestly, I'm not in the... I don't know about anybody else. Jesse J's all about that Disney World. Oh, Oscar's talking about that Knott's Berry Farm? You said Nashberry Farm, but I think you're talking about Knott's. That's what's up. Orphazyme running again. Here we go. Just hit another daily high. 23.90 on Orphazyme. Green candles headed upward. Megan, I'm not in the business of transferring my account. Personally, me. There's been a few times where I've wanted to transfer a stock to another account, But you know what I always did? I just sold the stock. If I know if it's AMC and you want to transfer it from one place to another, that's hard. But if it's at all possible, I would just say sell the stock, take the profit, and buy it on a dip on the other app. Really, because I think you pay a lot in fees to transfer your stuff over too, if I'm not mistaken. But I might be mistaken. I get mistaken a lot. 2360 on Orphazyme right now, still running. Yeah, Knott's Berry Farm. I know Knott's Berry Farm. That's when my parents couldn't afford. When my parents couldn't afford to take me to Disneyland, they took me to Knott's Berry Farm, and you know what? Loved it. Love Knott's. They got the Peanuts gang over there. You know. I like the Peanuts gang. You know. Snoopy. Woodstock. They got the log ride. Get the jam sampler, you know, on the way out. You get the jam sampler. Hey, one heck of a day. Knott's Berry Farm. 2338 on Orphazyme. I don't know why I said it like that, but put some mustard on it, you know. Torchlight. Hitting the bottom at 540, coming back up now. Green candles on Torchlight. 548 TRCH. I don't know why I said it like that. Okay. Guess I'm putting a little flair on my words today. Must be the chai. Must be the chai. Must be the chai. I'm turning my library cards into credit cards. Actual line from a Deion Sanders rap. Oh, none of your business says I transferred my AMC from Robinhood to Webull. Robinhood charged $75. Webull reimbursed 100%. Oh, okay. Who was even asking that? Megan, if you heard what I just said. Steel Fawn, you're a bad boy. You're bad. All right. Orphazyme still running here. Somebody said GLTO is running. Oh, TannahMae. TannahMae, no. First rule in Fight Club, never sell for a loss. Second rule in Fight Club, never sell for a loss. GLTO definitely running again here. 635 at the minute, and it just hit a high of 650. GOVE running again, hitting a low of 986. GOEV at 1030 now. Yeah, it does exist in my watch list. I actually bought some in pre-market, or I bought some at the end of the day yesterday and then sold it in pre-market today. Oh, Pete, yeah, Steel Fawn's here. Hey, Pete and Steel Fawn reunited and it feels so good. Yeah, Pete. Steel Fawn just put the number to the restaurant that we used to work at in the chat and told people to call. So, Steel Fawn being Steel Fawn. Oh, TannahMae. First rule. GLTO now at 637. Orphazyme running. Orphazyme at 2309 right now. 2309 just hit a high of 2390. Orphazyme. AMC trying to rally back. Come on, AMC, you got it. AMC got legs. You got legs. All right. AMC 53.33 AMC 53.35 Palindrome. AMC down 9% on the day, but trying to rally back. I believe in you. Orphazyme at 22.98 right now, trading sideways after hitting a high of 23.90. Looks like it's not dead yet. Pete, are we expecting AMC to jump up? I think we're going to see a steady climb today. I don't know if we're going to see the jump up, even though Wednesdays traditionally are a day where it can run. Trippy Trillion quoting some too short in the chat. And welcome Panda C. Panda C. You know, Panda C, drinking Hennessy, listening to Morrissey. That's Panda C. Thank you, Panda C, for becoming a channel member. We've got the strongest members here at Bulldog Trading family. Orphazyme, red candle on Orphazyme now, 21.60.21. Hitting the low 21s now. Still staying in the 21s. Just hit 20s. Big red candle on Orphazyme. This could be alert. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Orphazyme at 20.77. Careful if you are in Orphazyme. Big red candle on Orphazyme. 20.70 now. Orphazyme. Thank you, Trippy. You got that job, Pete? Really? Pete Ramirez got a job. Are you serious? You're going to be an executive? Yep. Oh, thank you, mods. Thank you, mods, for just not removing my friends from the chat. They're just being my friends. But watch out, Steelfon. You're going to get a timeout if you keep doing stuff like that, man. Panda C, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I see that green bulldog next to your name. I see you, buddy. You know what? You get one of these. That's a thumbs up. That's your first one. That's a start your collection. Got to catch them all. Well, there's really only two of them. But maybe there'll be a special edition one day, like a gloved version. You know? No, of course you don't know. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. You can't know what I'm talking about right now. You possibly can't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. Danny, at Bulldog Trading. I'm not Bulldog Trading. This is the channel, but I'm Westside. Bulldog is the creator. Bulldog Trading. What do you think about day trading for a living? Is it something that someone can learn to do, or is it mostly luck? I personally think that it is something one can learn to do. Although I am still new at trading, I've only been trading for less than a year. I want to personally become a day trader one of these days. And I think I'd be able to make some decent income at it. TannahMae, you only have one thumbs up? Really? You'll get your other one. Trust me, TannahMae. I'm sure you will. Oh, thank you, Jesse J. You're right. Jesse J says you can always learn. Great community to learn from here. He does not punch babies, Steelfon. Pete Ramirez is a good guy. Pete Ramirez actually got me my cat. He does send salt in the mail, though. Yes, he sent salt to someone in the mail during fantasy football. Look, this fantasy football thing. I will say this, though. Pete Ramirez got me my cat. After my last cat died, Pete Ramirez just showed up one day and got me this cat. And he's been my best friend ever since. Pete's all right. But yeah, the cat's been my best friend ever since. Wes doesn't know it, but we are racing to 25K to become day traders. Straight up, Andre, me and you. I'll see you there for sure. Cook the Capo says if you can make $300 a day, you're winning. Heck yeah, $300 a day. I'm good with that. John Rion says, learn to do, but a little luck helps. Research is the key. The luck is finding the truth. Aha, John, nice. Tim Mendy says, years ago, I found out that every Friday at open, Amazon drops $20 very fast. About 2 years now, $20 on the money puts usually double or get close. Agreed. You're on disability and barely can survive off it, so e-trading is the way to go to pick up the slack. There you go. No, Cassie. Steelfon was trying to give out Pete's number. Steelfon knows not to give out my number. Or maybe he doesn't. Not a challenge, Steelfon. Don't give out my number. Send salt in the mail. Yeah. Orf and GLTO charts look very similar. I mean, if you think about it, they traded out of control in the same days, you know. Orf now down to 18.99. We could be bailing out of Orf here. Megan finally joined Discord. Don't know how to do it, but we'll learn. It takes a little while. I'm not gonna lie to you, Megan. When I first joined Discord, I pretty much didn't go on it for the first month and a half. I was just too intimidated by it. It was too much going on. I didn't know what I was doing. I don't like to do things that I don't know how to do. But after you figure out how to use the Discord, it will become your favorite place. Trust me. I spent so much time in the Discord. I was actually really, really happy with the Discord last night. You know, the Discord is what keeps everything going. You know, while the show, we have the show here, we have the chat room here, but there's a whole world in the Discord, and that's where the community really grows. It's really cool to see. Last night, we had a problem with something on the screen. We used the Discord to talk to each other, and it was just so cool to see how like everybody worked together to fix a problem in the middle of the night. And it was all because of Discord. Like we were handling business last night on Discord. So yeah, I love the Discord. And if you guys don't know, we have game nights now. Yeah, if you guys don't know, we have game nights now in the Discord. And they have been out of control. You guys got to join up. I think we've been starting at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We have a game room in the Discord. We can go in there. Everybody can play. You can hear everybody's voice. We don't have to censor ourselves. We can say whatever we want, and it gets fun. It's crazy. So you guys got to check it out. If you're not part of the Discord, please check out the Discord. There's a link right there in the chat to it. Thank you, Reefer Fish. John, took me a while to get my mic right on Discord. Join us sometime. Yeah, definitely got to join us. It's very, very fun. It's really fun hanging out on Discord. I never thought I would have so much fun hanging out online just playing games. And it turns out Lindsay found some killer games for us to play. There was 3 that we were playing really mostly, and they are just so much fun. You really get to see other side of everybody's personality here. You know, we're not just people in the chat, just traders, people trading away, and just faceless, nameless people. You know, we're all real people. You're real people. I'm a real person. So, Jesse J, they are Saturday nights at 7 Eastern. So I think we started at like 7 Eastern for the East Coast people, and then it goes all night. And we went until 2 o'clock my time. So, or was it 2 o'clock my time, or it was really late, or 1 o'clock my time. So I don't know what time that was on the East Coast, but we went late. Sabrina says Orf will go crazy when they get FDA approval, and that is pending tonight, I believe. That might happen tonight, the FDA approval. Aeon says Orf on micro resistance. Let's see if she holds. Megan, you could say whatever you want. I don't remember what that feels like. Yeah. I think everybody knows when I get into the Discord chat room, there's one thing that I do as soon as I get into the Discord chat room, and everybody knows this. As soon as I get into the Discord chat room, I go crazy. Because I have to censor myself all week. Okay? And my friends are in the chat room right now. My friends know. My friends know. I am the most vulgar person out of all of my friends, and they will say with all firmness, they know this to be true. And for the fact that I could stay on a mic and talk and speak relatively PG for so many hours in a day, to me, it's a miracle. It's nothing short of a miracle that I could maintain a pottyless mouth. Of course, you know, I do sneak in a little innuendo. Or if not looking good now. There's a couple red candles here. 1892. Oh, Vino coming back. Let's check that out. Gaucho. Whoa. Vino, just massive green candles on Vino. $5.85 halted. Vino halted on a green candle here. You know what that means? Is that a limesicle? Relatively PG. I keep it relatively PG, except when, I don't know, something like Dick's Sporting Goods is running. Caesar Vino halted again. Not FOMO advice. not fomentional advice. Thank you, Cheryl. I've mastered my PC-ness. Thank you, Pete. I knew you would appreciate the fact that I am able to keep it PG. Me, PG. Can you believe it? I'm the PG one now. Oh, whoa! Yeah! They're cutting all the grass. Funky Mink, Westside, you still holding your DKS? I am not. Oh, green candles on AMC now. Oh, wow. There's too much to look at. I don't know what to do. Oh, I don't know. There's like Dick's Sporting Goods references everywhere. I just want to say it, but there's Dick's Sporting Goods references everywhere. They're all over the place. Vino did a reverse split back in February and a gap down from 21 to 583. Yeah, I just saw that. Ah, Running's Godzilla. I can't repeat it. I want to. AMC is running like crazy. The chat is going crazy. They're cutting my grass outside. I'm so happy right now. Except I'm worried about where the bunny's gonna live, but oh well. AMC at 53.55 now. Even Orphazyme is coming back. Torchlight making a run now. Torchlight coming back. 569 on Torchlight after hitting the bottom of a 534. After hitting the bottom. Did I say that? There you go, Eric. Join the ape army, buy and hold. Okay. You don't have to spam us, though. We get it. We're with you. Orf is moving. Everything's moving. Everything's running up now. Where to start? Orphazyme running up now 2066, 2070 on Orphazyme, green candles on Orphazyme. AMC 53.33 right now. $20.70 Orphazyme. Vino one halted. Oh, crap. Vino one halted. 578, 583 on Vino now. After being halted, hitting a high of 601 today. Headed upward, Vino. GLTO now coming down a little bit here. After hitting 650, GLTO now down to 583. AMC 53.50 right now. Did you call me a poo-poo head, Steelfon? You are. 53.50 still. AMC now trading sideways. Some interesting chart action on AMC. Pete Ramirez, do you think you'll miss the playoffs again this year because you're too focused on stocks and crypto? No. I'm going to win 2 championships this year. Maybe even 3. However many I'm in, I'm going to win all of them. Don't test me. Torch moving back up here. Torch at 565 now. TRCH up 11.6% today. Vino now at 544 after hitting a peak of 622. Vino now to 549. You love Pete and Steelfon picking on? Are they picking on me? Oh, they are picking on me. Oh yeah. Don't diss me. Don't diss me, guys. All right. Steelfon and Pete join forces. Oh, that's like the worst thing I've ever read in my life. I think you're too involved here to have a winning record this upcoming year. I appreciate this channel so much. Well, you obviously don't appreciate proper punctuation and spelling, but allow me to retort. I am your champion, guys. Sith duo. I'm the Sith Lord. All right? I put this thing together, okay, man? I put the fantasy football league together. How many championships I got now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, out of 6. I don't even have enough fingers on my hand. I can't even count the championship, man. Okay? You'll never see a champ like me again, okay? AMC running now. 53.75 AMC. Don't distract me. You guys are shiny distractions. You guys are like Clove. AMC just hitting a high of 53.99 and coming back down. 53.99, knocking on the door of 54. Knocking on the door of 54. Oh, Pete, that's hardcore. Wow. Ooh, I'm getting burned here, dude. The worst thing you ever read was my birth certificate. That's the funniest thing I've ever read in my life. 53.95 on AMC right now, and I'm getting roasted by my friends. Friends like these, eh, Gary? All right, 53.95 on AMC. Here we go. Can we see 54? Can we see 54 and much more? Oh man, AMC trending on Wall Street bets. They're finally off of GME. I hope so. All right, I just saw 54, 54.05 for 1 second right there. 54.05 on AMC. Oh, 53.90 on AMC. 99. No. Just be careful with some of these comments here. You're messing up my PG rating, guys. Sarate. Oh, they're cutting all the grass. Yeah, boy. I feel bad for the rabbit. I don't know where the rabbit's gonna live, but They're cutting all the grass, baby. Oh, I have a clean view of the river now. Oh, rest my cankles. Well, rest my cankles. This day just got better. This is priceless. I'm having a priceless day right now. Oh my God. Wow, what a day. 53.90 AMC right now. There you go, Bulldog. Fam, let's go. What you got on it, Bulldog? What you got on it? You still got that vino? You got that vino popping? You uncorking some vino? I saw it running here again. Vino now at 522. No. Oh. AMC 53.85 now. 53.85 on AMC. What's that Orphazyme look alike? 1912 on Orphazyme now. Hitting a high of 23.90 today. Still up 89%. Orphazyme. This PG shenanigans. Alex Green, that's what I heard too about Torchlight. I heard Torchlight is going to be dividends on 24th, and they're at $5. Only can go up. I bought some Torchlight. You just put my cankles on the ottoman. There you go, Bulldog. I told you. Yeah, Vino came back. You were outside killing a wasp's nest. You know, the best way or maybe it's hornets, but you can just spray the nest with regular dish soap and water solution, and you spray the nest with that, and it all dies and goes away, and they give up. Cereal box. Anyone else been sitting at the computer for over 8 days waiting on AMC to hit $100? C. Orphazyme, 1919 now on Orphazyme. Getting ready for another move up, maybe? Nighttime is the right time. There you go, Cassie. If that's true, my single torch will only cost me 74 cents. Or, yeah, 74 cents. Bulldog Trading didn't go with the soap and water. He went with the hacksaw Jim Duggan technique. It's kind of chilly today, so they were all in it. I sprayed it all right with a 2x6. Smash! Hulk smash! Bulldog Trading. Nice. TannahMae. TannahMae says Orf forming a double bottom at 19. Looks like we're gearing up for another takeoff again. Not financial advice, of course. Don't get financial advice from me. Get it from TannahMae. She's much better at this than me. Caesar C says, breaking news, giddy investors cannot wait to jump on ding dongs. The popular Chinese online grocery app filed for a U.S. IPO valuing the company at $5.1 billion from Reuters. DDL, ding dongs. Wow. I'm trying to keep it PG. I'm trying so hard. What? Darren's in the chat? Oh, yeah, you can't talk that way, Darren. This is PG. You guys, don't speak that way. Sorry. These are my friends talking this way, guys. My friends should know better. Yeah, keep it PG, guys. This is a family show. Yeah, for real, it's called Ding Dongs. Now, back to the family hour. Yeah, Ding Dongs. I'm gonna look it up. Let's look at DDR. I don't see it. Oh, it's Caesar C. Yeah, Pete, Darren's here. Hey, Darren, look up. Pete's here. I have all three of my friends, all three of the friends that I've ever had in my whole life are in the chat right now. That's amazing. Okay, Caesar, you got me on that one, man. Is it really a new IPO? Is it DDR? I don't see it. Caesar, you got me. Don't you know Ron Burgundy will read anything you put in front of him? Santiago. Jeff says, yeah, keep it clean, people. My 816 kids are tuned in. Quit bragging about all the friends I have. Yeah, all three of them. Oh. Pizza inside of a pineapple? Pizza inside of a pineapple? Oh, come on, man. Who would do that to someone? I'd rather be waterboarded. Orphazyme, 1927 now. Orphazyme, one time. Actually, 2 times now. Looks like it's gearing up for takeoff. Orphazyme at 1917 now. Vino, V-I-N-O, Gaucho Group Holdings, 537 right now. Just hit a daily high of 622. Now trading sideways, 532, 537. GLTO coming back. GLTO at 581. Got a little green candle on GLTO now, 583. Had a high of the day, 650, the GLTO. Sabrina says, Orf about to run again. I'm feeling it. Pete, you're like Young Lay and Mac Mall now. Wow. Westside's 4th friend. Oh, my 4th friend's in the chat. How can you forget your 4th friend? Will AMC jump when Fast 9 comes out? I don't think the movies are having an effect on AMC at this point. I think it's all retail investors. All about my fatty money. All 4 of Westside's best friends are here. Yeah. I'd rather not. AMC headed up here. AMC 54.65 now on AMC. Orphazyme 19. Little red candle on Orphazyme. Couple in a row. 1894. Actually in the 18s now. Orphazyme. And headed back up to the 19s. Orphazyme 1917. Torchlight. Successive red candles on Torchlight. Torchlight now at 561. J Powell in 40 minutes. All right. Yeah, we're going to show the Powell. Midwest side. Oh! The Midwest side in the chat. Sick. That is sick. Midwest side. I love it. AMC, y'all know me. Straight bullish, no bearish. No bad. No bad beat, Pete. J Powell will turn power hour into sour hour for sure. Bulldog cooking bacon. I could smell it. Aeon says Orf is dead. I don't know. Let's see. Big red candle on Orphazyme. We've seen one before. 18 all the way down to 18. 1788. Uh-oh. This could spell trouble for Orphazyme. 1770. Orphazyme. Red candle. All right. Now a second red candle on Orphazyme. 1780 now. Orphazyme. And touching 1741 for a second now, and coming back to 1785 is Orphazyme. We will be showing J Powell on this channel right now. As soon as it comes on, we'll have it for you. All right, now we have some buying pressure coming in to Orphazyme, back to 18. Vino taking a dip here too. Vino down to 490 now. And a red candle on AMC right now, 54.17 on AMC. Shiba now trading on Coinbase Pro now. Oh, thank you, Darren. Look at that. Even my friend's dropping some information on me. Ugh. That's what's up. John Rion says Shiba's dropping. Brian says, Shiba, let's go. We got Shiba on the screen. We got Safe Moon on the screen. We got Baby Shark Token on the screen. 3 altcoins. Then we got the 3 big ones right there. What's that? Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge. We got it all. We got it all covered right here. Stocks. We got stocks running. We got the meme stocks. Look. Where do I look? I don't know where to look. 53, 96, 54. AMC back to 54. 54.02 now. Uh, 2 minutes. Until the Jerome. I thought that didn't happen until 2:30. All right, you guys will let me know. Okay, happening now. All right, 53, 54 on AMC. I think we're going to bring. Here we go.
That you think investors should be most listening out for?
Yeah, clearly Powell has said in the past they haven't yet begun thinking about or talking about tapering. I think today you'll get an inflection in that tone. You will hear him say to some extent, we are starting to talk about tapering. We won't get a full schedule yet. I think that comes sometime in September. But the fact is that the Fed has gotten together, has started talking about it. There's really no denying that the economy
are they talking about it? Talking about it?
Progress towards both of their dual mandates.
And John Bellows, I'll get to you in just a moment. David Kelly, let me just come back to you. Why is the market? So we're at session lows, as we mentioned a moment ago, down 145. Is that related to NATO? Is that a little bit of nervousness, squeamishness ahead of this decision? What do you think is causing this?
No, I think they're just technical factors which have been holding long-term interest rates down all along. So I think long-term interest rates are being held down by that. And as for the stock market, it's very high. And so, when it's high, it is vulnerable to a correction for any number of reasons.
John Bellows, when are we going to get to 2% on the 10 years? Today's decision going to be an event that could ever get us there?
David started with the inflation data. I think the Fed needs to emphasize the employment data. We've seen a material disappointment in the employment data over the last 2 months. We're not getting the string of 1 million jobs that Powell expected. And if the labor market recovery takes longer, then the Fed's going to take longer to normalize. So yes, the inflation data is a little bit hot, but the employment data, I think, matters a little bit more. That's been slow, and I think that's going to really shape their conversation today. On 2% of the 10-year, as long as we're adding, only 500,000 jobs a month and we've got 8 million jobs to go, it's going to be a long time. And I think that's the message today. Slow labor market data means a slow normalization.
And just to follow up on that, in inflation, then how much do you think that, well, maybe put a pin in that because we are just, Kelly, moments away from getting something to react to.
Let's get a final look at the markets heading into this. The 10-year yield sitting at 1.49%. Elon Moy has the decision. Elon?
Well, Kelly, the Federal Reserve is keeping interest rates unchanged and will maintain asset purchases at $120 billion a month. Now, in its policy statement, the central bank said that economic activity and employment have strengthened. It acknowledged that inflation is rising, but still said that the increase largely reflects transitory factors. Now, that is the same language that the Fed used last time. But the Fed did increase its forecast for inflation this year to 3.4% from 2.4%. The outlook for GDP also improved to 7% growth this year. That's up from 6.5%. The forecast for unemployment unchanged at 4.5%. And now 7 Fed officials see a rate increase happening sometime next year. That's up from 4 back in the spring. The central bank noted that progress on vaccinations will reduce the impact of the pandemic on the economy, but that risks to the outlook remain. The Fed still sees inflation expectations as well anchored, and it reiterated that it's aiming for inflation above 2% for some time, so that the average over time is 2%. No change in the criteria and language for reducing asset purchases. The Fed still needs to see substantial further progress before tapering. We will see if Fed Chair Jay Powell, during his press conference, provides any more color on when the Fed will start that discussion. He has promised to clearly signal when they intend to begin, and there was an expectation that he would address it more explicitly today. But for now, the Fed holding steady both on rate hikes and on asset purchases, and the vote for the action today was unanimous. Guys.
Elon, stay right there. Let's bring in our panel. We've got a full house.
Call her Elon again. I swear she said Elon.
Joining us, Rick, I'm going to go to you first. Apparently, you don't have to call it a taper for markets to take it that way. We got a pretty hawkish reaction here with the Dow headed down to session lows. The 10 years popping above 1.5%.
Hawkish.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand what's going on in the equity markets. And we know that there's some froth in those glasses. But to see a 151, 152 yield in 10s, and they are moving up. We've moved up 1.5 basis points in 2s. We've moved up 3 basis points in 10s, and we've moved up almost 3 basis points in 30s. That all could melt away. I'm interested in the interest rate on excess reserves. Now I know they raised that 5 basis points from 10 to 15, so 0.10 to 0.15%. But I didn't see if they raised the rates on the reverse repos. My guess is they went from 0 to 0.05, but I'm guessing. I haven't heard the news. I think that the taper notion is definitely huge, but I think where we're all making big mistakes is looking at markets today and saying, wow, interest rates are doing this, stocks are doing this. They're really not afraid. They're buying into the Fed. I don't think that's the case at all. I think, like anything, that if you tell somebody that you're going to do something for them in the future, it doesn't mean their present behavior is necessarily going to change. It could be very binary. Right when we get to the point where he announces the taper, there could be a big tantrum. But I really do think that the most important issue right now, without a doubt, are the distortions caused by the Federal Reserve that cause you, Kelly, to ask those great questions. Like, if everybody's so nervous about this, whether it's inflation or debt, why are we sitting at 151 and a 10? Why isn't it at 2.5% or 3%? And my answer to you is, how the heck do we know where it really would be?
Fair enough. And I think what the point you're trying to make, Rick, as well, is what is the Fed's involvement doing to kind of color where the level of the 10-year sits? It's a big debate in markets. Some people think it has no effects. Others say a huge effect. And that's how we got to a taper tantrum. Bob Bassani, I'll turn to you. The Dow's down almost 300 points right now. What are traders saying?
Well, what it says here is dot plots matter more than what Mr. Powell thinks right now. So we got 3 people to change from 2023 rates hikes to 2022 or late 2022, and that made an enormous difference here. That's really what's going on. I mean, Mr. Powell's made it clear he cares more about jobs than about slightly hot inflation. That substantial further progress line is still in there, and the jobs report, as your guests have noted, have been rather disappointing recently. So Mr. Powell's going to certainly keep up the pressure to maintain the current stance, but some people are obviously believing a little further out we're going to have to act a little sooner than we had anticipated. I just want to point out some stocks that are moving. Banks are actually rallying a little bit on
Chicago.
this. Some of the big money center banks have had a tough time in the last couple of weeks as the perception of lower rates for longer has weighed on them. Citigroup in particular, big money center banks like JP Morgan, they've been down rather notably, but they are rallying somewhat just in the last couple of minutes on this particular news. Citigroup's had a terrible day. It was down more than 4% just a short while ago. So believe it or not, that is a rally from where it was. If you look at some of the deeper cyclical sectors, Freeport, McMoran, the copper stocks, industrial stocks like Caterpillar, they tended to have moved to the downside a little bit. There you see the rally in Citigroup there. But look at Freeport, McMoran, or some of the other ones. They've been weak all day and aren't really doing terribly much here. Of course, this is on the issue that the peak economy story is actually happening, that right now we're getting the best story and the best information that we possibly can out of the global economy. And these stocks have had enormous run-ups in the first quarter, and going into parts of the second quarter are now essentially hitting their peaks. So this is a very nuanced story. It's not so much about immediate interest rates. It's about perception down the road. Right now, the story is banks might be doing a little better. The global economy may or may not be peaking, but certainly the Federal Reserve is sticking to its guns, at least on the employment picture. Kelly, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. And Mona, I want to dish it back out to you on this when we're talking about body language off the top versus the actual words, and that seems to be what we're dealing with here. Is it about that shift from 4 to 7, seeing action in the nearer term? Is this really for investors about reading between the lines here, not just what is said, but the way Fed governors seem to be leaning?
Yeah, absolutely. I think most investors came into this meeting kind of knowing that there wouldn't be an official change in policy, but we were all curious as to how the governors were thinking about this. We'll definitely be watching to see how Powell himself will be thinking and talking about this. But clearly, we're seeing the shift already. The data that has come in on the inflationary side has been hotter than expectations and consensus. And the governors are taking notice. I think the FOMC will have to slowly kind of ratchet in its expectations that it can keep rates at the zero bound through 2023. We're already seeing potential for a rate hike by the end of next year. And the tapering then, if you just kind of work backwards, probably will also begin by the end of 2021, the end of this year, or perhaps at the latest early next year. Generally speaking, we also are looking towards that September timeframe, and I think Powell and team are as well. Keep in mind that's when the unemployment benefits roll off, and that's also when back to school happens. We get a better picture of the labor economy here in the U.S. and if there are indeed labor shortages to drive up wage inflation. And so, some data is still yet to be determined, but for now, I think on the margin, the trend for the Fed has been to kind of taper and raise rates a little bit earlier than maybe investors were thinking about.
David Kelly, did any of this surprise you either in fact or in magnitude? The inflation forecast, the shift in the governor's expectations, any change in how you're thinking about this market based on any of this yet?
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised because I think they did adjust to reality very well here. First of all, that is a massive increase in their inflation estimate for the fourth quarter of this year, but it's completely justified by the 2 very strong CPI reports we've seen since the last meeting. Second of all, they did put 2 rate hikes. We thought they might put 1 rate hike into 2023. They actually put 2 rate hikes into 2023. And then they also kept the unemployment rate down at 4.5%. So they think that the slowing that we've seen in labor force growth employment growth in the last few months, I think that reading between the lines, what they're saying is this probably is due to a slow reopening of the economy and because of these enhanced unemployment benefits. When those go away over the summer and in September, employment growth is going to pick up again, and that unemployment rate is going to come rattling down to that 4.5% target. So, both in terms of their forecasts and in terms of their rate hike projections, I regard this as appropriately somewhat more hawkish, in line with a better economy. So I'm quite pleased with it.
John Bellows, what do you make, especially of this pop in the 10-year?
Chair Powell has gone out of his way in previous meetings to kind of de-emphasize the dots. Those are just forecasts. It's one of a number of events or scenarios that could unfold. And I wouldn't be surprised if he does that again today. I think that there's a lot of uncertainty right now about the outlook. There's questions about where the labor market is today, much less where it's going to be a year from now. Similarly, on the inflation front, it has been stronger, but a lot of that's reopenings and bottlenecks. It's hard to kind of read that through into next year. So, it sounds like the initial reaction is based on those dots. I guess I would really want to see kind of the language in the press conference because, again, those dots are just forecasts. It's one of many possible scenarios. And so my guess is Powell de-emphasizes those and instead focuses on what we know. And we know the labor market recovery is
You're just taking
longer,
a guess?
And we know that the kind of reopening and bottlenecks is leading to some distortions in inflations. That's not a particularly concerning set of facts as we know them. Yes, there's reasons to get concerned about forecasts, but again, they're just forecasts. So I think that will be the message.
I see the rest of our panel reacting. Rick, a quick thought, and then Bob. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, the dollar is really doing quite nicely, and we all know that the dollar has had some issues of late, and I'm not sure if this is the beginning of a big move. It could be longer-term short covering, but I think the euro has more negative issues weighing on it, so I think that's a big plus for the dollar. And from what I am hearing, because I'm still standing in front of the camera, they did raise the rate on the reverse repos by 5 basis points as well. That makes perfect sense to me. That is the new way we now control the level of reserves. It's the way we now control the level of actual Fed funds, the effective Fed funds rate. It's a whole new dynamic out there, and this process will make that parking lot of cash bigger and bigger. Many believe that by end of July, early August,
bigger and bigger.
Doubles.
Bears.
There's some people say it's a proxy for sort of tightening or just excess liquidity in the system. There's going to be a lot more talk about it, as we heard last hour as well. Once they start hitting the debt ceiling, supply shrinks and those yields go negative. Let's go back to Elon Moy, who's been continuing to look over this statement, Elon, with some additional thoughts here as everyone tries to figure out, what exactly to make of the dots as it relates to the statement itself.
Yeah, so
thank you, Catherine. Stop calling me Elon.
The number of Fed officials who went from expecting one rate hike sometime next year to went from last session it was 3, expected 1 rate hike next year. Now it's 5, and then last time 1 Fed official expected 2 rate hikes next year. Now it is 2 Fed officials expecting 2 rate hikes.
You told
next
everybody
year.
in the
So
studio,
that's how you
yo,
go
watch
from
this.
4 to
I'm gonna call her
7 in terms
Elon
of
like
the
3
increase
times.
in the dot plot and where it is. But
Somebody was like, nah, call her Elon 4 times.
Jay Powell is going to be de-emphasizing the importance of these forecasts, even though they do make it, because one of the things that the
her name is
press
Elon.
conference
Oh,
is
okay.
supposed to achieve is that it provides that color that maybe the statement cannot.
Wow, popular name all of a
that there would
sudden.
be a little
Where all
bit
these
more
Elons come from?
specificity around how the Fed sees inflation in the policy statement. But that policy statement is pretty locked in. Word choices matter, especially when it comes to how they issue it in the official statement. So the press conference is really his chance to paint the picture and paint the landscape for how the Fed is thinking about this in the future.
It's like when you say meow.
Perhaps that's when we'll get some talking about tapering, and they can sort of lay out what their timeline is for that as the year progresses. But the statement clearly kept inflation as transitory, clearly kept inflation as rising, but did not offer any more description than that.
Bob Pisani, thank you, Elon Moy. Bob Pisani, we promised to get to you for your thoughts.
Well, there you have it. There you have it, guys. A little bit of a sell-off in the market. Looked like gold took a dip. I don't really know what to say. What are your thoughts, Wes?
I didn't know Elon was such a popular name.
I've never heard it before. I guess she's named Elon.
That's the 3rd Elon that I've heard this year. I heard another Elon on another channel. They were like, "Yes, Elon," and it was not Elon Musk. That's the 3rd Elon that I've heard this year, and I'm like, I've never heard that name in my life. Now 3 of them are in culture.
Let's see. There was a guy in the Ghostbusters. Was there an Elon there?
That was Egon. Egon's finger.
Egon.
Yeah.
I like that better.
He collects spolds, molds, and fungus.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was trying to follow what they were saying, but I was waiting for Jerome Powell. So Jerome Powell already spoke? Did we miss that, or he's about to speak?
I guess, they've been in talks for the last few days. He's going to give a speech here at 2:30 p.m., but that was the interest rate situation. But apparently they've been speaking, and they've been reading between the lines and kind of seeing that, okay, there's talk of tapering.
Yeah.
And,
That's so like from what I was getting from them is that they don't know. Everybody was just like,
really
my
know.
speculation is, well, my guess is. I'm just like, really? You're getting paid to guess?
Well,
Come on,
I
man.
think he would say they've done nothing here. We'll see what Powell says at the press conference. Again.
Okay, so the press conference coming up here at 2:30. So we'll have Powell covering live at the press conference at 2:30, guys. That's in 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, 15 minutes. All right. I'll shut up during that one.
And we could see some more action in the market.
I'll talk over Elon, but I'll shut up during J Powell.
So keep your eye out for those dips. If you guys are looking for those dips, there could be a significant Tesla dip. I was able to score some Camping World on a dip there, although it came back up over 37. Now it's back below. But there were some nice little dips there, like right as soon as the market sells off. Everything's so tied together algorithmically that when you see the S&P or the NASDAQ or something dip like that, sometimes you can pick up some of those names that you're looking for.
Yeah, especially like what you're talking about, like the traditional stocks.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like we know that the meme market is just, it performs on its own. It does its own thing. But yeah, those traditional stocks still move with traditional news.
Yeah, they're all still very much tied together to, the rest of the market. And the meme stocks are tied together to each other through high frequency trading and algorithmic trading now. So,
man, it's going to be crazy to see where this goes in years to come.
Keep your eye out for those dips, depending on what J Powell says. There could potentially be rips to sell to, but I'm more looking for the dips right now, I suppose. And yeah, so that's going to be on here in about 14 minutes. I'll keep my eye on things. I'll pop back in with that as soon as it's available.
Cool. All right, El Snappy Tan. One more on GLTO. Pete got it. Yeah, Egon, he knows. I think this building should be condemned. There's serious fatigue in the load-bearing members. The wiring is substandard. It's completely inadequate for our power needs. And the neighborhood is like a demilitarized zone. Guys, poll! All right, where are we at with Orphazyme? Orphazyme coming down here to 1757, 1750. Taking a couple dips. It looks like it's slowly stepping downward. What happened to Torch? TRCH, Torchlight at 579 now, working its way upward. What happened to Vino? Vino 465 on Vino. A couple spikes today coming back down. Now at 467. GME dipped. Red candle on AMC here. AMC at 53.18. Steofan is wondering, does anyone know if there is a customer service number or email for Webull? Anybody know? Anybody know? Anybody ever have to contact Webull? Tesla definitely taking a big dip here. Tesla down to 595.56. $595.34. Tesla taking a dip. after hitting a daily high of 606.50. Tesla now do 595. Sophia Ford put a number in there. Not sure if that's the real number, but thank you, Sophia, if it is. Biohazard with the 8675309, of course. Oh, Steelfon says, thank you, Sophia Ford. You are amazing. Just don't cross the streams. Exactly, Twisted Elm. Never. You don't want to see no Zool. Ray, what did you do? Couldn't help it. Orphazyme coming back 1825 now on Orphazyme. Ooh. Stash stock party tonight. Berkshire Hathaway. Finally, I get my Berkshire Hathaway. My whole life, I've wanted a share of Berkha, and I get it today. Well, a tidbit. Don't forget about the Stash stock party tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you have Stash, you can get your tidbit of Berkha. Berkshire Hathaway. I've always wanted a piece of that company. Now I finally get it free. Racket. Orphazyme coming back now. Green bar on Orphazyme. 1882 now. Orphazyme coming back. Hitting a high today of 2390. Orphazyme 1888. Adam E, you might be onto something there, Adam E. Oh yeah, Sophia Ford, same last name as you. Adam E, you might be on to something there. What you think, Westy? Good time to look at some options on AMC for tomorrow. I'm guessing a lot of people will buy that dip today, tonight. That's a possibility. That's a real possibility. I know I'm looking at buying a dip here. 50, 49, 48. If it ever hits that, I'm buying. Uh, 18.9. Oh, here we go. 19 on Orphazyme now. Back to the 19s. 19.10 for a second there. Green bars. AMC tumbling a bit here, down to 52.87. The 52.85 on AMC, down 10% now on the day. Gone postal. I'm with you. Whenever the Fed is going to speak, it's a sea of red. I have no emotion anymore on red days. I just buy more of whatever I am focused on at the time. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm looking through the list of holdings, and I'm adding to my positions when I can. Because that's what dips are for. Through good times. No, I'm not going to. Exactly. Today is a shopping day. To the stock mall, everyone. To the stonk mall. And Torchlight might be coming back now after hitting the low of 534. Torchlight back up to 578 TRCH. Orphazyme also coming back after hitting the 1660, 1667 now at 1871. Trading sideways once again. Got it, Adam. Oh, my one mistake of the day, Vino. But I'll hold on to that. It might come back. But I did buy some Vino there in the upper fives. That was my one FOMO play, but oh well. You sung it? Did you really sing it out loud, Adamy? April days. Can't say I'm loading up my positions because I'm waiting to get out. Not good at picking positions. Got to learn from us in the Discord. Hey, trade with us every day. The knowledge will seep into you like osmosis. When I first came to this channel, I was on my second week of pretty much losing in the stock market after watching other. Yeah, I bought Vino on that first spike. Yep. 580, 584, 584. Right below the high. So yeah, April. When I first came to this channel, I started watching this channel. I didn't have a whole lot of knowledge. I was still doing my own research apart from the channel, watching videos, reading articles, trying to stay up on the newest info that I could. But really what helped my game was trading alongside the community, listening to other people talk, watching the hot stocks of the day. Plot twist, April is sacked. I wouldn't put it past anybody now. Everybody changes their name and likeness so much. What do y'all think of Baby Doge? What's Baby Doge? Ask anybody now. Everybody changes their name and likeness so much. Oops. Hey, I hear myself in the background. Man, you gotta hear me? Cheer! Cheer! It's your boy, Young! H-O-V! Young! The Rock is most definitely in the building. J. Powell! The Fed!
The Fed. The Fed maintains their asset purchases of 120 billion a month. But we're seeing it come back a little bit from those massive dips on the NASDAQ and the Dow, but they're still down, and we're going to bring you this press conference here just momentarily.
Presser. That's what you call it in the biz.
What's it called?
The presser.
Oh, the presser. Oh, yeah. Of course.
You know, when you're in the biz, we're in the biz now.
Yeah, we're in the biz, yeah. Depressing.
Cheer. It's your boy.
I'm just kidding, April. Welcome to the Bulldog Trading Fam. April Days.
April Days. Cool name.
So stick around. I guess we'll just watch.
Westside's fourth friend. I don't think April is Zach. I think Westside's fourth friend is culprit. J'accuse. Too funny. Baby Dogecoin up 30%.
Dow is now down 286 points. And we'll see if J-Powell can talk some sense into the market here, or if it's just going to continue to go down every time they open their mouth.
What if we
You just walked in? Who's rapping? That's Westside. He's the hoe.
Nah, that was Jigga. Cheer, young, cheer. All right, J-Powell time.
Yeah, we'll bring it on and we'll see.
All right,
see what they're talking about.
Not a huge move, but nevertheless, often a place people look to as an inflation hedge. As we acknowledge that's the kind of environment we're in, still because of the forces that you mentioned, Mike, it's moving the other way.
Yeah, Bitcoin too. Here comes Fed Chair Jay Powell.
Good afternoon. At the Federal Reserve, we are strongly committed to achieving the monetary policy goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and price stability. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee kept interest rates near zero and maintained our asset purchases. These measures, along with our strong guidance on interest rates and on our balance sheet, will ensure that monetary policy will continue to deliver powerful support to the economy until the recovery is complete. Widespread vaccinations, along with unprecedented fiscal policy actions, are also providing strong support to the recovery. Indicators of economic activity and employment have continued to strengthen, and real GDP this year appears to be on track to post its fastest increase in decades. Much of this rapid growth reflects the continued bounce back in activity from depressed levels. The sectors most adversely affected by the pandemic remain weak, but have shown improvement. Household spending is rising at a rapid pace, boosted by the ongoing reopening of the economy, fiscal support, and accommodative financial conditions. The housing sector is strong, and business investment is increasing at a solid pace. In some industries, near-term supply constraints are restraining activity. Forecasts from FOMC participants for economic growth this year have been revised up since our March summary of economic projections. Even so, the recovery is incomplete, and risks to the economic outlook remain. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve, although the pace of improvement has been uneven. Employment rose 419,000 per month on average in April and May, with the leisure and hospitality sector continuing to post notable gains. Employment in this sector and the economy as a whole remains well below pre-pandemic levels. The unemployment rate remained elevated in May at 5.8%, and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market has not moved up from the low rates that have prevailed for most of the past year. Factors related to the pandemic, such as caregiving needs, ongoing fears of the virus, and unemployment insurance payments, appear to be weighing on employment growth. These factors should wane in coming months against a backdrop of rising vaccinations, leading to more rapid gains in employment. Looking ahead, FOMC participants project the labor market to continue to improve, with the median projection for the unemployment rate standing at 4.5% at the end of this year and declining to 3.5% by the end of 2023. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been hardest hit. In particular, despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately on lower-wage workers in the service sector and on African Americans and Hispanics. Inflation has increased notably in recent months. The 12-month change in PCE prices was 3.6% in April and will likely remain elevated in coming months before moderating. Part of the increase reflects the very low readings from early in the pandemic falling out of the calculation, as well as the pass-through of past increases in oil prices to consumer energy prices. Beyond these effects, we are also seeing upward pressure on prices from the rebound in spending as the economy continues to reopen, particularly as supply bottlenecks have limited how quickly production in some sectors can respond in the near term. These bottleneck effects have been larger than anticipated, and FOMC participants have revised up their projections for inflation, notably for this year. As these transitory supply effects abate, inflation is expected to drop back toward our longer-run goal, and the median inflation projection falls from 3.4% this year to 2.1% next year and 2.2% in 2023. The process of reopening the economy is unprecedented, as was the shutdown at the onset of the pandemic. As the reopening continues, shifts in demand can be large and rapid, and bottlenecks, hiring difficulties, and other constraints could continue to limit how quickly supply can adjust, raising the possibility that inflation could turn out to be higher and more persistent than we expect. Our new framework for monetary policy emphasizes the importance of having well-anchored inflation expectations, both to foster price stability and to enhance our ability to promote our broad-based and inclusive maximum employment goal. Indicators of longer-term inflation expectations have generally reversed the declines seen earlier in the pandemic and have moved into a range that appears broadly consistent with our longer-run inflation goal of 2%. If we saw signs that the path of inflation or longer-term inflation expectations were moving materially and persistently beyond levels consistent with our goal, we'd be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy. The pandemic continues to pose risks to the economic outlook. Progress on vaccinations has limited the spread of COVID-19 and will likely continue to reduce the effects of the public health crisis on the economy. However, the pace of vaccinations has slowed, and new strains of the virus remain a risk. Continued progress on vaccinations will support a return to more normal economic conditions. The Fed's policy actions have been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. As the committee reiterated in today's policy statement, with inflation having run persistently below 2%, we will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time so that inflation averages 2% over time, and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. We expect to maintain an accommodative stance of monetary policy until these employment and inflation outcomes are achieved. With regard to interest rates, we continue to expect that it will be appropriate to maintain the current 0 to 1/4% target range for the federal funds rate until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment, and inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. As is evident in the SEP, many participants forecast that these favorable economic conditions will be met somewhat sooner than previously projected. The median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate now lies above the effective lower bound in 2023. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee decision or plan, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a couple of years from now. More important than any forecast is the fact that whenever liftoff comes, policy will remain highly accommodative. Reaching the conditions for liftoff will mainly signal that the recovery is strong and no longer requires holding rates near zero. In addition, we are continuing to increase our holdings of Treasury securities by at least $80 billion per month and of agency mortgage-backed securities by at least $40 billion per month until substantial further progress has been made toward our maximum employment and price stability goals. The increase in our balance sheet since March 2020 has materially eased financial conditions and is providing substantial support to the economy. At our meeting that concluded earlier today, the committee had a discussion on the progress made toward our goals since the committee adopted its asset purchase guidance last December. While reaching the standard of substantial further progress is still a ways off, participants expect that progress will continue. In coming meetings, the committee will continue to assess the economy's progress toward our goals. As we have said, we will provide advance notice before announcing any decision to make changes to our purchases. On a final note, we made a technical adjustment today to the Federal Reserve's administered rates. The IOER and overnight RRP rates were adjusted upward by 5 basis points, in order to keep the federal funds rate well within the target range and to support smooth functioning in money markets. This technical adjustment has no bearing on the appropriate path for the federal funds rate or stance of monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to support the economy for as long as it takes to complete the recovery. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
First, we'll go to Rachel Siegel, The Washington Post.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell, for taking our questions. I'm wondering if you can walk us through expectations you have, specifically when it comes to the labor market going into 2023. And I'm curious about people who may have left the labor market, who have yet to come back, or who may face issues with childcare, perhaps they've retired early. Any barriers that you see keeping people from the labor market as you consider full employment going into 2023? Thank you.
Thank you. So I would say if you look at the labor market and you look at the demand for workers and the level of job creation and think ahead, I think it's clear, and I am confident that we are on a path to a very strong labor market, a labor market that shows low unemployment, high participation, rising wages for people across the spectrum. I mean, I think that's shown in our projections. It's shown in outside projections. And if you look through the current time frame and think 1 and 2 years out, we're going to be looking at a very, very strong labor market. In terms of exactly what that means, we'll have to see how things evolve. I think we learned during the course of the last very long expansion, the longest in our history, that labor supply during a long expansion can exceed expectations, can move above its estimated trend. And I have no reason to think that that won't happen again. At the same time, we have seen, in terms of participation, we've seen a significant number of people retire. And so we don't actually know exactly what labor force participation will be as we go forward, but I would tend to look at it and think that it can return to high levels, although it may take some time to do that. But overall, this is going to be a very strong labor market. In terms of the near term, you ask as well. So we see a few things that seem likely to be holding back labor supply. There are very large amounts of job openings, and there are a very large number of people who are unemployed, and the pace of filling those jobs somehow feels slower than it might be. So I'd point to a number of things. The first of which is just that most of the act of sort of going back to one's old job, that's kind of already happened. So this is a question of people finding a new job. And that's just a process that takes longer. There may be something of a speed limit on it. You've got to find a job where your skills match what the employer wants. It's got to be in the right area. There's just a lot that goes into the function of finding a job. So that's sort of a natural thing. In addition, I would say that we look at, for example, a significant number of people still say that they're concerned about going back to work in jobs where there's a lot of public facing because of COVID. So that's clearly holding back some people, and that should diminish as vaccinations move ahead. There's also the question of childcare. Many are engaged in caretaking, and as schools reopen and childcare daycare centers open in the fall, or not in the fall, then we should see that supporting labor force participation by caretakers. Finally, unemployment insurance for something like 15 million people will either end or be diminished as we move through the summer and into the fall by the end of September. And I'd like some that may also encourage some to go back in and take jobs. So you would think that would add to an increase in job creation as well. So you put all those together, I would expect that we would see strong job creation building up over the summer and going into the fall. I will also say, though, the last thing I'll say is this is an extraordinarily unusual time, and we really don't have a template or any experience of a situation like this. And so I think we have to be humble about our ability to understand the data. It's not a time to try to reach hard conclusions about the labor market, about inflation, about the path of policy. We need to see more data. We need to be a little bit patient. And I do think, though, that we'll be seeing some things coming up in coming months that will inform our thinking.
Thank you. Paul Kiernan.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Thanks for the question. The committee's medium forecast on inflation seems to assume a pretty tame outlook for the rest of the year. As you know, the 3-month annualized rate for the past 3 months was, I think, 8.4% in the CPI. And I'm just wondering sort of how much longer we can sustain those kinds of rates before you get nervous. Thanks.
So inflation has come in above expectations over the last few months. But if you look behind the headline numbers, you'll see that the incoming data are consistent with the view that the prices that are driving that higher inflation are from categories that are being directly affected by the recovery from the pandemic and the reopening of the economy. So, for example, the experience with lumber prices is illustrative of this. The thought is that prices like that have moved up really quickly because of the shortages and bottlenecks and the like, they should stop going up, and at some point they in some cases should actually go down. And we did see that in the case of lumber. Another example where we haven't seen that yet is prices for used cars, which accounted for more than a third of the total increase in core inflation. Used car prices are going up because of sort of a perfect storm of very strong demand and limited supply. It's going up at just an amazing annual rate. But we do think that it makes sense that that would stop and that, in fact, it would reverse over time. So we think we'll be seeing some of that. When will we be seeing it? We're not sure. That narrative still seems quite likely to prove correct, though, although, as I pointed out at the last press conference, the timing of that is pretty uncertain, and so are the effects in the near term. But over time, it seems likely that these very specific things that are driving up inflation will be temporary, and we'll be we're going to be looking. We'll be looking at the monthly pricing data. I'll also say that the labor market is going to be important both for the maximum employment goal, but also for inflation, and we'll be looking at that. And as I mentioned, we expect, and I expect, that we'll see increases in supply over coming months as the factors that we believe have been suppressing supply abate, wane, move down. So I can't give you an exact number or an exact time, but I would say that we do expect inflation to move down. If you look at the forecasts for 2021 and 2022 and 2023 among my colleagues on the Federal Open Market Committee, you'll see that people do expect inflation to move down meaningfully toward our goal. And I think the full range of inflation projections for 2023, it falls between 2 and 2.3%, which is consistent with our goals.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Ilan Mui at CNBC.
Hi, thank you, Chair Powell, for doing this. My question for you is that you mentioned that your colleagues did have a discussion about the progress that you're making toward your goals in order to consider tapering your asset purchases. In that discussion, you said that you haven't made substantial progress yet, but that you expect to continue to make progress. In that discussion, did you guys talk about a timeline for when you expect to see that progress be made and when you might consider starting to reduce those purchases?
Right. So I expect that we'll be able to say more about timing as we see more data, basically. There's not a lot of more light I can shed on that. But you can think of this meeting that we had as the talking about meeting, if you like. And I now suggest that we retire that term, which has served its purpose well, I think. So committee participants were of the view that since we adopted that guidance in December, the economy has clearly made progress, although we are still a ways from our goal of substantial further progress. Participants expect continued progress ahead toward that objective. And assuming that is the case, it will be appropriate to consider announcing a plan for reducing our asset purchases at a future meeting. So at coming meetings, the committee will continue to assess the economy's progress toward our goals and we'll give advance notice before announcing any decision. The timing, of course, Elon, will depend on the pace of that progress and not on any calendar.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Chris Rugaber, AP.
Right, thank you. Well, you mentioned, let me ask about inflation expectations. You said they were, I think you mentioned in your opening statement that you saw them as within target. Does that mean that some of the shorter term measures we've seen out there, such as the New York Federal Reserve's 3-year outlook, which jumped a bit, should those sort of be dismissed? And are we only looking at longer term inflation expectations? And would you describe those as still well anchored at this point? And on a related note, would the Fed consider publishing its index of common inflation expectations on a monthly basis? Thank you.
So we do tend to look at the longer term inflation expectations because that's really, we think, what matters for inflation. The shorter term ones do tend to move around based on, for example, gasoline prices. So you'll see if gasoline prices were to spike, you'll see the shorter term inflation expectation measures, particularly the surveys, move up. And that's maybe not a good signal for future inflation if gas happens to spike and then go back down again. Yes, I think if you look at the broad range of longer term inflation expectations, they've moved up. They moved down at the beginning of the pandemic, sort of further exacerbating concerns that we might find ourselves where, for example, the ECB and the Bank of Japan have been, where you have expectations and inflation itself sliding down, and you have a really hard time stopping that process once it begins. So that was a concern. So it's good, actually, to see longer-term inflation expectations move back up to a range. It's a range that's consistent with what our objectives are. These are not precise measures, and they contain risk premiums of various kinds, and that's why we look at a broad range of them and tend to look at the movement of that broad range of indicators, which are from surveys of economists, surveys of the public, and also market-based. It's a wide index, as I'm sure you know. We look at that and we see them back in the range where they were, and by the way, they've been broadly higher than that, somewhat modestly higher than that, not so many years ago at a time when inflation was still anchored and at around 2% or maybe even a little bit below. So the answer is yes, I think they are anchored and they're at a good place right now. It's gratifying to see them having moved up off of their pandemic lows. And as you know, it's fundamental in our framework, our new framework, to assure that longer-term inflation expectations are anchored at a place that is consistent with our goal. We think that's an important reason. If inflation expectations are not anchored at a place that's consistent with your goal, it's not clear why you would expect to hit your goal over the longer term. So it's important.
Okay, now we'll go to James Politi with the FT.
Chair Powell. Hi, thanks, Chair Powell. Your economic projections today forecast 7% growth in 2022, unemployment for 4.5%, and core inflation of 3%. If those conditions are achieved by the end of the year, would that constitute substantial further progress in your mind? And kind of more broadly, when you look at the sort of median forecast for interest rates in 2023, showing not one but two interest rate increases at the time, is this kind of? Can you describe the sort of tone of the discussion in the committee, and are we really moving towards sort of a post-pandemic stance? Is there greater confidence that the recovery will be a full recovery sooner than expected?
First question, the judgment of when we have arrived at substantial further progress is one that the committee will make, and it would not be appropriate for me to lay out particular numbers that do or do not qualify. That is the process that we're beginning now. At the next meeting, we will begin meeting by meeting to assess that progress and talk about what we think we're seeing and just do all of the things that you do to sort of clarify your thinking around the process of deciding whether and how to adjust the pace and composition of asset purchases. In terms of the two hikes, so let me say a couple things. First of all, not for the first time about the dot plot. These are, of course, individual projections. They're not a committee forecast. They're not a plan. And we did not actually have a discussion of whether liftoff is appropriate at any particular year, because discussing liftoff now would be highly premature. It wouldn't make any sense. In our if you look at the transcripts from 5 years ago, you'll see that sometimes people mention their rate path in their interventions. Often they don't. And the last thing to say is the dots are not a great forecaster of future rate moves, and that's not because it's just because it's so highly uncertain. There is no great forecaster of future dots. So dots to be taken with a big grain of salt. However, so let me talk about this meeting. The committee spelled out, as you know, in our FOMC statements, the conditions that it expects to see before an adjustment in the target range is made. And it's outcome-based, it's not time-based, and as I mentioned, it's labor market conditions consistent with maximum employment, inflation at 2%, and on track to exceed 2%. And the projections that give some sense of how participants see the economy evolving in their most likely case. And honestly, the main message I would take away from the SEP is that participants, many participants, are more comfortable that the economic conditions in the committee's forward guidance will be met somewhat sooner than previously anticipated. And that would be a welcome development. If such outcomes materialize, it means the economy will have made faster progress toward our goals. So the other thing I'll say is rate increases are really not at all the focus of the committee. The focus of the committee is the current state of the economy, but in terms of our tools, it's about asset purchases. That's what we're thinking about. Liftoff is well into the future. The conditions for liftoff we're very far from maximum employment, for example. It's a consideration for the future. So the near-term thing is really, the near-term discussion that will begin is really about the path of asset purchases. And as I mentioned, we had a discussion about that today and expect to, at future meetings, continue to think about our progress.
Thank you. We'll go to Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace.
Chair Powell, continuing in that vein, when you're ready, how will you go about signaling the start of tapering when you do decide to do that?
So our intention for this process is that it will be orderly, methodical, and transparent. And I can just tell you we see real value in communicating well in advance what our thinking is, and we'll try to be clear. And as I mentioned, we'll give advance notice before announcing a decision to taper. And so all I can say is that we think it's important. We think where the balance sheet's concerned, a lot of notice, as much transparency as we can give, and as far in advance as we can, to give people a chance to adjust their expectations. And we expect to be in that business until we reach substantial further progress, and then have a decision. Again, I have nothing further on time. It wouldn't be appropriate to say we're going to have to see more data. We're a ways away from substantial further progress, we think, but we're making progress.
So you can't say generally how far in advance you would signal.
Again, as we approach that goal, we'll provide as much clarity as we can.
Great, thank you. Going to Craig Torres at Bloomberg.
Craig Torres at Bloomberg. If I were a businessman looking at the forecast today, I would ask how and when the Fed seeks to achieve an average of 2% inflation. In other words, does the FOMC have a look-back period, or does it plan to suppress inflation in outer years? Because over the next 3 years, you're going to be above inflation. So what is your look-back period? Does the committee have one? And if not, why not? And if they don't, why isn't this just flexible inflation targeting without an average in a range of 2 to 2.25%? Thanks.
So as part of our year-and-a-half long process, the review that we did, and came out with at the end of that with the new statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy. We looked carefully at the idea. We've all read all of the literature around different formulas for makeup and things like that, and we concluded, and I strongly agree, that it's not wise to wed yourself to a particular formulation of that. So we did adopt a discretionary. There's an element of discretion in it. It says that we will seek inflation that runs moderately above 2% for some time, and it's meant to create a broad sense that we want inflation to average 2% over time, and that under the old formula, under the old framework, what was happening was 2% was a ceiling. Because all the errors were below, you were always getting back to 2%, so you were bouncing back and forth between 1.5 and 2, and we wanted them to be centered around 2. So that's the approach that we're taking. You're right, it's not a formula-like approach. We were clear on that when we announced the framework. Was there another part of your question, Craig?
That pretty much answers it, Chair Powell. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Michael Derby.
Thanks for taking my question. So I wanted to ask you about the reverse repo usage that we've seen lately. I was curious if you are at all concerned about the level of money flowing into the reverse repo facility, and do you believe that the changes in the Fed's rate control toolkit today will have any impact on that? And then in a related question, do you think that Fed asset purchases are taking too many safe assets out of the market right now and creating maybe some dislocations in the money markets?
So on the facility, we think it's doing its job. We think it's doing the reverse repo facility is doing what it's supposed to do, which is to provide a floor under money market rates and keep the federal funds rate well within its range. So we're not concerned with it. It's doing. You have an unusual situation where the Treasury General account is shrinking and bill supply is shrinking, and so there's downward pressure. We're buying assets. There's downward pressure on short-term rates, and that facility is doing what we think it's supposed to do. Sorry, your second question was again?
Yeah, I mean, the change in the rate control toolkit, will that have any impact on, do you think that will reduce the amount of money coming into reverse repos? Will that have any impact on money market conditions that, beyond the Fed funds rate setting?
It could have some impact. I think we'll have to see empirically, but it's designed to keep the federal funds rate within the range, and I do think it could have some effect on broader money market conditions below, as it relates to the very low rates and the downward pressures.
Okay. And do you think it will lower uptake on the reverse repo facility, or that's just not even really a focus of what the change was?
It's not. It's honestly, and the funny thing, you would think that it would, but we'll have to see. It's possible that would not be the case. Well, that's going to be an empirical question.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I will go to Gina Smialek at the New York Times.
Hey, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. I was wondering if you could follow up a little bit on your response to Rachel at the very beginning and talk a little bit about how we should understand what full employment means in a world that, as you mentioned, is pretty roiled. All the data has been pretty roiled by the pandemic, and we're not really sure where EPOP is going to settle in. We're not sure where participation is going to settle in, and wages are already looking, decent. So I guess I wonder what full employment means in this context and sort of how you're thinking about those wage data.
Yeah, as you well know, there isn't one indicator we can look to, and there's no one number that we can therefore point to. We look at a range of indicators, and it's a very broad range. You can count to a high number just quickly, but certainly it will include things like unemployment and participation and wages and many different flavors of that. So how do we think about it? A couple things. We're all going to be informed by what we saw in the last cycle, which was labor supply outperforming expectations over a long period of time. Now, that hadn't happened in many other cycles, but this was a very long cycle. So we're going to have to be alert to see whether that can happen again. It's a different economy. We have had a slew of retirements, and that may weigh on participation. That effect, though, should wear off in a few years, and you know, as you move through that window, because people would have retired anyway, and you'll be back where you would have been. So I think I think the lesson number one is just to be careful about assessing maximum employment, and I think during the last cycle there were waves of concern that we were reaching full employment as early, you know, as 2012 when I arrived at the Fed, and you know 8 years later, we were still creating jobs, and you know, it was quite remarkable. So we're all going to be informed by that. At the same time, we understand this is a different economy. You know, the demographics people are getting older, and that should have a secular effect of reducing participation over time. So we have to be sensible about what can be done. But I think we're going to lean into that and be optimistic. You asked about wages. You know, we're seeing wage increases. That's sort of a natural thing to be seeing in a strong economy. And what we're seeing is that we don't see anything that's troubling, in the sense of what would be troubling would be, you know, very wide across the economy, wages at unsustainable levels without high inflation. In other words, wages in excess of productivity and inflation, but by a meaningful amount broadly across the economy, sort of forcing companies to keep raising prices and getting into a wage price cycle. That's the old formula one of the old formulas for having high inflation. We don't see anything like that now. We do see high wages. We see them for people who are mostly new, you know, entering into new jobs, many of them in low-skilled jobs, and but we do think you've got a thing in the labor market right now where supply and demand are just not matched up well, and you know, we think it's a flexible economy, and it will clear. There will be a level at which supply and demand meet, and we think that'll be happening in coming months. So, but the last thing I'll say is, again, if you look at the forecasts, we're going to be in a very strong labor market pretty quickly here. There's still a big group of unemployed people, and you know, we're not going to forget about them. We're going to do everything we can to get people back into work and give them the chance to work. But there's every reason to think that we'll be in a labor market with very attractive numbers, with low unemployment, high participation, and rising wages across the spectrum. So that's a little bit how we're looking at the labor market.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Hannah Lang at the American Banker.
Hi, I wanted to ask about the status of your thinking around the supplementary leverage ratio right now. Is the Fed still thinking about ways to permanently adjust this to account for the high growth in deposits? And do you ultimately believe a permanent fix is needed? And any information on the timing around that would be helpful.
I can say is we're working on it. Don't have anything to share with you in terms of the particulars or the timing right now, unfortunately. But we've always, our position has been for a long time, and it is now, that we like the leverage ratio to be a backstop to risk-based capital requirements. When leverage requirements are binding, it does skew incentives for firms to substitute low-risk assets for high-risk ones. It's a straightforward thing. And because of the substantial increase in reserves, treasuries, and other safe assets in the banking system, the SLR is rapidly ceasing to be the intended backstop for our big firms that we want it to be. So we do think it's appropriate to consider ways to adapt it to this new high reserves environment, and we're looking hard at the issue. We would also, just to be really clear, we will take whatever actions are necessary to assure that any changes we do make or recommend do not erode the overall strength of bank capital requirements. Sorry, I can't give you any more. That's just something we're working on.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Anakin Tappa at CNN Business.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. Chairman Powell, the price jumps we've seen in some raw materials, lumber, for example, you mentioned it earlier. seem to be easing, and it looks like we're in the beginning of suppliers catching up with demand. But I wonder if you're worried at all if we're going to end up with excess supply immediately after those shortages wear off, and if we just continue this mismatch as we're recovering and getting out of the pandemic economy. And I wonder how that would affect the Fed's outlook at all.
Well, that is really not the problem we're having right now. But actually, people who work in commodity industries are very focused on that because they know that they don't want to build capacity and then find out that it's not necessary. So really, the problem now is that demand is very, very strong. Incomes are high. People have money on their in the bank accounts. Demand for goods is extremely high, and it hasn't come down. We're seeing the service sector reopening, and so you're seeing prices are moving back up off their lows there. But in terms of overcorrecting, I mean, I think there is a possibility on the other side of this that inflation could actually be quite low going forward. But that's not really where our focus is right now. Our focus right now is we need to. Our expectation is that these high inflation readings that we're seeing now will start to abate, and that's what we think, and it'll be like the lumber experience and like we expect the used car experience to be, with things like airplane tickets and hotels, which are the other two factors in the most recent CPI report that went up a lot. We expect that those prices will get back up to where they were, but there's no reason to think that they're going to keep going up a lot. Because if they are, people will build new hotels. There's no reason for supply and demand to be out of whack in the hotel business over any period of time. So we think that'll happen. I think in terms of the timing and the effects on inflation in the near term, there's a lot of uncertainty. The overall story is one that we think is right, and we think the incoming data support it. And so do many and if you look at the forecasts on the FOMC, you will see that as well. But we don't in any way dismiss the chance that it can work out that this goes on longer than expected, and the risk would be that over time it does begin to affect inflation expectations. And if we see inflation expectations and inflation or inflation moving up in a way that is really materially above what we would see as consistent with our goals, and persistently so, we wouldn't hesitate to use our tools to address that. Price stability is half of our mandate, and we would certainly do that. We do not expect that, though. That is not our base case, and in that we're joined by many other forecasters. But there's a lot to be humble about among forecasters. Forecasters have a lot to be humble about. It's a highly uncertain business. And we're very much attuned to the risks and watching the data carefully. In the meantime, I would say, we should, as I mentioned earlier, there's so much uncertainty around this. It's just a unique situation that we need to see how things evolve in coming months and see how that story holds up and act accordingly.
Thank you. We'll go to Howard Schneider at Reuters.
Howard Schneider, Reuters. Thanks, Chair Powell, for taking this. I don't want to miss the moment here, and I noticed that in the statement you dropped the language saying that the pandemic is weighing on the economy. So is this the effective end, in your view, of the pandemic as a constraint on economic activity, even though it's still cited as a risk?
It's a continuum, right? What you've seen with the pandemic is sharply declining cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, and that's great. And that should continue. But you also saw in the United Kingdom, which has, I think, at least as high, if not higher, vaccination rates. They've had an outbreak of the Delta variety, and it's causing them to have to react to that. So you're not out of the woods at this point, and it would be premature in my thinking, it would be premature to declare victory. Vaccination has a ways to go to get to levels. It would be good to see it get to a substantially higher level, and that can only help. You're right. The statement language is evolving. I would expect it to continue to evolve. There's a lot of judgment in that, but you can expect us to drag our feet a little bit on that because That's what you do with statement language. It's great to see the progress, but again, I would not declare victory yet. I would say it is so great to see the reopening of the economy, though, and to see people out living their lives again. You know, who doesn't want to see that? And it appears to be safe, and I just would encourage people to continue to get vaccinated.
If I could follow up on that, if you view the statement in toto and the dots and the SEPs as well, do you think this is more a mark-to-market exercise around the improvement in health or around the inflation risks you see developing out there?
I think it's both. No, I think clearly since March, what's happened is people have grown more confident in these very strong outcomes that they'll be achieved. Very strong outcomes in the economy will be achieved. There's more grounds for confidence. We've seen growth come in higher than we expected. We've seen very strong labor demand. We've also seen we have seen inflation above target, though, and I think even though in our forecasters' case, they do see inflation coming back down over 22 and 23 into areas that are very consistent with our mandate. Nonetheless, the risk is something that can factor into people's thinking about appropriate monetary policy. The thing is, these are 18 different forecasts, and I can't stand here and say exactly what was in all 18 people's minds, but that is something that I think can factor into things as well, factor into our forecasts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Victoria Guida with Politico.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask a little bit more about inflation to make sure I understand how you're thinking about this. So in the projections, inflation is expected to be high this year and then come back down next year, and then maybe start to rise a little bit again, enough for a liftoff in 2023. I know that's obviously, take that with a grain of salt, but that would suggest that you all could theoretically see inflation sustainably staying above 2%. And so I guess my question is, what would be causing that inflation? What would be, because it seems like you all now see a situation in which inflation would be rising in a way that isn't caused by transitory factors in the next couple of years. So would that be the result of a tight labor market? Would that be because this whole situation has raised people's inflation expectations? How are you thinking about that?
So what we're seeing in the near term, again, our base case is that what we're seeing in the near term is principally associated with the reopening of the economy, and not with a tight labor market or tight resource constraints, really. But you're right. When you get to in the forecast, all of that, the supply and demand sides of the economy adapt. We have a very highly adaptive, flexible economy, more so than most. And by 2023, those increases are really about rising resource utilization, or to put it a different way, low unemployment or high employment is the way to think about it. So that's what that's about. That's about the kind of broad inflationary pressure that results from a really strong expansion, tightening up resource utilization across the whole economy, and lifting up inflation. That's why, that's why you would see it then, because by then, in the forecast, and it's just a forecast, they're just individual forecasts. In people's forecasts, that's what's happening.
So the change in the projections reflect the fact that you all are more optimistic about the economic outlook, and not necessarily that you think that this will change the way people think about inflation.
Yeah, I think there may be an element of the latter as well, because inflation expectations have continued to move up. It's all in people's individual thinking, and you can't. It's hard to say. It's not something the committee debates in terms of what the outlook is for 2023. So I'm a little bit speculating, which I shouldn't do. But I wouldn't surprise me if there's an element for some people in seeing the inflation performance that we've had, and thinking that I have more confidence that we could see inflation above 2%. That it may not be as hard to do that as we thought. And that inflation expectations may move up to a level. They were really at a level that was kind of a little below 2%. They might move up as a consequence of this, or as a consequence of the new framework. We did see inflation expectations moving up in the wake of the announcement of the framework, but we don't really know that. So ultimately, I think it's consistent with both those things.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Greg Robb at MarketWatch.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Chair Powell, I'm just looking at the forecast, and the one thing I just don't think it's been talked about all that much is how much you guys, the Fed, thinks that the economy is going to slow next year. I mean, are we looking at a scenario of a slowing economy next year as with higher inflation? And what do you think about that?
We're looking at an economy that will not have the degree of fiscal support. The fiscal support in the forecasts is much less than it was this year. So, but you've still got a very strong growth, well above the longer run potential output of the economy. You've got growth meaningfully above that, and inflation is lower next year in all of our forecasts. I think the range of core PCE forecasts for next year is 1.7 to 2.5 in 2022 and 2 to 2.3 in 2023. So you're right. You're seeing, I can't remember the number, but it might be in the 3.5% growth for next year. That's a really good year. Coming on the back of a 7% growth year, that's a really good year. That's a year with a lot of momentum. That'll cause significant job creation, and it will. I mean, we would take 3.5%. We didn't have a 3.5% growth year. We didn't have a 3% growth year between the global financial crisis and the end of the expansion. So that would be a good year.
Doesn't it seem like there's a risk of like stagflation, where that you're going to go from 7% and down? That means the economy is really dropping in some way. We haven't seen that, right?
The economy's not the economy is still growing, and growing at a very healthy rate. Our estimate, I mean, different people have different estimates, but broadly speaking, economists think the economy has the potential to grow at around 2% per year. If you're growing above that, then the unemployment rate should be declining. People should be being pulled into the labor force. Wages should be going up. Lots of things should be happening. Businesses should be investing. So, I guess to answer your question a different way, is there a risk that inflation will be higher than we think? Yes. As I said earlier, we don't have any certainty about the timing or the extent of these effects from reopening, and therefore we don't think that we think it's unlikely that they would materially affect the underlying inflation dynamics that the economy's had for a quarter of a century. The underlying forces around the globe that have created those dynamics are intact, and those are aging population, low productivity, globalization, all of those things that we think have really held down inflation. All that's out there still. When we get through this, we'll be facing those same forces. Nonetheless, is there a risk that inflation will remain higher than we thought? Yes, and if we see inflation moving above our goals in a time, to an extent, to a level or persistently enough, we would be prepared to use our tools to address that.
Thank you. Going to Brian Chung with Yahoo.
Powell, Brian Chung, Yahoo Finance. On that point, you talked about maybe some of the more structural changes in that last answer with regards to productivity. I noted that the median projection for R-star, the longer-term interest rate, is still the same at 2.5%. But there's been some literature out there that maybe the COVID crisis could have actually changed some of the underlying fundamentals of the economy and maybe changed productivity, in addition to combine with demographic changes that have already been in effect to suggest that that longer-term neutral rate or R-star might be higher. What would the implications of that be for monetary policy? Do you think that maybe the Fed could have the possibility of underestimating the long-run neutral rate, and what might be the impact of that?
A higher neutral rate would mean that interest rates would run higher by that amount, and that would be a good thing from the standpoint of the economy, because it would give the Fed more room to cut rates. The problem with interest rates being close to the lower bound, of course, is that it really cuts into our ability to react to a downturn, for example, a pandemic. And if you look, for example, at the European Central Bank, their policy rate was well below zero when the pandemic hit. So we don't want to be in a place where we can't react. A higher neutral rate would be, from that narrow standpoint, would be a good thing for us. It would give us more room, and therefore then that would tend to result in better outcomes for the economy over time. You know, you can't estimate it with great precision. I think we would be alert to, studying R-star is a whole industry unto itself, and I think we would be alert to factors that might raise R-star, the neutral rate of interest. And we'd try to keep up with that, and I think we're all thinking about that and the possibility of that. There are a lot of stories right now that essentially could lead to higher productivity growth and higher R-star. We don't know which of those stories will come true, but I'll give you an example. It's just there are a lot of startups, a lot of early stage companies, and is that going to have that effect? We don't know, but we'll be watching those things carefully.
Great. Thank you. For the last question, we'll go to Michael McKee at Bloomberg TV.
Mr. Chairman, of course, you'll be shocked to learn that you have some critics on Wall Street, and I would like to paraphrase a couple of their criticisms and get your reaction to them. One is that the new policy framework is that you react to actual data and do not react to forecasts, yet the actual inflation data is coming in hot, and you're relying on the forecast that it will cool down in order to make policy. I wanted to get your view on how you square that. Another is that you have a long runway, you've said, for tapering with announcements, but if the data keep coming in faster than expected, are you trapped by fear of a taper tantrum from advancing the time period at which you announce a taper? And finally, you've said the Fed knows how to combat inflation, but raising rates also slows the economy. And there's a concern that you might be sacrificing the economy if you wait too long and have to raise rates too quickly.
So that's a few questions there. But so let me say first, I think people misinterpret the framework. I think there's nothing wrong with the framework, and there's nothing in the framework that would in any way interfere with our ability to pursue our goals. That's for starters. All of our discussions and all of our thinking and planning are taking place in the context of our new framework. We're strongly committed to it. We think it's well suited to our goals, including in this unique time. And I think if you look at the forecasts that we written down, our committee is solidly behind them. The forecasts are all consistent with that. Your specific question, I guess, was, will we be behind the curve? And that's not the situation we're facing at all. The situation that we addressed in our statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy was a situation in which employment was at very high levels, but inflation was low. And what we said was we wouldn't raise interest rates just because unemployment was low, employment was high, if there was no evidence of inflation or other troubling imbalances. So that's what we said. That is not at all the current situation. The current situation, we have many millions of people who are unemployed, and we have inflation running well above our target. The question we face with this inflation is nothing to do with our framework. It's a very difficult version of a standard a central banking question, and that is, how do you separate in inflation? How do you separate things that follow from broad upward price pressures from things that really are a function of sort of idiosyncratic factors in due to particular things? I mean, a classic example was, to pick a narrow example, was the cell phone price war back in 2017. If you remember, prices were incredibly low, and it held down core PCE by 0.3 or something for a year, and then it fell out. So this is much bigger than that. And of course, it's not easy to tell in real time which is which, but that's the question you would face under really any framework. And we're trying to sort that out. I've tried to explain that today about how we think about that. And we do think that these are temporary factors and that they'll wane. We can't be absolutely certain about the timing of that, and we're prepared to use our tools as appropriate. Your second one was, we will we will taper when we feel that the economy has achieved substantial further progress, and we will communicate very carefully in advance on that, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're going to do, and we will follow through on that. There's no, we will do what we can to avoid a market reaction, but ultimately, when we achieve our macroeconomic goal, we will taper as appropriate. The third thing was, what was the third thing?
If you raise rates to control inflation, you also slow the economy. And the history of the Fed is that sometimes you go too far.
That's right. And we have to balance the two goals, maximum employment and price stability. Often they do pull in the same direction, of course. But when we raise interest rates to control inflation, there's no question that it has an effect on activity, and that's the channel, one of the channels through which we get to inflation. We don't think that we're in a situation like that right now. We think that the economy is recovering from a deep hole, an unusual hole, actually, because it's to do with shutting down the economy. It turns out it's a heck of a lot easier to create demand than it is to bring supply back up to snuff. That's happening all over the world. There's no reason to think that that process will last indefinitely. But we're going to watch carefully to make sure that evolving inflation and our understanding of what's happening is right. And in the meantime, we'll conduct policy appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
That was Fed Chair Jay Powell wrapping up his press conference, and we have halved the losses on the S&P and eradicated them completely on the Nasdaq, which is now flat on the day. Welcome to the closing bell, everyone. I'm Wilfred Frost. The yield as well, which had spiked to 157, up 7 basis points on the session, only up 5 basis points on the session to 155. Now, why? Because the number of Fed members expecting a rate hike next year up from 7 to 13 of 18, but then a very dovish Chair Powell there in the press conference, kind of softening the blow as it was, Sarah, from the press release earlier today.
Yeah, maybe he's taking us a little baby step closer to the whole tapering or scaling back of asset purchases, but really a baby step. He said that they're going to give a lot of guidance and a lot of heads up when they are going to start tapering. He said, but you can think of this meeting as we're talking about tapering. Oh, and by the way, let's retire that term. It served its purpose in answer to our own Elon Moy's question. But he said we're nowhere near liftoff in terms of those higher rates and told us to dismiss the dots. So as far as I'm concerned, for all those calls from Paul Tudor Jones and James Gorman and Brian Moynihan, everybody else who said the Fed should be looking at tightening, the Fed is not there. We're still a ways away on substantial progress, according to Fed Chair Powell.
Making it very clear that they're only really thinking about tapering and not those rate hikes, despite the dots and despite the inflation forecast up from 2.2% for 2021 to 3%. Let's discuss all of this with our panel. Paul McCulley joins us from PIMCO, former PIMCO, chief economist, along with Michelle Meyer, Bank of America Global Research Head of U.S. Economics, and CNBC's senior markets commentator Mike Santoli. Mike, very quickly, first to you on the market reaction, which did see a decent pullback. S&P got down to 0.7% decline. All of the sectors were lower. Now we've seen a nice bounce, both in the financials on one end of the curve and the tech stocks as well on the other end.
Yeah, the first move, wrong move rule was in effect, which is usually the initial reflex sometimes gets unwound. I think
usually takes a day or so.
Often, but even in the initial response to the announcement, mostly because if you had to say what was the incremental change relative to expectations, you'd probably say pulling those dots forward by some other members of the committee and increasing the inflation expectations without really upgrading the more distant growth expectations. Okay, fine. That's incrementally hawkish in a very hypothetical way. And so if you were inclined to act on that, then you got shaken out and you sold. The yields didn't get to anywhere near where they were even a few weeks ago on the upside. And so it didn't change all that much in the end, even as the market has mostly gone, sideways into this print.
Michelle, here we are once again where there's this tension between the dots, which I think we should explain to everyone what they are. They're the forecasts by all the forecasters on the Fed of when they think rates are going to rise. And now there are 7 people who expect to start hiking in 2022, which is 6 months away. And with what Chair Powell is saying, which is that there's not even enough substantial progress to start scaling back asset purchases. So what does the market make of that?
Market's supposed to pay attention to Fed Chair Powell, and that this has been an ongoing challenge where the SEP and the dots will show one thing because they are individual committee forecasts, and then Fed Chair Powell will lay out the game plan based off of how he sees the risks, and it's very clear that liftoff should not even be in the conversation right now. All he's really trying to do is set the stage for tapering, taking these baby steps. Another one was taken today and moving from some time from substantial further progress to a ways away. That's a little bit softer. Retiring, as you said, Sarah, the term of talking about tapering. So they're talking about it. They're setting the stage. In upcoming meetings, they'll deliver the proper signal. This is all very much kind of as scheduled and as planned, and frankly also justified by the data they're seeing. But he needs to see a whole lot more data to understand really what's happening in the underlying economy around the supply and demand mismatch. And until he has a clear understanding of that, I don't think he's going to be very comfortable giving a signal at all in terms of the path for interest rates.
Paul, I know you're a fan of the Fed's new framework, in effect, for most of the last year or so. That said, based on the rhetoric we just heard from the Fed chair, is he at risk of delaying the beginning of tapering a little bit too much?
No, I don't think so. In fact, I think what he did today was essentially mark to reality or mark to market where the Fed is in its forecasting process. And I thought he did a masterful job of doing that. And the second thing he did was essentially say that there is a tactical dynamic within the new framework. So the new framework is not a straitjacket for them effectively doing what they need to do on two sides of the ledger, being super accommodative and taking it back. So I think he was very much setting the stage for what's going forward, in light of the fact that the economy has been much stronger than we anticipated, and he expects that to continue. So I agree with Michelle. I thought he did a really good job of getting Fed policy to where it was, to where it is right now, and away from the stale SEP from March.
By the way, the stock market has come back, as we've said, made a little V there in terms of the intraday chart as Powell was talking. The dollar has held its highs, though, near the highs of the session. 6-week highs really took off after the initial statement. Everyone stay with us because we do need to get to Ylan-Moy for more on Powell. She was in the news conference. Ask that key question, Ylan, about talking about tapering, which I think marked the peak of that phrase.
That's right. Maybe it's jumped the shark from now, Sarah, but this is why the press conference exists. It's a chance for the chairman to provide a little color around the Fed's policy statement, around its forecast, because in particular on inflation, what we saw in the policy statement was really bare bones. All the Fed said in the statement was that inflation had risen and that it's transitory, and Powell even acknowledged during the press conference that sometimes they're going to drag their feet on changing any language in the statement itself. But during the press conference, he was able to acknowledge that, higher prices, persistently high inflation is not their base case, but it's certainly a risk.
As the reopening continues, shifts in demand can be large and rapid, and bottlenecks, hiring difficulties, and other constraints could continue to limit how quickly supply can adjust, raising the possibility that inflation could turn out to be higher and more persistent than we expect.
So Powell tried to emphasize that he does believe the Fed has the tools to handle higher inflation, that they need to be humble about their forecasting. But that's also part of the reason why they are now discussing, I'll say discussing instead of talking, discussing tapering, because that's really the tool that they can use to remove accommodation from the market without having to go to the extent of raising rates.
Ylan, thank you very much. Michelle, why don't they just get rid of the dots if it's confusing everyone and changes the tone of what Powell's trying to say?
Because it was an important step in transparency that was put in place under the Bernanke world, and the dots are pretty important. At times in the cycle, once the hiking cycle is well underway, once there's much broader consensus, I think the dots are important and more relevant. But yes, of course, they do create some challenges, and I think especially in this environment, they're somewhat problematic because not everybody on the committee has embraced this new framework the same way. And I think, as a market participant, what's important is to really just pay attention to what Powell, Brainerd, and Clarett in particular are saying. They have embraced the framework. They do want this overheating in the economy. They do want a broad-based and inclusive recovery. And I think for them, we're not there yet. We're going to monitor the data. If there's signs of persistent inflation, then they'll react. But you have to look at inflation expectations, and you need a whole lot more time to be able to get through this period of high uncertainty in the data flow.
Paul, you have some thoughts on the changing definition of full employment and whether or not the Fed is really on top of that?
I think that Chair Powell did a really nice job of pulling back from the notion that we have to necessarily fully recapture where we were on employment in February of last year, which is about 7.5 million people. And I think incoming data has told us that the labor force participation rate may have come down on a structural basis, in part because of retirements. So I thought it was very useful and instructive for him to note that they're not exactly sure where we're going to go on the labor force participation rate in the quarters and years ahead, and backed away from the whole notion that they can't do anything on monetary policy until you get back to the level of February of 2020. So I thought that was an important incremental change, and it was positive from the standpoint of buying the Fed flexibility for declaring eventually that we've reached substantial further progress, that they're not using that benchmark of February 2020.
A collar? It's a new
Michelle
type of
Meyer,
shirt.
great
Look
to
at
have
that.
you both here on a Fed day. Thank you for weighing in.
It's like a half
We
collar.
only have 20 minutes left before the bell. Here's
You see that? That's a futuristic collar he had.
It's just the back collar. In the future, we don't need anything in the front. That's all for show. The back part of the collar is like what protects you from radiation and stuff.
Yeah, apparently. Wow, look, AMC cooking along, guys.
Woo! What about that vino, baby? Hey, who's drinking tonight?
Dang, why did I have a limit set while I was out killing wasps? I should have just held on.
Spill the wine, drink that girl. Oh,
Yeah.
man. We're having a party up in here. Vino party, baby. Unless it unhalts and goes completely to the center and the core of the earth.
Oh my good! It halted at 8:34. Oh my goodness!
Hey. Everybody get up.
Man, earlier when I got in on it, I was like, oh man, the volume just died completely off. This thing just died. And I'm like, I'll just set a limit. I'll probably be holding this bag for a long time. And I set my limit for like, I don't know, 570 something to sell it off. And then it did a little click up and I was like, whew, thank goodness I'm out of that vino.
Hey,
and then the volume just rushed into this thing and halted it to the upside 104%. This is on launching us an Amazon storefront.
Right. I actually got in early on a FOMO play with you guys and started to dip, started to lose money. It came back. And then I actually bought more just on the hunch that it might hit that number again. And it blasted through that 7. So we're looking pretty right there. AMC is coming back at the end of the day now, but 17 minutes to go in the trading day.
Limesicle working out. Yeah, volume coming into AMC.
Ooh, big time.
It's the end of the day.
After
back above 55, guys. That's the number you said was important.
All you had to it was wait for its showtime. You had it blocking. And it's like, I'm not going to moon if you have these people on the screen. Like, once you took that off the screen, it was like, showtime, baby.
It's time.
I got the spotlight now, baby.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Dr. Westside Fauci, can you tell us about J Pow's therapy coat, bro?
Did you hear that thing? What was up with that? Dude, that was crazy. Somebody should have figured that out and like told, Vino unhalted now, going straight up again, 869, 867.
Yeah, look at it go.
Going the right direction. 869, just stopping at 869. There must be just a wall right there at 869. It does not want to go past
I just
that.
see a lot of buy pressure. It's just, yeah.
Oh, a little bit of sell coming in here. Oh, it could be sell time, 869.
Oh, it ain't sell time. It's going. It's
right through there.
It's going up towards 9. Up towards the hits 9.
9.
Hit 9.
Somebody said Torch is coming back to life. Oh, wow. Oh,
that's exactly what you want to see there on that chart for Vino, is that ramping up volume, ramping up price action.
Orf was
a
coming
perfect
down pretty
momentum
hard
play.
there.
Orf is?
Yeah.
Oh, yep, it is. Orf is coming back down. 1593 on Orf.
Torch
Look
coming
at that
back.
play.
Vino at 861 now. A lot of red candles on Orphazyme now. 1579 Orphazyme. Trying to fight back. Ton of volume on these stocks right now. AMC. A lot of green candles for AMC. AMC 55.45, 55.50 now. Woo. Woo-woo. That's the woo-woo alert. Was that a woo-woo alert? Volume scanner. Vino 831 now. 831. All right, Vino dropping down to 805 for a second there. 811 now. That didn't sound like woo-woo. That was woo. Woo-woo.
Yeah, that was the, that's the woo-woo alert at the house. That's the guard dog alert.
The real woo-woo alert.
Yeah,
The
that's
original.
not just, oh, woo-woo. That's, woo-la-la-la. Vino really is holding some strength here on this.
Big time.
On this rise. $8.15, up 100% on the day. Lindsay in the background singing the Big Mac song. I don't know if you heard that.
I heard the lettuce, tomato, lettuce, pickle, onion.
She's making burgers for the guys that are here working on the house today.
Oh, right up.
Everybody.
So nice.
Yeah, she always does that, man. Makes everybody lunch. Just makes everyone feel at home, you know.
Some sell off coming on Vino now, 782.
So I was raised.
Somebody said GameStop is doing its thing, 225 on GameStop. GameStop and AMC rallying back now. 55.13 AMC. Vino at 815. Vino not dead at all. 820, 825, 830. Coming back up. Vino headed back up now.
Personal preferences and the lack of
Another green candle on Vino.
Specifically, Rorsted.
Ooh, Vino didn't like the news. As soon as I heard the news, it dipped. 751 Vino.
Is it stuck there?
Uh-oh.
No buy pressure on the order book. There's nothing on the level 2. Only sell wall 28,000 and building at 751. 36,000, 41,000.
Is that it? Is Vino done?
Oh, order book's weird. I've got ask at 616 now. Must be suspended down. A bunch of ask at sit in the 6s. Weird.
Not saying halted, but it's definitely halted. Here I have 751 on Vino.
Yeah, we're suspended. 12,000 share buy wall at 751 now. The 10,000 share sell at 750. So that's just going to meet. Those are going to disintegrate each other. Cancel each other out. AMC looking beautiful. Looking beautiful though after kind of a rough day.
Yeah, nice boost here to close the day out. 10 more minutes to go.
We were 11% down, so we're still observing the SSR rule going through the day tomorrow on that 10% price action.
Perfect.
Jeff Galetta sold Vino at $8.19.
Nice, Jeff. Nice play.
I like that spill of wine. Dig that girl.
Strychnine, 10 candles left. I like the 10 candles left thing now.
Oh, candles. Yeah, we are watching candles. That's beautiful.
10 candles left in the day, folks. It sounds more dramatic, you know? I like it. I like it, Strychnine. Orphazyme dipped pretty hard, but it's coming back now. Orphazyme and a lot of green candles here. Dipped down to 1575 for a second there. 1650. Orphazyme.
Yeah, I'm testing out some options plays on Orphazyme. So I bought 100 shares.
Okay.
And I immediately sold it. So notice that the premiums were extremely high because of the volatility on it. So I bought 100 shares at $17, and then I immediately sold a call for $8 a share. So it essentially got me into the stock for $9 a share.
Okay.
And so I'm just watching how that plays out with the volatility here. It's been kind of fluttering around $100 in the profit all day. And when the volatility gets wild, the profit goes down on that trade. And then as the volatility smooths out, the profit goes up on that trade because the premiums go down on those contracts so that I can buy that call back cheaper. So really the downside risk on doing that is if it goes below $9 a share, there'll be some downside risk on that trade. If it just mellows out or if it goes higher, there'll be continued upside on that trade. So we'll see. Just playing with it, you know.
Yeah, it sounds like a smart play. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to drop below 9 at this point, but you never know.
You never know. And, you know, it's facing what, some type of meeting tonight on FDA approval, or?
Yeah.
So what if it doesn't get it? I mean, where could it go from there?
56 cents a share.
Right. So then what if it does get it, you know?
Right. I bought a couple shares today. Nothing. I didn't buy too many, just 20. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you accidentally slipped and landed on the buy button earlier.
Oh, I've slipped. Oh, I've fallen. I've fallen on the buy button again. Oh, why do I keep falling on this buy button directly onto it? Yeah. Same how I slipped and bought more Vino. So, still halted. We'll see what happens with that. I don't think I'm going to use one of my sells today anyway, so I'm going to hold it overnight and try to swing trade it.
I'm going to swing that Vino.
Swing that Vino around, man.
What's your favorite kind of wine? You ever sip on some wine?
Yeah. I don't drink white wine. White wine gets me. I don't know what it is about white wine, man. Something about white wine. It messes with me. It makes me. It gets me tipsy. I could drink all kind. I could drink beer, shots. Me and you, we drink shots all day. But I'm a big guy. But something about white wine, man. You put a couple Chardonnays in me, I start giggling. I start acting funny. Like people tell me around me, like I start drinking white wine, and they're like, "Hey, you're acting funny." And it's I get like giddy and like flush and like I don't know. I get girl drunk, man. So I don't really mess with white wine. I like Cabernet Sauvignon or something,
Okay. Straight out the box.
Straight out the bag. I cut the box open. I get the bag. That's how you get it.
I mean, when you bring the box to a party, it's never a bad time. Like, people love it when you bring the box to a party.
So you know what I used to bring to the party? I don't know if you guys know about this Carlo Rossi wine. It comes in a big jug, and they used to sell like these big gallon jugs, glass jugs for like $3.99. And you could come into a party with one of those jugs, and you were like a god amongst men.
Yep, 100%.
But yeah, I did my share of some Franzia. I drank some box wine in my day.
I do some fancy wine every now and then too. You ever had that Mad Dog 2020?
Ooh, Mad Dog 2020. That was the
Little Orange Jubilee.
That was the first thing that I ever drank in my whole life was Mad Dog 2020.
That's awesome. I actually distilled some of that in my still down to a moonshine. It was really, really good.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds
I don't know what you call it. It's not whiskey, but it ended up really good.
And then I upgraded somewhere in high school. I upgraded from Mad Dog to Boone's Strawberry.
Oh, Boone?
Yeah, Boone's Strawberry Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
And then we
Odafro,
had
what's
another
up?
one. St. Ides. You ever try some St. Ides?
Oh, I love St. Ides. That was actually one of my favorite malt liquors was St. Ides.
Yeah, me too.
I like that. I like St. Ides a lot. I liked it actually. I first started drinking it because Ice Cube or NWA like promoted it, and you know I was a kid, so peer pressure worked on me. I was like, oh, Dr. Dre's drinking St. Ides. I'm there. That's the one for me. But I actually did like it, and they actually made a side drink after a while. They made a fruit drink. St. Ides made a fruit drink, and they called it Crooked Eye, and it was like, I think it was non-alcoholic too. It was just like a juice drink. But it still looked like malt liquor. It like looked bad because it had like a black logo and a crooked eye on it. But they made like a pina colada and a fruit punch, and they were like really good. St. Ides. Vino still halted? Oh, it unhalted. No, it's halted. Do they can it be halted into market close? Can they do that? I'm scared. Boone's Farm, St. Ives. No, St. Ides, not St. Ives. St. Ides, like the Ides of March. St. Ives hand cream. I know what you're talking about, though. Their apricot scrub is good.
Hey, there you're back. You're at me now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I couldn't hear you. I was asking, could they halt into the close?
Oh, yeah, they can stay halted into the close.
Oh, it's
And
terrible.
they can halt in after hours as well. I think there's just different rules.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I've heard people saying there's no halt in pre-market or after hours, but there absolutely can be. It's just different rules.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah. That just means more limesicles.
I hope so. We'll see what goes on with the vino here. 2 minutes left in the trading day. Halted at 7:51 after hitting that high of 9:03 a couple minutes ago. Man, I want to live in that moment forever.
All those drinks we mentioned, I'd like to just have a little shelf in the fridge with a little collection of all of those in case I need a little taste of nostalgia.
Yeah, right? We were talking about the nostalgia yesterday about like what if AMC actually mooned and you had that kind of FU money, what kind of things you would buy. And a lot of us were talking about nostalgic toys. Alf dolls. We were talking a lot about Alf, but there was a lot of like nostalgic toys that a lot of people were like, hey, you know, if I had
Did you see that?
money.
Did you see that Grimace Alf post?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what, man? This
Dude,
guy.
I'm so jealous, dude.
Me too.
I always wanted one of those. I always wanted one as a kid. Always.
Yeah,
And so
me
yeah,
too.
there's
I
a lot of retro toys that I would look up on eBay and just buy just to have again.
My friend does that all the time. He's got one Nerf Turbo Whistler that we can play with, and one in the box that we can't touch.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. My buddy has the Millennium Falcon. We
And
busted
he's
out.
a Super Soaker collector too. So
Oh, really?
all the Super Soakers in the boxes, those were pretty cool back in the day. But man, the prices have gone up on those collector's items for sure. One candle left here, guys. One candle left.
it.
Looks like we're going to end the day over 55 on AMC.
AMC 5510. Vino still halted. And it
And
just
there's the
unhalted.
bell. Did it unhalt before the bell?
Yeah, they halted it. They unhalted it right at the bell, dude. Now it's going. Oh, what a jack move. Now they're going to sell it all off, right?
I don't know. What's it doing?
750,
720?
730. Yeah, it is going down a little bit in the after hours. Oh, maybe it could be.
780.
Oh, that
I'm
that
showing.
wall you were talking about. That buy and sell are fighting each other right here.
Ooh, big green wall came in 50,000 shares at 757. Someone's coming into Vino here.
Ooh, wow. There you go. Now, just hit
disappeared.
Just hit $8 for 1 second there. And it might be coming back up. There you go. It's an 8 in the green.
I don't know that I've ever seen that much volume come into AMC in the after hours versus the day. What is that? See that volume bar in AMC? That's nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, Vino. So you know what? For starting out to be such a red day, we had J Powell on. The entire watch list was red. You know, it didn't really end up being that bad of a day. It's a couple nice little moves today, some midday stuff.
Yeah.
Some
I
dips
see
to buy.
a lot of people made some good momentum plays out there today.
I was really impressed just by just like I talked about earlier, how far everybody in this community has come. They're out there making moves, they're seeing moves, they're bringing stuff up, they're throwing just so intelligent questions out there. It's a completely different world that we're in with this fam now, and I love the evolution of it. I mean, see this thing continuing until we're the hedge fund now.
I mean, not the brown knows too much, but a lot of it does stem from you know, being on this channel back in the day, kind of helping a lot of us out. That knowledge seeped into all of us, and we also started to grow ourselves, and now we're all here, you know, helping each other out, doing what you set out to do, you know?
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, you
pat
guys all
yourself on the
bring all
back,
that
you know,
knowledge.
give yourself a round of applause, Bulldog. I mean, you put this thing together, and this is what is this? I mean, what did you see? Did you see the channel becoming this? This is what you wanted?
I mean, I was hoping, you know, I was hoping for, you know, a successful group of traders to form, you know, and maybe even a little bit selfishly in the beginning. I'm like, I need more traders to, you know, we can all work together and we can make this thing happen. Let's do it. And it's been so great, and it's really happening. You guys are all gaining talent, and it's a beautiful thing.
You're doing it.
Yeah. I mean, it's awesome because I know that all this information that I get daily and the plays that I make daily, they're not happening 100% organically from me. You know, it's what you're putting on the screen. It's what people are bringing to us. It's the conversations that we're having in the Discord, and you put it all together. And once that bell opens, bam, you know what I'm saying? It's like all systems go. Everybody's working together. If I see, you know, if you see something that is dangerous, you'll warn us. If somebody sees something that is a possible play, they bring it up to us, and everybody's working on it. Some people go in, some people don't. We report back to each other. And you know,
yeah, that's right, D-Grade. That's why he gets the high dollar super chats. That was freaking amazing today, D-Grade, Oscar, you guys. Nuts.
But it is awesome. Like like Duck says, we started from the bottom and now we're here. Like I knew nothing about the stock market back in the day, you know, and just
now
listening to everybody and sharing this information and still every single day learning. It's cool
And
to
the sky
be able
is
to
the
make these
limit
plays.
for Bulldog Trader Fam. I'm with MIA on this one. You know, I'm long. I got calls on Bulldog Trader Fam. That's for sure.
But yeah, it is awesome to see everybody, coming up and making these plays and every single day,
Yeah, yeah, it's really cool, and I really started to notice it today, just how far everybody's come, just the plays that they're throwing out there versus the same people that I've seen different stuff come from the beginning of this whole thing. That's just super impressive. I'm just couldn't be more proud of my Bulldog Trader fam, man.
Yeah. Hey, you put this thing together, man. Okay. You remember.
All right.
Orphazyme at 1620. Not that bad. Not a big sell-off. I'm still in Orphazyme. I'm holding that overnight. We'll see what happens with that. Vino, not bad. No sell-off on Vino either. Vino at 737. We'll see what happens overnight. I'm going to watch that one. I'm holding that one overnight too. Forget it. I didn't want to use up any day trades today anyway.
Hey, thanks, Louis. Smiley. It's we got Bulldog and Westside on the mic right now. We're here.
And Woo Woo.
Sorry about that. And Woo Woo's on the mic too. Channel mascot. He's the Australian Bulldog. We're here 24/7 every single day. We're here all day and all night. Me and Westside are covering the daily action on the stock market here, and we've got great commentators overnight covering crypto as well. So if you guys are just hanging out with us, if you haven't hung out with us before, hit that subscribe button and hang out with us again. This thing's going to continue to grow. The skill levels continuing to rise, and those tendies are going to continue to overflow on our table as we all eat here at the Bulldog Trader fam.
Definitely. As a group, we are definitely making more money,
Super chat.
Hey, Victor. Good day. One beer on me. Thank you, Victor. Super chat. But yeah, you're right. Like as a group, collectively, we are earning more. I feel, as the weeks, I've only been here for 4 months now, 3 months now, and as a group, I've seen us collectively make more, grow financially.
I have too. I definitely see it too.
Super chat. Smiley
PC44. Thank you for that super chat. Oh, D-Grade said those super chats got him in trouble, by the way.
Super chats got you in big trouble.
Dism says many hands make for light work. I like that. Exactly. I've definitely seen, my game has definitely stepped up. I make better plays now. I know what to look for. Just in these past few months of trading with Trader Fam, I've gotten so much better. Vino.
Yep, and I hear that. I continue to hear that over and over again. I get texts like that. We got a text today from a guy who texted and said, "Hey, I just want to donate anything I can. I've learned so much from you guys. Only been here a week. And if you guys need anything digital or website design or mobile app design or anything, just let me know." And I was like, okay, we're a young channel. We don't have a whole lot of funds to throw around. And he says, oh, no, I wasn't talking about any funds at all. Donate anything you need. Everything I've learned from you guys so far. I'm like, oh, wow.
Dude,
so that's...
We need an app. That would be so cool if we had an app.
So a companion app for the channel might actually be pretty helpful.
That would be so cool, man. All Bulldog, all in one place.
And we'll continue to grow and bring you guys the best interactive YouTube experience out there. We'll keep working on it and bringing you guys better and better stuff. I'm sure you guys have seen the progression, and we're just going to keep on going.
Awesome, man. Are you allowed to shout out the person?
I haven't asked him that yet, so we'll continue working with him, and I'm sure we'll give him credit where credit's due if he decides that he wants credit, you know.
Okay. I like that.
MIA. Trader fam's there when you need it in the game of life.
Love you, MIA.
MIA. More of that on-air talent we were talking about. MIA with that soup. Super chat.
Super chat. Thanks, MIA. MIA, my brother from another mother.
So funny.
Right on. Well, yeah, I got a couple guys here now. My neighbor came over to help me. He was my foreman on the job here. We're gonna make some burgers and continue building the house. We'll definitely post a picture of you guys, and
Cool,
you guys
bro.
keep kicking booty like you do, man. Much love, Trader
Hey,
fam.
thanks for everything, man.
You know where to find me. My number's on the screen, guys. Much love.
It is. Later, dude. Awesome, right? Too cool. We got you through the last 2 days. This channel has got me through the last 6 months. Oh, Vino coming down now. Someone spilled their wine. Hey, you spilled that wine, man. Vino at 6.95 now. Continuing this after hours sell off. I'm like, Vino! Okay, coming back now. $7 on Vino. Wait. Timmy 2 trades. Timmy 2 trades. Timmy 2 trades. What? Timmy! 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 Hi, Timmy. What up, man? Long time no see. Oh, yeah, and thanks for the beer. Victor. You regretted selling your Vino. Ah, you did good. It's coming down now. 788 on Vino. Yes. It was expensive wine. Now it's about to be cheap wine. 683 Vino coming down now. I've been good. I've been good, Timmy. I'm doing great. We're doing great. We're making some good plays out here today. Everybody's getting Nintendies. You know how we do. We've had a good few weeks. We've had a lot of good runs lately with the Orf, with the Vino today. And Vino coming back now. 710 on Vino. All right. Vino now 710 after hours. AMC, couple red candles in the after hours on AMC. 55.11 now after closing at 55.19. AMC holding strong in the after hours. Oh, you made some money on that Orf play? Good, good. I'm holding overnight. I'm down. That's just because I bought in so high. I bought in at 17 for Orf. Not smart, but it's okay. Orf down to 1642 right now Closed at 1621, so it's up in after hours. ORPH. Why you wanna? So ORPH. Following that one, ENOB, still the main of my existence. ENOB, massive red candles in after hours. Closed at 599, sold off all the way down to 580. Now to 602. ENOB in the after hours. NFT art. Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Now for Westside's daily cryptocurrency update. Here we go. All right, folks. Here we go. Drum roll. My daily update of NFT art finance token. Here we go. So my 4,260,263,803 NFT art finance tokens that I bought for $100 are now worth a whopping, drum roll please, $14.23. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, $14.23. $100 worth of Emax can buy you 342,068,467 Emax tokens at $100. That is now worth $50.30. 30 cents. $50.30. Yep. So more than 50%. What else? Yeah. Big winners out there. Come on, Safe Moon. Safe Moon, bring me to the promised land. Show me the glory. Safe Moon, you're my only hope. What a renob. We totally need a garden thread in the Discord, man. Okay, so we need a book club section of the Discord and a gardening section of the Discord. Is this is Oprah's Discord? Martha Stewart's Discord. You're right though. We need that. Oh, I guess the gardening stuff can go in the lounge, but nah. Let's keep the lounge in the lounge. If you guys don't know, we have a Discord. It has a lounge. You got to check it out. Oh, what wallet am I using? I'm using Trust Wallet. Sorry, Chin and Ton. I'm gonna go get my haircut right now, guys. I'm gonna go get my haircut. I haven't had my haircut in a long time. My hair, I told you guys. I'm feeling. I've been feeling. I've been having. I'm self-conscious of my hair right now because it's all jacked up. So I'm gonna get my haircut today. I'm gonna feel good. That's called investing in yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's what that Orphazyme, the first run of Orphazyme, bought me this haircut that I'm about to get. And it's also gonna buy me my lunch. And it's gonna buy me a couple beers. And maybe a bottle of peanut butter whiskey. How about you guys? What's on the agenda for this evening? What are you guys going to be doing? Like within the next minute or so, you know? Say it like a minute from now. So if it's 4:19 now, what are you guys going to be doing in a minute from now? I'm just wondering. What are your plans for a minute from now? A minute from 4:19. Just wondering. You got any plans? Got any special plans? Shut up, Pete. All right, Cali Glitch. Yeah, this is going to be the first time I'm going to this haircut place. It's an expensive haircut too, so I'm expecting big things. All right, Hector Rivera, at work listening to us. Thank you. Tiny Boxes is lacing all these tap shoes. He is going to be thinking of new insults tonight. Okay, thinking of new insults. Not for me, right? I know you did not join forces with Steel Fawn today. That's not going down. Twisted got the purple mattress. Oh, isn't it nice? Isn't it nice? All right, Timmy. Later. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Jeff Galetta says 88 degrees in the Bay Area today. Where you at, Jeff? You and Jeff, you're a San Francisco guy, huh? I think you're a San Francisco guy. Maybe I'm wrong. Murray. Oh, San Jose. Okay. Murray says Fubo is pushing up. All right. What's pushing up for Fubo? Let's look. I like pushing up. Let's take a look at it. I like Fubo. Oh, whoa, Fubo. That's more than pushing up. Whoa, buddy. That exploded. Fubo closing at 28.62, hitting 29.99 right now. 29.99. All right, Timmy. Yeah, Twisted Elm. Getting that new mattress changed your life. I'm telling you. I've been sleeping great these days. Palm Stick says, hey, Bulldog Trading. I think AMC is about to drop in between 50 and 40. And when it hits oversold on the stock RSI, I will buy 100 shares, call options. Okay, well, that's not helping the movement. You got to buy shares. 118 degrees in Arizona. Hector. Lo siento, señor. Es muy caliente. No me gusta. No me gusta. No más. You're going to be researching that vino on your Amazon account? Since I'm bald now, the cost average down from the barbershops and haircuts. You know, I'm 43 now, so I only have a few haircuts left. You know, the number of haircuts I have left. Cali Glitch says 83 in Palo Alto. Oh, Paliati. Yeah, I'm gonna get my haircut and really savor it while it's here. You know, because in 10 years, I don't know. Who's to say? 20 years, probably not going to be here, you know, so I'm going to savor this hair while I have it. Yeah, mango wine does sound nice. TannahMae, I'm driving. Can you call out Vino and Orf? Of course. Vino now 779 in after hours. Ooh, 787. Vino seeing some action here in after hours. 785. 790. So let's say Vino is 793 in after hours right now. Orf is 1620 in after hours. And TannahMae AMC is 5509 also. That's TannahMae, y'all, on the bike. PLC says Bick is my barber. Yeah, there you go, M. Gray. You know, it's not going to be around for much longer, so I'm just going to harvest as much as I can. You know. You bought some mango juice. It gets you extra ripped when I burn. I've heard that. I don't tell Tannah not to text and drive. Yeah, Tannah, don't text and drive. What are you doing? Yeah. She's not driving. She's riding. She's on a bike. I think. Are you on a bike? Are you in the bike or are you in the little, what is that thing? Ford Focus or what do you drive? You got a little car. I feel like you got a little car. Jay Blaze says, Bay Area. I'll be on the mic in 35 minutes. Well, don't, take your time. It's no big deal, Tannah. If you have to take your time. Don't race here. Don't race here, Speed Racer. This isn't Tron. Here she comes. Here comes Speed Racer. She's a demon on wheels. Da-da-da-da-da-da. She's a demon and she's gonna get chasing after something. Jay Play says, yee! Ah, there you go. Yeah, see, I know what's up. I grew up in the yay. Shout out to all the people in the Bay Area. Yay area. The yay. Yay, yay. AMC hitting the 54s. AMC at 54.97 right now. Orphazyme at 16.24 now. In the green after hours. Closing at 16.21. Orphazyme at 16.24. 16.25. Vino, 785 on Vino now. I feel fine. I feel fine about holding Vino overnight. I feel fine about holding Orphazyme overnight. That was hard to get out. Orphazyme. You got it. She doesn't have a GXR to go slow. I'm just saying, don't go all crazy. Just get there. Just be safe. That's all. Don't worry about my TannahMae. Rest my cankles. TannahMae is gonna be safe, yo. Torch TRCH at 619. After hitting 630 in the after hours. Torch still doing its thing. The torch is still lit. The torch is still lit, y'all. 618 TRCH. BTX, Brooklyn Immunotherapeutics closed the day 1558. Had a nice steady gain today. Dipped a little bit at close. Now at 1561 in the after hours. BTX. AMC closing at 55.18. 54.90 now in after hours. 54.90 AMC. Let's just call it Oprah. Can I just call it Oprah? I want to, but I don't want to confuse anybody, But I just want to say Oprah. I just want to just whatever's funnest. I just want to say the funnest thing. Orf is cool. Orf is kind of fun to say, but I like saying Oprah. Holding the torch overnight. All right, we're going to pass the torch to tomorrow. It's going to be the everlasting torch. So Vino actually ending the day 66.2% up, closing at 798. Still riding high here, 808 in after hours is Vino. Orf or RPH, aka Oprah, closing at 1621, now 1658 in the after hours. ORPH 1657 now. That one was up 61% today. What's the 411 on Torch? I'm holding Torch until that dumb Torch Day thing. Whatever that is. What did I say earlier? I said some day. There's some Torch Day thing coming that, I don't know, you hold and then they're going to pay some dividends or something like that. I just read it. I should have wrote it down. I don't know. Let me see. Go Speed Racer. Torch Day. Yeah, sounds illegal. Is it illegal? If it's illegal, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. There's some kind of dividend that they're going to pay. That's what it is. Oh, no. Everybody, I'm trying to find the article. Torchlight Energy Resources shares surged 46% in afternoon trading on Tuesday, a day after the oil and gas production company announced a special cash dividend of new Series A preferred shares in connection with its planned business combination with Meta Material. The transaction calls for Series A stock to be issued on a 1-for-1 basis to common stock shareholders as of June 24th. The special dividend is subject to adjustment for any reverse split of Torchlight's common shares conducted after the shareholder record date, but before the payment of the dividend. So, I guess the 24th is everybody's supposed to be buying the stock up until the 24th. Now, what they do with it after the 24th, I don't know. I'm not making the call on that. I'm just saying, all I know is that everybody supposedly on Twitter and Reddit is talking about buying up the stock before the 24th to get that dividend. That's all I know. And I bought some because I'm a sucker for stonks. And Torch not doing bad right now. Closing the day at $5.99 at 6:03 in the after hours. Up 14% today. Orf coming back in the after hours now. Check out Orf. Green candles on Orf. Whoa. Hello. $16.99 now. 17, breaking past 17 in the after hours. What's going on with Orf? 1708. Whoa. 1720. Orf just hit 1720 in the after hours. 1706 now. Wow. Multiple green candles on Orf. Is this is FDA news? Did FDA news come? Oh, now a red candle. Oh, red candle's hitting at 17 right here. Must be a sell while at 17. There is FDA approval news coming through supposedly tonight. AMC Day still trending on Twitter. Trending on Twitter. That's what's up, Jeff. Caesar, you weren't playing about the ding dongs? Really? I'm jumping on them ding dongs. Good job, Westside. I'm straight torching. ORPH 1688 now. Just hit 1720 in the after hours. Chasing dividends doesn't seem like the best idea, but to each your own. It's a special dividend. I don't know much about it, but I'm just chasing the stock price. And if I could buy it at this level and people are going to buy it for successive weeks, well then. Orf at 1675 now. A red candle, a little red candle on Orf. ORPH. Vino, still aging well, so to speak. Vino. So witty. Vino now at 768 in after hours after closing 798. Just holding steady there. Dipped down to 671 at one point. And holding firm at 768. Vino. TannahMae loves chasing stonks. Stop texting. Stop text driving. And let's look here. Anything moving in the aftermarket? After hours here. Wow. Okay. Ticker symbol STSA. Satsuma Pharmaceuticals. Closing the day at $4.95. Hitting a high of $7.32 in the after hours, now at $5.85. Jeff, thanks for all the bump on Vino today. Much love to you all. I'm outie for lunch. Back in a bit. Mwah! Jeff Galetta, thank you so much for that.
Super chat.
Super chat. Thanks, bro. Glad you made some tendies off that Vino. Usually Vino costs money. This one paid me. What was I saying? So ticker symbol STSA, Satsuma Pharmaceuticals, getting a pop here in the after hours. Satsuma Pharmaceuticals closing at $4.95, hitting a high of $7.32 in the after hours, now at $5.88. $5.89 in the after hours. Ticker symbol STSA. Ticker symbol HSTO. Conatus Pharmaceuticals closing the day at $1.01 and hitting $1.17 in the after hours, now trading at $1.13 in the after hours. Ticker symbol HSTO. Conatus Pharmaceuticals. Vino now at 737, 735 in the after hours. Orphazyme still climbing in the after hours now. Orphazyme at 1677 after closing at 1621. Orphazyme at 1680 now. Torchlight TRCH at 618 in the after hours after closing at 599. Workhorse, ticker symbol WKHS, closing the day at 1490 after seeing a high of 1593 today. Ticker symbol WKHS. Not much moving in after hours here. Orphazyme and Torch, really. GameStop closing the day at $222.97. $223 in after hours now. GameStop. H. Clark, talk to me. What's the word? WW holding AMC. Are we selling? What do you think? We're holding. Who would sell? Who would sell AMC? That's a crazy question. ALZN now getting a pop in after hours. ALZN, Alzheimer's Neuro, closing the day at 1035, now 1088. Yeah, this is one of those rooms. This is one of those communities where we hold AMC. We're not a selling AMC type of folk around these parts. Dog on a boat. Dog on a boat. I see a dog on a boat. And Vino, a couple red candles on Vino now, dipping down to 717, 715, 714 now in the after hours. Vino. Haha, Kieran, good one. H. Clark, what's selling? That's funny. What's selling? What's selling? Yeah, what's selling? They haven't showed me that yet. I took that Weeble how to buy stocks course. They just told me how to buy stocks. I have to pay to learn part 2, which is the selling part. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna buy. Thanks, H. Clark. Hey, do me a favor. Try not to do the all caps though. Feels like you're yelling at me. Selling? Don't know her. Nice. Okay. I'll wait for you, YouTube. A remix. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, what the hell? Nah, man, come on. We have a stream down. We have a stream down. The stream down. Can anybody even hear me anymore? Probably not, right? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Am I back on the mic? Am I back on the mic or what? We have a stream down. Stream down. Join us each day for what will Westside see? A plane, fighter jets, boats, dogs on boats, grass getting cut, bunnies, ladies walking cats, ladies walking dogs, dolphins, baby sharks. I'm back. All right, later, Kieran. Yeah, I see all that stuff, Andre. I see a lot of stuff. And they cut my grass, so now I can see even more. There was like a whole world I wasn't seeing out here. Now I see everything. I am worried about that bunny, though. They definitely cut down the bunny's home. So hopefully that bunny got a hole somewhere. Oh. That's a nice vote. All right. Crypto Spears or TannahMae? No. No. I was listening last night. All right. You guys hear me? Good. Well, I should say before I go anywhere that if you are listening for the first time or maybe the first day or first week or anything like that, if you've been listening and you haven't done so yet, if you've been listening and you've never said hi to the host, say hi to the host now. Now's your chance. I want to make sure that you don't feel left out. And I'm talking specifically to you. No, not you. I already said that to you. I'm talking to you. Ooh, hey, hello. Yeah, you. Yeah, it's the host, me. I'm talking to you. You haven't said hi to me yet. Do me a favor. Open up your phone or go over to your laptop or whatever you got there and just type hi. Just say hi to me. Say hi, host. You can say H-I, you can say hi, host, like low key. Not yet. Well, a little bit. But I will be. Kieran goes H-I. Mike Harrison. Hi, Mike Harrison. Say hi now. We want to make sure that you know that you're part of this community. We rely on you. We're only as strong as our members. Strong members. I said it again. Grimace. A new member. A new viewer named Grimace. I've never seen you before, sir. Grimace, how are you? I'm glad that you're not a wallflower anymore. And that you're here saying hi to us, Mr. Grimace X. I wonder if you hold any AMC. Richard Kelly holding his E-knob for one more day. Odie Pro with the high wallflowers. Jeff Galetta with the high host. H-I-G-H. T-Dogo, hi there, in here. Richard Kelly, what's up, Westside? That's right. Low Key says, hi, quiet peeps. Deets Meat says, yo. Still getting break room knowledge gains. That's what's up. Keep up the work, bro. Thank you, Deets Meat. Thanks for having us on in your work area. Fusser just woke up. What happened with the inflation talk today? What does that mean for us? No inflation today, maybe later. They were basically saying AMC to the moon. Mike Harrison, AMC to the moon. This is the kind of day the diamonds hands eat up. Patience is the key. Keep it up. That's right. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Brutus Buckies says, howdy, Westside. What's up? Howdy, Brutus. That's a strong name. I like that. Brutus. And Brutus. You should name your son Brutus, too. This is Brutus Jr. Buckeyes. Buckeyes or Buckies? I'm saying Buckeyes. Brutus Buckeyes. That sounds cool. Diane B says, hello, honey. Hey. Tyler Mitchell, what's up, man? How you doing today? A true Roman name, right? Brutus Buckeyes. Et tu, Brute. Hey, I bought AMC. Et tu, Brute? Yeah. Hey, me too, Brute. Okay, Gone Postal says, I'm still in a meeting, so volume is down. Don't talk about me until after 2 p.m., please. Okay. I won't talk about you anymore. I'm not going to talk about Gone Postal. Went Postal. Yo, Westside, what's crackin'? What's up, Wushu? How you doing? Thanks for saying hi. Thanks for saying hi, all the new guys, all the new folks. Love when you guys reach out. Reach out and touch some Westside. Wushu with that. Soup. Super chat.
Super chat.
Tyler Mitchell says, I'm good, man. I remember when I'd only really chat when you'd ask people to say hi. I'm glad you still do it. The reason I do it is because I got people like you to say hi. And if I could get one person, if I could get one Tyler Mitchell to say hi to me each day, then I did my job. And now Brutus Buckeyes, obviously Buckeye fan, is saying hi. And that's how it starts. And now you become part of our community. Start to chat with us. You know that you're not just a nameless, faceless person in the chat world. You know that you could talk to the host, and host will talk. Host is aware. Talk to me, I talk back. You talk to me, I talk to you. You talk to me, I talk to you. You know how conversations work. We develop a witty rapport. And then you get a Bulldog next to your name. And now you have no hesitation. Exactly. I know what it's like being part of different trading groups. And I know what it's like being in a channel where there's hundreds of people chatting, and sometimes you could join a room and it seems like everybody already knows each other. And I know what it's like if you, Richard Kelly, thank you. When you guys come into the room, it probably looks like we all know each other really well, and we do. And we all have these inside jokes, and we do. That doesn't mean that we're not going to know you very well. And that doesn't mean that we're not going to share the inside jokes with you, and you're not going to have inside jokes. Dude, you guys have inside jokes on me. Sometimes I come into the room after missing a show, after not watching overnight, and everybody's like, oh, Westside, oh, you better watch out for this. And I'm like, what did I miss? So, you know, you just become part of the community slowly but surely. You know, we just want to make sure that people out there watching, they need to know that they're not being ignored, that we're not just gonna, you know, you don't have to super chat us and send us money so we'll pay attention to you. Like I've seen on other streams. You know, I try to read every single comment, no matter what. And maybe I don't react to every single comment, but I am trying to read every comment like I'm touching you. I asked to be reached out and touched, and Strict9 is touching me. E-Man says, hi. What's up, E-Man? How you doing? Augie Doggy, how you doing? I hope I see Richard Kelly all the time now. I'll hold you to that. And next thing you know, you'll get a wrench. You'll get the Bulldog next to your name. Oh yeah, we have inside jokes. Nobody told you? Don't tell Oda for our inside joke. like Merry Christmas. Exactly, Grimace. Like the Merry Christmas. Or like the time where I came back and everybody was pretending not to hear me. Andre. Oh my goodness. So definitely guys, if you are new here and new people who joining in and starting to chat, never hesitate to reach out and chat to us. Never hesitate to chat with your fellow channel members. We're all full of information. We all are always trying to help everybody out. I mean, I don't have much to offer, but I try to help out as much as I can. And I think everybody else feels that same way. We really like it. It feels good. You know, we are a positive community, and we embrace it. We use it. It's a way of life. I go other places and I'm so nice to people now because of the way everybody treats me here. And that kindness everybody shows me, I go out throughout my day and I spread it everywhere. I spread my kindness everywhere. Get my kindness all over door handles. Get my kindness all over the tables and counters. I get my kindness everywhere. Thank you for subscribing. 1,000 subs challenge. Love it. And we're trying to get them 18,000 subscribers, or what did we say, 20,000 subscribers by July 3rd. We're well up on our way, folks. 100 Orf. Ooh, nice. 816, Nessie, Steggy, Chapstick. Yeah, Limesicles. My nose whistle. Greg Pask, do you have a position in Orf? He has 100 shares. I have 25 shares. Rage Your Blade 82. What were you talking about? I didn't. Oh, AMC. Oh, we're doing good on AMC. AMC's doing good. Rage Your Blade. Andre. Therapy snakes. Oh. So yeah, whatever I was saying. Basically, I was saying all you new guys, all the new people, guys and girls out there, never hesitate to reach out and say hello. Like Cheryl says, hello Westside, hello Bulldog, hello Lindsay, hello Crypto, hello TannahMae. Always say hi to us, be part of the community. We love to hang out with you. And if you are part of the community and you haven't done so yet, make sure you check out our Discord. You got to make sure you join the Discord. That's where the community really becomes tight-knit. You can see pictures of all the hosts, see pictures of all your other channel members, see a bunch of the due diligence and research that we're doing, up to the minute news, the chat room, the memes. You can see Tiny Box's memes of the day. Tiny Boxes drops pretty much a meme every day, and they're hilarious. You can see the pictures of our pets. The snoots for booping section in the Discord is the most popular section of all time, of any Discord ever. I might be wrong about that, but who knows? So don't forget to join the Discord, folks. Don't forget to get down with everything we offer here. It's all absolutely free, unless you want to help us out. You could join our Patreon. You could become a channel member to really help us out on that side of things. But other than that, the channel, the information that we offer, the Discord, everything's for free. All we ask for is that like and subscribe. Isn't that right, TannahMae?
What? Yes. It's true.
Mrs.
I
Bulldog.
can't believe it's free.
Hello, Westside. Hi, Mrs. Bulldog. Hector Rivera. Hola. Hola, amigo.
Tal.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes, amigo. I am about to get my hair cut.
Ooh, oh yeah, I was listening to you talk about that. I was while I was driving.
So I usually, like, all my haircuts are usually like, I don't know, $20 or something like that. Like, you know, pretty cheap haircuts. I just go to like whatever place is next to the grocery store. Those kind of places, you know, super pro cost cutters of some kind. But there's this barber shop next to my sister's hair. My sister does sugaring. She does hair removal. Next to her shop, there's this really nice looking barber shop. Like, it's really classy looking, and like they're really like, it's just cool, right? Like I want to be a cool kid, you know? I want to be cool. And so I've always wanted to get my hair cut there. And every time I try to walk in, they can never take me. They're like, hey, sorry, appointments only. Like, they're booked up all the time. I was like, okay, I want to be part of this club. So I finally made an appointment. The haircut is like $70.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Like a normal haircut over there is, I think, $40 or something, $45. But because my hair is long, it's over 6 inches, they have to charge me more. So I was kind of like, no, but then I was like, but then the way the guy described it, he was like, your haircut will be free if you're not 100% satisfied. You don't need to tell me how you want your haircut. I will examine the contours of your face and shape of your head and make the perfect haircut. I was like, what? For real? Because every time I get a haircut, people are like, how do you want it? Okay, how do you want your haircut? How do you want your haircut? I think they usually do, like, on the side, they cut it. What number trimmer is it? A 2 or a 3? I'm like, I don't know. Like, shouldn't you know? Like, you went
figure it out.
You went to school for all of this, right? Like, I thought that, you know, like, so I've never had a person like try to cut my hair. If I've never sat in a chair and said like, cut my hair like this, and somebody ever say, no, I'm not doing that. You look ridiculous. Let me do what I went to school to do, which is cut your hair. I want to make you look great. I want to make you look good. I want someone to do that for me. And I think I found the person. They are literally saying like, you're going to sit in my chair and I'm going to give you the greatest haircut in your life. So,
yeah.
Plus, Zohan. Okay, this barbershop, they have a book club. Okay. Like they have a book club. They're so like not like super upscale or hoity-toity or anything like that, because they play like Wu-Tang, but like they have a book club and they have a charity outreach, and like it's just like super. It seems like it's like the Bulldog trading fam of barbershops, you know, except for the $70 haircut, of course. I think if Bulldog had a barbershop, he'd give them out for free, probably.
Well, if the book club comes with it, then
But a book club,
it's almost worth it.
I was like, a book club, a barbershop with a book club, dope. I'm there. So I'm gonna check it out, and we'll see. Either way, like for me, the Orphazyme wins that I had made last week, like afforded me one opportunity to really splurge on myself. You know, we always say invest in yourself, and I think spending some money on my stupid hair will probably make me feel good at the end of the day. So investing in
Tyler
myself.
says we need a before and an after picture.
Well, I already have tons of before pictures. My hair looks terrible right now, so anything really would be good. Mrs. Bulldog cuts hair. You could do it for free, but I have to fly to Alaska to get my hair cut.
Worth
Your
it.
barber gives out beer.
Stay at the Airbnb while you're there.
Right, all for a haircut. A 2-day haircut. I'm getting a 3-day haircut.
Hi, Mrs. Bulldog. I need some time off to go get a haircut.
I fly back down to Portland, and then I'm looking in the mirror. I'm like, I think it's uneven over here. Up. Gotta book a flight. What'd you do today, TannahMae? Ooh, rhyme.
What did I do? I went on a walk with my mom. And that was
Walk
nice.
it out.
Mm-hmm. It's 73 degrees over here at the beach, so it was really hot for me.
What's the closest
It was
beach
hot.
to you?
5 minutes away.
Oh,
The
you're 5
name?
minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. It's just where I live. It's just like field of. I'm surrounded by fields, so our agriculture is huge over here. We're famous for making strawberries. over
Wait,
here
where are
in
you at?
Ventura.
Oxnard?
Ventura.
Oh,
Yeah,
Ventura.
Oxnard.
Oh,
Ventura
okay,
County.
okay.
Mhm.
Oh, you're good then.
Yes. Yep. So surrounded by beaches, and it's just this morning there was a nice wind that was coming from the valley and then coming from the ocean, and it was just like But yesterday I hung out in the valley all day. I swam in a pool. It's been a long time since I swam in a pool, so that was fun. And
Swimming pool.
Swimming pool. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are rare. Everybody
A
thinks
swimming
like,
pool?
yeah. I mean, I found living on the Westside, like it was rare for people to have. First of all, everybody lives in apartments, and it was only the good apartments that had a swimming pool.
It was an
And
apartment.
so, yeah, so it was like I had not been in a pool for the longest time because just nobody had a pool. Growing up in Arizona, like when you live in Arizona, a pool
everybody
is
has a
mandatory. Oh, mandatory. Or else you'll
Mandatory.
you need one. You'll die.
You do. And you need one with a cool rock formation that has like a waterfall and it's cascading and
Right.
there's wolf spiders up there in the cave and you're like, don't go in the cave, there's wolf spiders. Well, why do we have this then?
Wow, you've been to Arizona.
I live there.
Oh my God, where at?
Chandler and
Oh,
Queens
okay.
Creek.
Oh, right on. I lived in Mesa.
Oh, Mesa.
Yeah.
We were told not to go to Mesa.
Why?
That's where all the Scruff McGruffs lived. I
Oh
don't know.
my
I just
God.
never.
Mesa was
I
so
don't know,
tame. It's so
either.
funny because like my mom lived in Tempe, and the last time I visited her, we went to drive through Mesa, and she was like, "Oh, this is kind of like the bad part of Mesa now." And I was looking around, and there was like no trash on the sidewalk. Everything was like brand new still. It was like beautiful looking. There was no crime. There was no graffiti. I was like, "What are you talking about, Mom?" She was like, "Oh no, there's crime here. There's crime." I was like, "No way."
Yeah. I don't know. Supposedly it was like they called it like trailer park. You know, Mesa was like the trailer park of
Oh,
Arizona.
okay.
I don't know because
Okay.
it's filled with trailer parks, but
I feel that.
I don't have anything against trailer parks. I love trailer parks.
That's right. Ooh, look at AMC. Is that real?
Oh my God! Look at it.
Is that
Look at
really
that
happening?
Boom boom candle.
Boom, boom,
candle.
candles.
55.35. Go.
What?
Look at it.
I have to have somebody double check that. That's real?
Wait, I want to go look at it for real.
In Tempe, there's a hookah lounge and a sub shop called the Chiba Hut. Dope.
Ooh.
Hector Rivera, I went to Mountain View. Mountain View High. I moved before my junior year, though. Oh, your sister lives in Flagstaff, Brian Joel? All right, that's over there by my family lives over there in Navajo territory.
Oh yeah, that's right. When I was driving through, you were like, "Hey."
Yeah, Flagstaff, Navajo territory, all that whole area, Grand Canyon area.
Oh my gosh. Hey, we're up. We're up in after hours now. Up
Beautiful.
0.4% on AMC. We're green.
Oh, you went to Desert Mountain High. Ooh, Desert Mountain. I remember Desert Mountain. I remember hearing that one.
Isn't there a mountain called like Snow Mountain or something over there? Stone Mountain? Snow Mountain. I feel like that's the thing.
Northern Arizona?
No.
Or
Southern.
The ones in
Hi,
our
tiny
neighborhood where the
boxes.
Superstition Mountain was around us.
Oh yeah, Superstition. Yeah. Yes. Have you eaten yet? You haven't eaten yet.
No. I didn't
Gonna eat
graduate
and
from
then get a
Mountain View.
haircut.
I went there in the 90s. I would have been class of 95 in Mountain View. So yeah, it was a long time
Aw.
ago. What? You went to Mountain View too, Philip Jade? What? What's happening right now?
What a
Small world. Right? Yeah, I have not eaten. I'm going to go over to the spot where I'm going to get my haircut. I'm going to go to that neighborhood and maybe get something to eat and have a drink before my haircut.
Oh, Raymond, you're in Ojai. There's a fire over there right now. Yeah, well, enjoy that self-love. You deserve it, especially with those great trades that you made last week on Orf. I was
Man,
trying to
and
get in
it's
on
still
it today.
It's not over. I thought Orf was done. It's not over. I bought some more today. I'm in it. I'm back in it.
Oh, what's your position?
Oh shoot, nothing good. I think I'm in at 18. Let me see. 1761.
I got back in it at 22.75.
Okay. But I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to go much lower. It looks like it's trading sideways at this 16, 17 level, right?
Yeah.
So if it starts the
Found
day off
support.
like that tomorrow, boom, we're going to go,
Boom.
we're going to go boom, boom again. So I think
Yeah.
that this position, and if I swing trade it like this, I don't use a day trade on it. So my buys today, I could sell off tomorrow for my profit, unless I hold on for another day. We'll see where this thing goes. There was some other talk. There was a lot of other talk. I got to read the news on it later on tonight, but
Did you just
that-
circle it?
that they might. Okay. Oh, so the FDA approval is happening tonight. I don't know. I haven't heard about it yet. I didn't get any news on that. But
I was reading the little gold thing that comes out on Webull, you know, their news catalyst, and then you click it next to the stock, and it said that Orf was a Reddit retail thing, and I was like, oh, I haven't even.
I never
was it?
saw it on any
I never
Reddit
either.
lists, so I don't
I
really know
didn't
what they're
either.
talking about.
I don't either. No.
Distractions.
I mean, I'm just trying to make a little bit of money here, man. I told all my neighbors because they're like, "Oh, you have another day off," and I was like, "I'm self-employed now," and they go, "Okay, well, good luck at whatever you're doing." Like I was looped YouTube live streaming on my channel yesterday or the other day, cleaning my chain, and my neighbor called me out and just started talking to me because she didn't know that I was live streaming, and she just puts it out there in front of everybody that was listening, my like 5 listeners that I had at the time, and she's, "Oh, you have another day off today?" And I was like, "Man, you nosy neighbors, like get out my business." And then so I was like afterwards, because I didn't want to say too much about my life, like on
Yeah.
my YouTube channel. I was just like, yeah, you know, I'm self-employed, which I feel like I am. I feel like I'm very self-employed at the moment, you know, just like making these trades. And I mean, none of them are really sticking except for AMC at the moment, but it's something, and I'm learning a lot.
Well,
Yes,
did you exited out of GLTO, but that would have been a play right there.
I know, I sold for like a $200 loss.
Ah, see,
On
yeah.
that.
If you would have held, that would have been a play today. I feel you though. I feel you. I
don't
took
remember
a
where I
loss
got in
on.
at.
I took a loss on another one of mine today that I had, and I threw it into Vino. Not Enob, Nerbo. I had a $40 loss on Nerbo. Took the loss and then put the money into Vino, and now I'm up on Vino. So it was just a matter of, okay, am I going to take this loss? Will I recoup the loss on this play? And just moving from play to play, really, for me this week has been, since there isn't anything, there's so much kind of, not volatility, but how would you say, uncertainty in the market right now, especially with everything that was happening today with Jerome Powell. I didn't want to throw anything down on any, I guess, standard stocks until I could see if there was a dip. You know, like if you were going to buy Tesla today when it dipped down to under 600, that would have been a perfect time to buy, you know? So I was just kind of holding off, except for the stocks that I hold. AMC is everything. So lately it's just been about those momentum plays for me, just trying to make some income off the momentum plays and waiting for AMC to do its thing. You know, the momentum plays are just kind of keeping my head above water and buying me the haircuts and the lunches until AMC brings home that bacon for real.
It's making me remember though how I had this epiphany about stock trading when I got into crypto, because I was constantly losing money on stocks, and I was like, I guess I don't know how to do this. I'm not doing this right. And then I got into crypto and I was instantly green, and I was like, this is how it feels.
Yeah.
And here I am, like trying to play the stocks again, and I don't know.
Well, I think
I'm feeling that feeling again.
I think everybody goes through that. I definitely went through that, and I got the same feeling from crypto. When I first started doing stocks, I started stocks and crypto at pretty much the same time. And then my stocks started sliding, but I noticed crypto was nothing but green. Every time, every coin I invested in was green, but it was really just the time. It was the time of crypto. You could have thrown a dart at a cryptocurrency and it would have went green. And the stock market was just, it's always going to take, I feel like the stock market's always going to take a little bit more finesse. You're going to have to do a little bit more research. You're going to have to watch things, trends. You have to bet on psychology. You know, good news sometimes doesn't mean the stock going up. Bad news doesn't always mean the stock going down. You're really playing with the psyche of traders and the psychology of these group of traders all over the world. And now I noticed that crypto is kind of tanking, so it wasn't the sure thing that I used to think it was. It was just the time of the investment of crypto where everything was green. So now I have to be really savvy, because I can't depend on crypto 100%, and I can't depend on, you know, just anything 100% right now. I have to use more of my skills. So luckily I've grown as a trader in the past months that I've been doing this, and we have a smart community, which also helps me out. That's what's keeping the money coming in for me, is just making these plays and relying on everybody else and working together. And we've been doing some good stuff this week. You know, I wouldn't have found out about Vino, Torch, by myself. You know, it was the community. So keep it going, community.
Yeah, I only looked at Vino because someone was like, FOMO into Vino, not FOMO advice. And I looked at it and I went, I'm gonna FOMO right now. And then it like tanked after the halt, and I went, oh well, I only bought one share, so I only have one share of Vino.
Yeah,
but it's just to like have fun. I don't know. And
I started with 2, and so it went up and then it dipped, and I was like, okay, I only have 2 shares, and then it started going up again, and I was like, oh, okay, wow. And then it went up again, and then it came back down, and I was like, I think it's gonna do that again, and so I just bought a bunch. And so now I hold 20 shares of Vino, 20 of Torchlight, 20 of Vino. I thought I had 25.
Oh.
And 20 of Orphazyme, and then 20 of that Enob that I'm really taking a hit on from the other day. But I guess that's my bag that I'm holding.
Yeah, I'm from this day forward I'm gonna bag hold. But my first impressions with bag holding were with GME, and then what was the next one? Oh, Sundial. I was bag holding.
Torch selling off hard, big time. Big red candles on Torch. Hitting 556 now after closing at 599. Whoa, big sell off on Torch. Crazy. What were you saying, TannahMae?
I don't remember.
Oh, it's coming back.
blinked.
Wow, that was scary.
I haven't even heard of Torch. What is that one?
TRCH, Torchlight. It's a energy company.
Ooh.
And
Oh, yeah, look at
supposedly there's some charge to not only I guess there's a special dividend that's going to be given out if you're holding it by the 24th. So there's some charge to buy and hold the stock until then.
Oh. Is the dividend like over $1 or something?
I think so. I mean, you know, you never know, but some people, I've heard rumors of up to $5 to $20. Yeah, Vino is going crazy right now.
I actually really like the chart of Torch. Like on the 1 hour chart. Looks really nice.
Yeah.
A little upward momentum each day.
I like it too.
I really like it.
I like a lot about it, so I'm holding. That noise, right?
Yeah, I'm always like, which one is that? I think that's Twitch, right?
Yeah. Fire stomping.
Rhino.
Stomping rhino.
What's up?
Cool. Fire stomping rhino. I like that.
I can imagine it.
So you went to the beach. Did you do anything good for lunch, dinner?
No, all I've had is a hard-boiled egg today.
That is not enough food, TannahMae.
I've got some salmon. I got some Alaska salmon jerky over here.
Hey, that stuff's pretty good. I like that stuff. It's really good.
So I might dig into that.
Well, are you gonna eat? Are you gonna actually eat, TannahMae?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I brought a bunch of water. I'm trying to detox right now, so.
Oh, okay. I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing the opposite.
Coffee and water. You're doing the opposite. I've been doing the opposite for a very long time, so I think I'm due.
I'm intoxing. And I'm gonna go continue that intoxing.
Okay, you go intoxicate.
I shall. Everybody, it's been wonderful spending my afternoon with you. My boy Pete, Steel Fawn, if you're still out there. Darren, peace out, guys. You know where to find me. Everybody else, you know, DM me in the Discord if you need to get a hold of me. Doing a retox. That's right. And yeah, I love you guys. You guys take care. TannahMae, always a pleasure.
Yes, always a pleasure with you, Westside. Thank you for
have a great
sticking around.
day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your self-love. Bye. Ah. Oh, I haven't liked this video yet. Dunk. Oh, I'm number 345. I'm my number 345, and I'm a host on this channel. What's up, everybody? What up? Bye, Westside. Bye. Get out of here. Go on. Go get your haircut. Shoving you out the door. Shoving you out the studio door. Go on. Get it. Get it. No. Those shots were fine and dandy. But yeah, I went, oh man, what a day yesterday. It was so hot in the valley. It was like 94 degrees in the San Fernando Valley. It was just caking. And had some pool time. That was nice. Just being in some water, splashed around. Look at all that green support. I didn't even need to tell you guys. You're just like on top of it. On top of it. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Heidenreich. You're now on my wall of fame, by the way. A bunch of you are on my wall of fame. My super chat wall of fame behind me. It's like almost filled up, actually. I need to write smaller. Michael, why do I like feet so much? What? I don't know. Why do you? You know, it's kind of interesting, actually. Some of my YouTube videos were about reversing in manual transmission cars because some people liked the whine of the engine when you go in reverse. And so I would do these foot pedal shots of me clutching and like just kind of like a how-to feather the clutch and, you know, all that jazz. And a bunch of people were like, hey, can I send you some money? Like they were emailing me. They were like, can I send you some money and some socks or some of these other shoes for you to do a video with you driving in these? I was like, no, I will not entertain that. Like, you know, everyone has a thing. AMC at 55.17. Orf at 16.55. Bitcoin at 38,600. It's weird to see it back at 38. I didn't think it would do that again. Right when it like went to 41, I was like, okay, we're done with the 30s. I missed it. I actually just painted my toenails black because I wanted some color or lack thereof. Hi, Twisted Elm. How are you? What's up? Gucci flip-flops. I actually want some rainbow flip-flops. They're expensive. They're made of leather. And they're kind of like Doc Martens where you have to wear them out or wear them in for them to be comfortable, and they just start to form fit to your foot. You want color and you chose black. Yeah, I'm actually wearing all black right now. Got black tank top, black activewear shorts. Activewear. Doing literally nothing in my activewear. Just sitting here in my activewear. Gucci car seats after this squeeze. Yeah, AMC doing a little bit of a sell-off from $55.40 down to $55. I hate it. I don't like that. Brian, you know that activewear video? That was a really good video. I don't know why I just remembered it. I can't believe that you got that. Gone postal, will you match at least? Mm-hmm. I don't even mean to do it. I think because I gained weight and black's a slimming color, and so I just want to look a little slimmer than I actually am. Patience with AMC, Miss May. You got it. Hey, I've been patient. I'm patient. I'm not selling that one. Actually, my AMC is the only thing that I'm always up on. Let me unlock this. Yep. 183.45 million volume on Torch. Dang, I really like this chart on Torch. Good little dip buy there that happened, and it ran up from $5.44 in the after hours, and now it's at $5.75. Trading below the VWAP at $5.99. Average price in the after hour, basically $6. Looks like it's on its way back up there. Torchy poo. A little torchy poo, got a little oversold there. Dang, the RSI on Torch when it did that sell-off was at 18%. It got as low as 18% RSI. Now it's back up at 40%. Ever since I subbed to your channel, I keep getting recommended these wild videos of close calls, wrecks, road rages, and biker street fights. Yeah. Yeah. Close calls and road rage compilation motorcycle videos are huge in my field, especially motorcycle crashes. And I know when I posted my motorcycle crash, a lot of compilation channels would ask me if they could put my video on their channel, and there was this whole talk amongst us motovloggers about it, like, oh, should I do this? Should I give them permission to do that? Because they get paid for essentially taking my video and everybody else's video and making a whole themed compilation video. You know, sometimes it's bikers helping other people or helping animals. It's called like good deeds. Motorcycles or bikers doing good deeds, like that's a thing. And you know, it could be you riding along and then you see a turtle crossing the road, and so you'll see a biker pull over and like run back with their GoPro going, hey, 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 hey. Like pick up a turtle and like, hey buddy, let's put you somewhere safe, and like all right, AMC catching itself at $55. Little bounce. So I also have a call option for CLVS, which I don't think it's gonna get it. But CLVS is up 5% in the after hours, actually. That's another thing that I'm watching. There was a nice little run up on CLVS in after hours to $6.58, and now it's consolidating around $6.20, which I like. But it does this back and forth thing between $5.50 to $6.50, and it's been doing that for days. But I like that. Ooh. Oh, look. Oh, I don't like that wick, though, on that candle. Big old rejection wick on that green candle. Mm. Santa catches hit and run driver. Westside. Yeah, that's Santa Claus, always doing good things. Yeah, because most bikers have a camera, like a GoPro setup, so it's basically a dash cam. My favorite is the motorcyclist that sees an old lady fall down and pulls over to help her get up. Aw. Yeah, let's see, one of my good deeds. I was just riding along down the street over here by my house, and there was this big bag of, it obviously came off a gardener's truck, and I saw it in the middle of the lane, and I just put my hazard lights on and slowed down, and cars behind me were like, oh, I see what she's doing, and then like they watched me drag this ginormous cloth bag of, you know, leaves and debris and stuff off to the side of the road. That was my good deed. Thank you for subscribing, DJ. He knows if you've been bad or good. So... AMC, you better squeeze. Hey! Watermark your footage and then let them use it. Yeah. They ended up... I did this thing where I was like, okay, I teetered back and forth. Okay, do I let this channel, they had millions of subscribers, and I only had maybe 1,000 subscribers at the time. And then every time that I let these bigger channels, these compilation channels, use my footage, they credit you in the info. So, or they'll put your name up while your video is playing. They'll put your YouTube name there. And so it actually generated a lot of subscribers for my channel. So I was like, yeah, go ahead and use it. It was just like a payoff. All right, you take the money from using my footage, and then I'll collect on the subscribers. What can I say except you're welcome? Orf is catching a bid here. Go, baby, go. 1679. CLVS, man, your RSI is too high. Get back down in there. Oh, no, actually, you're fine. CLVS, if you guys are in on that one, $6.29. Something that I'm doing. Love to see something go on with that. It's up 6%, 6.43% in the after hours CLVS. But my GLTO, you poop. $5.65. It's down 2% in the after hours. By the way, I had to Google to find out what the heck was the deal with Chick-fil-A. I get it now. Taco Bell closer to my house anyway. Closer to your house. Aw. Oh yeah, I meant to. I was gonna DM you on Discord and I forgot. Gone postal. Subbies are my favorite thing, says Bulldog. Yeah, they're great. Derek says, AMC. To the moon. There's popcorn on the moon. The moon is no longer made of cheese, it's made of AMC popcorn. Why? We only need 2,600 more for this channel? Oh, we're gonna get it. We gonna get that. Hold on, I'll put a post on my channel. See if that worked last time. I think. Hold on, let me put a post out. Beep boop. AMC, hashtag GME, hashtag, what else are we hashtagging? What am I feeling? Ah, that's all a hashtag. Come on in, talk with us. Boom. Alright, I posted it. Posted. My friend said, Bulldog, my friend said Sonya was her favorite Mortal Kombat character, and I went, oh, you don't even know, like, on my channel, like, Bulldog puts up a picture or a gif of Chun-Li, and they sing to her thighs, and she, and sometimes he puts up Sonya, and I love it. It's fun. And she started talking about the Mortal Kombat movie. And she's like, I really hated how they made Sonya such a, like, she got slapped once and she was out. Like, no, Sonya is way stronger than that. Bulldog, I love that pic of TannahMae. Can I show them those pics I made? Yeah, of course. Please do. Those NFTs were awesome, Bulldog. That was so cool. And at the time, I didn't even know that was you on Discord. I was like, who's this guy sending me these NFTs? Like, he's already crushing? No, I'm just kidding. I thought it was you, and I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I posted them on my Instagram too. I thought they were so cool. You almost sent the cosplay of Chun-Li, but she was too hot. Oof. She was too hot to handle. AMC got a little good run up going on, 55.12. Looking around for something to hold overnight before Robinhood after hours closes in 35 minutes, and I noticed Snap's weekly chart looks really nice. It's likely to bounce. Oh. Oh yeah. Crushing. I was reaching out. It was just for a second because I didn't know it was you. I was like, how many hosts are there to this thing? And like, I didn't put two and two together. God, Junior, what's that? Any thoughts on AMP, fam? I don't know. Let me like. I'm not used to being on this early. I actually get to trade with you guys. It's kind of cool. I don't really like AMP's volume. I mean, is this right? Ameriprise Fin? I don't know. Less than 1 million volume. It's not even... I don't know. For me, I don't know if it's Weeble, but it doesn't really even show it's trading right now. I don't know. Let me reload it. No. I don't like it. I don't like it. What year did we start using crushing? I think the word was mackin' back when I was in high school. Then it was just ASL over chat like 2 years later. S2R, sent to receive. Can you have a pic? Have a pic? Oh, amp the old coin. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I don't have any of my crypto stuff open. Let me open it. One. It's funny because every time I open up a new tab on my laptop, my fan turns on. And I hope it's not too loud for you guys. Oh, two-step authentication. Send me my text message. 816. There we go. Boom, boom. Ah. Bulldog says, Wally, I can't say on Snap. Oh, El Snapitan has 35 coins of AMP. You bought one AMC exiting in case people get confused again. Cassie. AMB website post in Discord main chat if anybody wants to look at it. All right, thanks. Beware tomorrow, guys. Last 2 Thursdays, AMC has touched $39. Great buying opportunity, especially for calls for next week. Oh, Bulldog's about to put some photos up on the stream. All right. I like to take pictures. Aww. It's me. I've had a lot of different colored hairs. Different colored hair. That's such a cool NFT, Bulldog. That was right after I crashed my motorcycle. Oh, yeah, that one was pretty cool. Look at all the butterflies. Butterflies in the sky fly so high. People don't realize that I actually have a huge scar through that eye, and so Bulldog covered it up with butterflies. Who knows what's under there? Oh. Come in, my man. I need fire. I have no fire. Oh wait. This Tannah's on fire. This Tannah's on fire. She's walking on fire. We're walking in the sky. The road to nowhere leads to me. Oh, the road to nowhere. I like that one. I am the Milky Way. Yeah, Bulldog, you did a great job. There were a lot of headshots to choose from. I think Sassy was in most of those pictures, right? They were in like the pets for booping. Sassy, he became fire and then he became butterflies. Sassy's multi-talented. He's talking to me. Oh. Goose Rain, who is that? TannahMae, this pic that Bulldog put up on YouTube reminded me of this canvas piece I have. Ooh, I like that one. I like it. It's very pretty. Ooh, I love art. Hi, Sherry. Bulldog's gonna go build something. You guys know TannahMae is a movie star. Well, I don't know about all that. Gone postal. How do you know about the grapevine hearsay? How do you know about that? Working through the grapevine. Honey, honey. My baby. You're all movie stars to me. Oh, such love. Tana Bullock. I'm gonna film the next Speed and then the next Bird Box. And then after that, I'll have some Congeniality movies behind me. And my belt, just in my little motorcycle satchel that I strapped to my leg. Just gonna pull that out like confetti. Well, my crypto's not doing amazing. Oh, wait, I have crypto on like 3 different things. No, they're probably all not doing amazing either. Doge is at 30 cents, you guys. Hannah Montana. Oof. That was a thing. Hey, I'm only famous when I wear the blonde wig, which I guess it's gotta be opposite. I'm only famous when I wear the black wig. Don't you wish that you could be a fly on the wall? I remember a friend of mine didn't know that, Miley Cyrus was playing Hannah Montana, and so he was a fan of Hannah Montana, and I was like, yeah, Miley Cyrus has a bunch of singles, like she's a singer, and his mind was blown. I was like, yeah, listen to this, listen to these. But my heart truly lied at the time with, what was her name? Hilary Duff. Oh, I loved Hilary Duff. And I remember I worked on set with her once. She was doing an episode of, what's that period piece family show? It was like in the 70s. The Goldmans? No, the Gold... Oh, I can't think of it. But she guest starred on it. And I walked by her and I said, hey, can you start making music again? You're so good at it. And she's like, oh, thanks. My portfolio looks like a blind monkey through my darts, so I feel y'all better soon. Yeah. Wow. Zach Duncan. Putting in those hours. I mean, you're almost there. You're almost meme-ish. You're like 2.2. Goldbergs. Yes, thank you, Mike. That's what it was. The Goldbergs. Yeah, they filmed that in the valley in Chatsworth. So it was just all shot in a small little warehouse. You heard OCGN is shorted next AMC? What? I mean... Yeah. It's been shorted for a while now. You've been on there for a week and a half? Zach Duncan. This thing is rigged. Most active. I'm gonna read the top gainers. I'm getting this off of Weeble's Market homepage. And the top gainers are, the number one is Vino. How about that? Most active is Torch, Orf, AMC, Sundial, Wish is on there. Apple is on there. What's this one? Apri. What's that? Aprea Therapeutics. Well, it's not up in the after hours. And I don't like that chart on the daily chart. What is up with that? Let me look. APRE. Wow, that's ugly. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Did this huge in the pre-market yesterday. APRE. Went from $4.82 to $7.80. Wow. And then it just went all the way back down. Jack and Jill went up the hill to catch some tendies. Sold off during the market and now it's consolidating. Ooh. I wish everyone would just buy AMC only so we could be stupid rich already and call it a day. TikTok Marcus, you ask that every single time I'm on the mic. This is TannahMae. Oh, you got Baby Shark on there now. Look at it. Look at it. Yes, that is my picture. I am admiring AMC from afar and I'm like giving it a dagger stare. Like, ugh. AMC catching a little bit of a bid, hopefully. $55.09. I want it to stay above 55, please. Get some water here. Caesar. Zach Duncan, let's rejoice and hold hands while we cross 420.69 together. Aww. I used to run my upstairs TV all day, but I found out it was on the wrong channel one too many times, so I run on your devices now. Cassie. I look young? Well, thank you. I have good genes. You think AMC will pass or go higher than GME? I mean, can you imagine just if the roles were switched, right? If AMC was suddenly trading at GME levels, I mean, we'd be pretty freaking stoked. I would be so stoked, so stoked. I mean, there's no reason why it couldn't, and I'm just getting passionate just thinking about it. I mean, it can consolidate above 50, above 40. I'm just happy it's up there. We did it so quickly. I mean, aren't we up like 2,000+% this year on AMC? Yeah, we're like up 300+% just in June alone on AMC. Very interesting chart. Let me zoom out here. Beep, beep. I'm gonna draw some trend lines. I just feel like drawing. There you go. Hey. I mean, the clear level of resistance is between 60 and 62 on AMC, and they clearly don't want us up there. It's probably a dark web sell wall that we just can't see. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And probably resistance now. Yeah, around 59. No, like around 58. we can get above 58, that'd be great. But yeah, I definitely, to answer your question, I definitely think that it'll go higher. Not financial advice, but that's my opinion from some random girl on the internet. You guys make sure that you are live. That you're live here watching this little nice AMC climb, 55.18. Orf at 16.68, slowly climbing up a little bit. Gone Postal says 62.50 to be exact. Yep. Yeah, AMC is definitely my patient play. I mean, I know it wasn't the most exciting day today, but I wasn't that irritated at it either. I don't like patterns with AMC because I feel like they're watching that. Like the hedgies are like, oh no, it's getting to that point where they're calling it out. Like I'd rather it just be a surprise. What's going on? I can just imagine them all running around, phones ringing. I don't know what they're doing. Dr. Crypto, Doge's going up or down? Yeah, it's like in this 29 to 31 cent range. Perfect. Like since the 16th. It's just been consolidating around 31 cents. Infinite windows. I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me, Sactekin, if that works. If you bought a $39 call Thursday and sold it at $64 yesterday, that's way over 1,000% profit. Well, did you do that? The options are so expensive for me for AMC. I can't afford it. I placed my first option. I spent $120 and one of them already expired last week, and then I have one this Friday for CLVS for a strike price of $8. And it's constantly teasing me. It's teasing me right now. CLVS closed at $5.91 and now it's at $6.18. It's up 4.5% in the after hours. But it's gonna do that thing to me where I'm like, this is what happened to me last time. It went up. CLVS. I got a call option last week when it was at $7 or something like that, and then it went to $7.75. It's because I was chasing CLOV and I put CLVS instead, and so I bought like a bunch of shares. And then Andre was like, hey, good thing you didn't buy Clove because CLVS is running. And I went, really? And it like during pre-market on the 9th, and it went brr, and then it sold off. It's just been teasing me ever since. But that was my first call option I ever placed. But I remember I was gonna place my first call option on AMC, and it was I think I was looking at one and it was $445. That's back when it was in the 40s, and I you know, we were coming down from 70s, so I was like, oh, okay, well, I have no doubt I'm gonna finally win some money because I've been believing in AMC since the beginning of this thing. You know, I have an acting background. For those of you who don't know and you're new to the channel, I'm a professional performer in the entertainment industry and done movies and commercials and TV. And so I was like, well, after COVID, AMC is gonna pop. So I only have one share of GameStop, but I'm mostly all in AMC. That's where all of my heart lies. All the DD I do is for AMC, and yeah, so I was like, oh, it's only $445. I'm gonna buy that. And then so I literally went to the bank and pushed, transferred funds into my Webull. Get that right now because it's not settled. And I went, no. So I didn't know that you had to settle funds to buy options. So I was pissed. Sock Duncan, I'd consider selling around 150, but just consider it. Ooh, maybe you can, you know, get rid of your higher cost shares if it hits that. That way it'll lower your cost average. Like choose which ones that you're going to. So, that's not financial advice, but that's something to think about. OD gamers with the gamma and shorts coming, I think AMC will hit 150 to 170. I mean, yeah, it could. Wait, so what did Matt Core say? We already hedged against the 40s. Those are done. So now our next is these next call options here. Where is that? Dang. Mm, 50s, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. Yeah, because we closed above 55 today, so 46,652 volume on 55 strike price AMC call option. Oh man. Where are the other big ones? 46,495 volume on call options on strike price 60. That's so much money. Oh my god. How much does that cost? Well, it just says $274 at the moment. I don't know if that's legit. But seriously, like $20 is a lot to me. So when I'm saying I lost $20 on a call option bet for this other stock that I did, I'm like, sad panda, trash panda. Thank you for subscribing, Chris Thornton. Nice to see ya. If these things keep cooking long enough for me to be able to afford the options, I might join the God Junior. Next gamma might be over 65. Be great to get that level, but might take a bit of time. Just need to stay focused. Yep. Subbies, Steve. Nice to see you. TannahMae, did you get on Torch? I did not. I just literally heard about it from Westside before I came on the mic. But it's on the top gainer on Webull. Where's the after hour, extended hour rankings? Yeah, Torch was the most active today. 184 million volume. Remember when we had 700 million volume on AMC? That was stupid. I had never seen that before in my life. My cheeks were hurting from smiling so big. Like, what? That's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I know you can't buy options in after hours though, right? Yeah, you can only do it when the market's open. But yeah, it says the premium is only $274 for a strike price of 60. I don't even know if that's real though, because it's got to be real. Premium for 61 is 250. That's 56. $56 is $405 for AMC strike price for call option. What are some of the bigger? Here's a 13,291 volume on 65 strike price. That is only $172 for a premium. See, and when you see that, you're like, ooh. It probably will. That can also be 2 shares, 2.5 shares of AMC. AMC used to announce special dividends like Torchlight, and they exploded over 70% in one day. That'd be awesome. Like, hey, here's some free popcorn. No, keep your popcorn. I'll buy it when I get to the theater. Just take that $30 that I was just about to spend on popcorn and air and diet soda, and like, just give me a dividend. Thank you. Ryokan, what is a good entry point for AMC? I want to add to my position of 3,000 shares. Ooh, 3,000 shares or $3,000? Nice little green candle on AMC right now, 55.19. Well, when was the last time you got in on it? I currently hold AMC on different platforms. My cost average is always changing on both of them, but the higher ranking average costs for my positions are on Webull, and then my lower costs are on Fidelity. Come on, AMC, do your thing. Oh, it's heist time, all you lurkers. So, you know, if you're just listening to me, there's a heist going on. Bull coins. Need at least 5 people. Just found you, just wondering if you have info on how many options will be in the money on Friday and how many puts are out. Do you have Ortex data? I don't have the Ortex data right now. No, I get most of my information from Matt Kors' channel as far as the Ortex goes. He should be putting out a video with all of that within the hour. But nice to have you here, Steve. We're a great community to talk about these things. We also have a free Discord if you're interested to join. Info on how many options will be in the money on Friday. Well, it depends what AMC does, but for this Friday, there's just, now remember, a lot of the 40s have already been hedged against, so I think that those are good. And then the 50s, I think that is what we're counting on. '50s and '60s would be great. But yeah, most of the volume is on a $60 strike price. So there's over 46.5 thousand volume on people betting on a $60 strike price for Friday. So I believe that we're going to be fighting for 60 this Friday. My opinion. Nice little run up here on AMC in the after hours, $55.26. And also, for all you newcomers, if you're seeing Streamlabs here in the chat, that's a way to play with your bull coins. Bull coins is our version of crypto. We have raffles here. We've given away Doge, we've given away SafeMoon, FEG tokens, merch. We also have a phone number that you can text Bulldog any of your trading questions, and he answers 100%. And so that's his number there at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can also play the slot machines with your bull coins. When you subscribe, you'll get 100 bull coins, and it'll hit your YouTube account in a couple days. Zach Duncan, if we fight for 60 this Friday, I think it's a battle we will win. Yeah, hey, I hope it goes even higher, but I think that they're good at what they do. And since $62 seems to be a big battle as far as resistance goes. Nice, AMC, go! $55.34. AMC on a nice little run up from its dippity doodah. What'd we close at? 55.18. Look at that, we're up. AMC is up. We are green. 0.27%. The high in the after hours has been like 55.49, around that area. 55.45. So I'm gonna look for it to break above 55.45. Let's go. Let's go. Who's gonna redeem some rockets? I'm gonna redeem some rockets. AMC, take my energy. Oh my god, the shape. You got a triple skull and you win 500 bull coins. Well, if you can win, then I can win. And crypto going to the moon. Let's get it. Let's get it. There's popcorn up here. Diet soda. Recreational beverages. Remember that it does take 100 bull coins to go to the moon. Why didn't I win? Why didn't I win? RSI has been matching the chart for AMC, so it's been having a nice little bull run. It's currently at 67% RSI. I like these little miniature boom boom candles. They're just boom candles at this point.